refraction, I could say the path of light bending. How about that?
And then I would ask you how that's happening. What's causing that to happen?
I would say I don't know.
Yeah, and you don't have any evidence that that's even possible, right? Because these observations are specifically talking about the horizon.
Right, I don't have evidence that's possible.
How much
it would have to be.
Atmospheric refraction is essentially a whole list of combinations of mirage effects, right, to varying levels.
Yeah, as far as I understand, yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, so that there aren't any mirage effects noticeable, right, that could possibly explain what we're seeing in these observations. Right, so we could discount most of the mirage effects like straight off the bat, right? Because they don't have, like, these observations don't have any of the characteristics of all of the mirage effects except for which one?
I guess when I see things like Skunk Bay, I'm unwilling to say that these kind of effects can't happen. I mean, that'd be a hard thing to prove that something cannot happen, right?
When you see Skunk Bay, you're seeing a combination of most of the known, I mean, pretty much almost all of the known mirages taking place over a day, right? Like, we're seeing almost all of them happen to varying degrees.
Yeah, I agree with that.
At no point is something all of a sudden like 10 times or 20 times further away or closer.
Yeah, it seems like the path of light is changing slightly in that GIF.
Right, but looming will make things lift, right? As it's called a looming, right? And then sinking will be the opposite of looming, right? Obviously, we're not dealing with inferior or superior mirages, right? Because there's none of the characteristics of those are happening, right? Fata Morgana can be crossed off the list. Stooping and towering don't even count in this situation. What else is there? There's nothing else.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on atmospheric effects.
There aren't any other types of mirages. I mean, like,
wait, so light can bend up and light can bend down, right? That's all you need, right?
Yeah, so that's not going to make a geometric horizon like undetectable and then appear 10 times further away. It's not in the definition of any of the known effects, right? There's no atmospheric refraction effect that can explain that away. I mean, that's why it's not, you can't replicate it on a smaller scale. But you can replicate all of the other known mirage effects very easily, right, on a small scale. There's tons of examples of that. Right? They're all well defined. But there's nothing that can explain many of these observations, and exactly. Like, you're saying that
and making it sound like it's a small thing with clever math, right, is disingenuous, bro. Very disingenuous.
No, it's not.
In this Black Swan, you're talking about an arc of light. If you completed the circle, what would the circumference be compared to the Earth?
If it's 0.0072343 degrees per mile, then the circumference would appear infinite.
What?
That's the number that would make a round ball appear infinitely flat. That's what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about what is the number that would completely explain, that would make the Earth look perfectly flat. You
don't even know what they say. You don't even understand. You haven't even read any of Andrew Thomas Young's material.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to my point.
Yeah, no, it's very relevant.
Yeah, let's talk about the real world observations. I'm talking about the theoretical limits of what you would, the minimum you would have to have in order to make a globe Earth appear flat. Just the mathematics.
No, I'm talking specifically about the Black Swan image, the original one.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. And now you're talking about infinite circumferences and radiuses? What the fuck, bro?
And look, that flatearth.ws thing doesn't explain anything. I mean, it's not getting
the horizon could appear behind the thing.
No, it doesn't. It's just a cartoon with some lines drawn on it. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain any of the zero technical aspects of how anything could take place in reality to cause that effect. Right?
Showing that if the path of light bends, then the horizon
good.
appears behind.
Yeah, and how would that happen? Under what circumstances would that happen? What type of temperature differential would you have to have present for that to happen?
That's a separate question. The question is, if it does happen, you get that
main question. That's the main question, because that's what causes these effects that we see, right? That's what the mainstream talks about when they're talking about atmospheric refraction. Obviously, right? It's like they say you have different temperatures, which creates different refractive index in the medium, and it causes these different types of mirage effects, right? There's a list of them for a reason. There isn't one that explains these observations that we're showing you, right? You're only going to get this information like that diagram that you just posted from anti-flat earthers. You're not going to get this from you're not going to get this from .edu sources or experts in the field when it comes to defining these things. Like
I agree. Universities and experts in the field aren't going to say this.
Yeah, I'm glad you agree with that. I mean, because I've got I spent a bit of time today screenshotting a whole bunch of really good citations from the American Meteorological Society and whatnot, going over all of atmospheric refraction, all the different mirages, right? None of them show anything like what this flatearth.ws is showing in their diagrams. It's not the way it's explained. What do you think about this observation in the side chat? You should have a geometric horizon at 0.6 miles. This is a nice, calm, still lake in Canada. Do you think there's some... right, so this is much more discrepancy in how far we can see than the Black Swan, more than double.
Yeah, right, so that's seeing much farther. What is it? Looks like it's 1 foot off the...
It's like a few inches. He says it's 3 inches off the surface of the water. I've got the full video for this, but yeah, he holds it about 3 inches, as close as he can really get it to the water. And then he zooms in, and you'll see that second peninsula on the right is 13.8 miles away. And it's a very small peninsula. You can go there on Google Earth and have a look at it. It's very, 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 very small, right? But it should be hidden behind 120 feet of curvature. And the horizon would have to be at 0.6 miles. But that's a physical horizon that should be there. I mean, I find it hard to grasp there's some type of extreme refraction like that flatearth.ws is claiming. Whatever that means. That isn't even a thing, low refraction, high refraction. Right? You have higher temperature to lower temperature from down to up, or the opposite.
Yeah, where's your mirages there?
Yeah, so what happens, Matthew, that's the reason that when you look over a road surface or concrete that's really hot, you get that mirroring effect, right? Because you get an inferior mirage, you get the total internal reflection, which is that mirroring effect. It's extremely obvious, right? That's high atmospheric refraction according to the mainstream. That's a very hot surface, right? And it cools down drastically. It goes from very hot to very cool, right? And it doesn't allow you to see further, right? In that situation, it cuts things off from the bottom, and it's extremely obvious. But when we're showing these types of observations, we don't see any of those effects at all taking place. It just looks normal. Right? There's no obvious extreme conditions taking place in this, right? Or in the Black Swan, the 8-foot observation height Black Swan, where it's late in the afternoon and everything's very clear. There's no bendy cranes, right? There's no distinct mirage effects. Because that's what happens when you have higher differentials in the refractive index, or differences in the refractive index. Anyway.
You're right. This doesn't match what the globe would predict, just with straight line observations. Therefore, based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is indeed a globe, then I say, oh, this must be that the path of light is bending
Must
so that
be,
we can see
must.
that.
Yeah,
That's
there
the
you
only
go.
conclusion I
Must.
come to. Again,
Yes,
this
because
is based on my
you have a
preconceived notion.
fundamental, yes, no, a fundamentalist religious belief.
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I would call it a belief
Yeah, I
that the
would.
Earth is a globe.
Zealot fundamentalist religious belief.
And then I say,
That's why you're here. That's why you're here all the time.
yeah, and then I would say, because I believe that it's a globe, then I say that the light
Yes,
must
you
be bending.
accept without
and then
evidence that it's a globe. Because you accept without evidence that it's a
I
globe.
would say with evidence, but
Continue. No, no, no,
Yeah.
no. No, 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 no. No. Belief is acceptance without evidence.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
But where'd you get your definition of belief from?
From the dictionary.
What are you talking about? It's possible to believe true things.
Oh, that means you accept it without evidence.
Oh, you know what? Over the Fences is threatening me with banning, and I know that when Steph goes this direction, I got to get out of here. All right, goodbye.
Yeah, that was a really Weasley answer that you could coincidentally believe things that are true. Just randomly.
Oh, did he actually leave? I thought he was being sarcastic. That's
No,
funny.
I think you did. Yeah, yeah.
He likes to run these days, you know. The guy is contradicting himself.
Over the Fences isn't even a mod in here. he just saw the word ban. He's like, oh, I'm out of here.
Just get it. Him.
Yeah. So, like, I just want to point out to Matthew, right, has two religious beliefs, right? And one of them does not describe and actually describes something antithetical to the other, as far as cosmological viewpoints go. To the point where the one view, right, is supposed to be the word of God. So he stands by this other conflicting cosmological viewpoint so steadfast that he has to tell the word of God that it's wrong, or that it's being misinterpreted, or that it's metaphorical, when no such words exist in the description indicating that it is metaphorical or an analogy or anything like that, or that it's poetic. And it boggles my mind. Seriously.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Tito. It's crazy how they use such mental gymnastics to somehow turn their Bible into a globe book, or to deny what's obviously said in it. And I'm not even religious. It's obvious to me.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to subscribe to to the Bible and its narrative and its its descriptions. Yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah, like I hear a lot of them say, "Oh, that's any part that goes against the globe." They say it's just metaphorical.
Yeah, they have to. They have to because, well, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It doesn't mention, the other things in it, right? Like, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, etc., right? Doesn't mention any of that. Obviously, we've got a heaven and an earth before anything else. And then on the fourth day, the sun's created. What was it going around before that?
Yeah, it's so specific the way that it's spoken in the Bible. And for them to say it's just metaphorical, or where they say the earth cannot be moved, it's placed on foundations and things like that. Oh, it's not what he meant. It's crazy. It's very disrespectful.
Right, yeah.
If they claim to be a Christian, God would be pissed at them, I would imagine.
I asked Matthew, like, okay, so the sun on the fourth day, what is that metaphorical of? And he just said, just of God's greatness, his magnificence. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean,
I did ask him in his let's say globe paradigm, where is heaven? Which direction? So it doesn't make any sense. But on flat Earth, it makes sense.
right. Yeah, you can point in on the globe, just point in any direction. That way to heaven. Here we go. Denmark, where are you? I want to go that way to heaven. Horizontally. Heaven under your feet. Heaven's below you, that's right, yeah.
The other day I saw, by the way, I saw the Freemason Bible, and it talks about stationary Earth. It's amazing. And other stuff.
Yeah, like when Jesus was, lifted up into the clouds, right? All the disciples were standing around watching, mouths open. Huh? What? And then the two angels appeared beside them and explained, what was going on. Like, So he was taken up. He went up into the clouds. I guess that must mean he went out towards the horizon and kept going, right? He just went along the surface, went out over the sea, kept going until he vanished into the clouds that way, right? Because that's up, isn't it, on the globe? Or he went diagonally, No, he actually he dug a tunnel through the earth and went out the other side and went up that way into the clouds, right? Like, just asinine. All the descriptions, from the scriptures, it does not depict a globe Earth, not whatsoever. And I'm only speaking about this because is it still Speculation Sunday?
We are talking about this because Matthew learns he believes in God, so
Got to be
and
Sunday.
Others, it's got to be Sunday somewhere.
Matthew learns Speculation Sunday.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. Go on.
Midnight East Samoa.
To me, it's 1 a.m. 25 minutes. I think it was this one. I'm going to post it. The Freemason Bible.
It's still Sunday here.
Okay, so we can.
Oh, there you go.
It's 8:26 p.m.
I saw that in that link. I saw it.
Where's the ends of the Earth on the ball? Must be where you started, right?
Well, in the ends of the lake, it's a shoreline of the water, so the lake. So, but even beyond, even beyond that shoreline, there's more. So, I'm talking about the lake. So,
yeah, it is interesting in tourist brochures and that, and on TV, tourist advertisements. Like they'll offer trips to the Arctic region as being, like your journey to the ends of the Earth or the end of the Earth. It's really weird. Probably the same with Antarctica too. I haven't seen the brochures on them, but yeah.
Welcome back, Zax, P&R chef.
Chef,
Yeah.
what's cooking?
I know, that's what I want to know. Maybe he's too busy cooking to unmute.
what did happen at our home at politics? I don't see it there.
If there's no mods in there, I think it's you can't see it.
Okay.
I just looked over there and I thought there were people there, but maybe they're gone. Oh, there's people in there. Heretic, Man Raising Hand, Mike Cargo, Smith, Timbo.
Really?
So I see now.
Ah, yes.
But like 1 hour ago, something like that, no one. I even didn't saw the room. And yesterday, I'm trying to remember. There was a guy there, just one, and I cannot join in because there was a lock in the room. Migo Ego. Yeah, that's that. I don't think he's a moderator there, but he was there, and I couldn't join in. It was locked.
I think if they're... Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. Then maybe there was an event I have no idea.
No, but there was no moderator, so
Yeah, maybe there was a moderator and then Migo Wigo joined and then a moderator left.
okay. But that happens with the other channels, right? There. If there's no moderator of that room, you don't see it. So yeah. On this one, we have 24/7 Globe Earth, no one there. So I don't know why they didn't make that room here. Not so much popular. It is just anti, flat earth room to us. But yeah, it seems that it's not working to them.
Would it look like if it was there?
Well, direct curvature measurements of this ball that you're supposed to exist on.
How would that be done?
Well, you should know because it's your belief.
Oh, so it's all up to me. So you can't even conceive of anything that could possibly prove it.
Well,
There's
I
no
mean,
red
neither
flag.
can the people. The problem is not that so much as the people who believe this stuff can't conceive of a way to prove it.
You keep
That's
trying
the
to-
real problem.
That's from a politics server right now. DJ.
That was working? Yeah, I was seeing if it was working.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Indeed here.
I think yeah, if I can play their stream
It's work-
through here.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's working.
Yeah, that's nice. We could hear it well. Those heretic talking to somebody.
The
Yeah.
politics.
I think I can make it so we could talk to them in that stream through this server as well, through this stream. 1 second.
Useless. What would look like?
anyone, you can like take your time. Like, I don't have to put you on the spot, but like try to imagine.
What you want me
what
to
would be
figure out
needed.
how you can validate your belief? That's what you're asking me to do?
What would convince you that it was round? Like, what would that proof look like in your head?
Okay, well, I've already got what I needed out of you, which is you basically conceding that you don't have proof because you have to ask me what it would be. And that's all I
You're not
that's all I
able to answer
wanted
that
was you to
question,
do
or no?
that. Am I going to spoon feed you a methodology by which you can confirm your belief? No, I'm not going to
Really, what
bother.
I'm
I just want to
asking.
demonstrate that it.
Asking what
Dude,
would
I just want to
convince you.
demonstrate it is a belief. That's all I want to do. And I've already
I've
done
already admitted that from the very beginning.
that. Okay, fine. That's
And you
great.
keep
You
doing
got a
victory
belief.
laps like it's irrelevant.
Well,
when it's not.
yeah, we got there. You got a belief. That's cool. All right.
Just let you know, by the way, the Earth isn't flat. You're wrong. Science.
Well, how
proves
do you know that?
wrong. The
How do you know
science.
that?
Science. Yeah.
How do you know
so
that?
I just want to let you know.
Science, that's a category error. Try again.
That's a category error.
Yeah, we're just-
Do you want me to do something for you real quick? I can go outside
Yeah.
right now and show you curvature on the Earth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
There's that retarded kid again with the girly laugh.
Yeah, sounds frustrating.
Hilarious.
Heretic's great at dealing with these types of people, though.
you gave that last guy an out. Just so you could sit there on deafen.
Going rounding up retards.
Okay, I'm back. You want to take the curvature?
Let's
Curvature,
take a
big
look.
boy.
Let's take a look.
Let me turn on my camera. How do I turn it on?
Globe, we're looking in the wrong direction at the sky as usual. That's par for the course.
Look what- This is a curvature.
Yeah.
See this?
Oh, yeah, the curvature of your driveway. Yeah, therefore, Globe. Yeah, very compelling.
Going down.
That's really scientific. You must be a scientist. Wow, where's your lab coat?
Wrong. It is on the Earth. Is my driveway not on the Earth? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Well, I was wrong about the degenerate part. I'll give you that. It's not really that, but it is a troll.
Well, hold on though.
I don't think that.
I showed you curvature on the Earth, didn't I?
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
showed you curvature on the
constitute
Earth.
It's not a.
It does. It's
not
on the
a-
Earth.
Just promote.
It's on the Earth. It's on the Earth.
Yeah,
It's
it's
on the
not.
Earth.
It's not the Earth curve drop of a sphere.
But that is the Earth's curve because this is on the Earth, meaning is
Yeah,
the Earth's
but does
curve.
that prove a sphere though? Your driveway.
Give me a second. I'm gonna show you something. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, but you notice that you're just wasting our time, right? Well, I mean, you're not really wasting our time. You're just showing us how empty-handed the ball religion is, which is useful, I guess. So keep cooking. And that's what you got. Oh, my driveway's curved, bro. It means I live on a ball in space. Yeah, it doesn't mean that. But if you want to keep making arguments like that, I mean, it helps my cause. I'll take it. Because that's the whole point of what I'm doing here is exposing that you guys don't actually have anything to back your faith.
Well, I just showed you curvature on the Earth. Wait,
no,
I just
but
showed you curvature on the Earth.
throwing your religion under the bus,
on the Earth,
bro.
You're coping.
Throwing your religion on the bus. I mean, I know that you
I
think
just
that
showed you curvature on the Earth, though.
I know that you think you're playing a big trick on me.
No, but I literally
The joke's
showed you
actually
curvature
on you.
the
You clown
Earth.
yourself. You're clowning yourself, dude.
I'm clowning myself after I showed you curvature on the Earth. After you asked me to show you curvature on the Earth, I got it.
There's
Yeah.
no curvature on the Earth way.
You're stupid. Okay, it's okay. if you
Curvature
lost,
of a
you know,
sphere, right?
You realize
Spherical curvature, right? You know what
yeah,
we're talking.
just
Or did you
spherical
forget what the
curvature.
topic
The
is?
Earth.
Is that the problem? Did you forget the context?
Is
of the
my driveway
conversation?
not around?
The Earth
Wait,
is-
hold on.
Oh, Ron.
Yeah, it's the ground.
Okay, so it is. Okay, meaning.
Okay,
that
so
constitutes-
is your driveway curved?
that meaning that
because the Earth is
constitutes
curving?
it. That meaning that constitutes it.
Let me ask
being
you a
part of the
question.
Earth,
Let me ask
meaning
you a
that's Earth's
question.
curve.
Yeah, sorry, it's too hard to listen to.
I think Display was trying to say something. Hello, Display.
I think he was responding to the recording.
Yeah, well, he didn't know. So DJ was just playing a recording, but now if you had
Oh,
something to say, Display, we're here.
Oh, Lord, I thought that dude was like real for sure. Oh my God. It's like my world has been shattered.
That was just our other 24/7 channel in the politics server. I was just playing it through my mic here.
How do you get to the politics server? Because this is the religious server, right? How do you get to the politics one?
It's a different server altogether.
All right, word. I probably just have to look for politics then. Maybe I have it.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably go to Google and look it up. Politics Discord or whatever, and it probably pop up first. I mean, I could send you the link if you want in DM.
I mean, I'll Google it, but you could always DM me some cool song lyrics you wrote, or so I don't know. You know.
Do you think
See how
you
much-
live on a globe display?
Oh, I don't even know anymore. I think that I smoke too much pot. And what about you? What do you think? There we go. What do you think? 'Cause that
Well,
way I can
I
listen.
oh, okay. Well, I mean, I've definitely demonstrated it to myself that the globe that we're told we live on doesn't actually match the reality we observe. So, yeah, I definitely know that we do not live on a spinning globe. There's no verifiable evidence of that. So, yeah, I encourage you to keep looking into it. You know, you might be interested in what you find, you know, because you experience the Earth is flat and stationary. And once you start accepting the reality that the way you experience life is actually the way it is, the way you experience the world, you know, it just lets you become more authentic in all of your life, and it lets you start to have a more internal locus of control, which internal locus of control is shown to bring more happiness and success in life. Did you know that? As opposed to an external locus of control. Have you ever heard of
Um,
that before?
well, like, yeah, I have. I hate to do this. I'm gonna try it just because I've never left. This is the first server I've ever been on for like VR. I'm gonna try to find that other one just because like I need to learn how to do it. But thank you for your kindness, and I'll probably be back at some point.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Yeah, you got to put it in like. Yeah,
How come we're the largest room wherever we go?
we're hot, bro. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot.
Who said they were listening to retard language? What? I'm sorry that it wasn't put in crayon.
Yeah.
No, that was
Oh,
me. I'm
pencil,
sorry.
you know?
Good, I'll put it in the translation. They made shit up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, really?
We got Hans Strudel going hot in the chat side.
Strudel, you're up. I feel like we can cook him so hard on this edge thing.
Hans
Is he
Strudel,
here?
you wanna? Supposed to be it's there, yeah.
That's what you're
Hans,
supposed to do with strudels, isn't it? Cook 'em?
good sir.
Strudel.
He's
Yodeling,
asking
yodeling,
about the-
yodeling.
Yodeling.
Bro, what is that profile picture, man?
Yo, Hans, if you want better answers, you can speak up, ask your questions. Let's have a conversation.
He's saying that because it's flat, it has to have an edge. But I guarantee we start asking him about his edge of the universe, and he's like, well, I don't know. I don't even care.
But look at this picture I posted up in the side chat. Maxim was Rich Evan's girlfriend the whole time.
Wow, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's his little bitch. He ran back to him.
Oh,
Crazy.
oh now that's gay.
Yo. Yeah. Quizzy does it.
He did
You did amazing.
So they're sending people up here to stir the pot, basically.
Oh, shit.
Mm.
Yeah, I saved that one. Definitely.
Oh, it's Rich, you little cheerleader.
Was that in their channel?
They have like a globe channel, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
listen to us. They listen to us on YouTube now.
W. Pat in the numbers. W.
Yeah, they listen to us and then talk about us in the globe room.
I mean, that's stupid because any normie that comes in, they're going to look at it and go, oh, duh, you may as well have a 24/7 Blue Sky channel, right? Like, they're gonna look crazy.
What? Loy Mumato. Is he in the call? Loy Mumato. Tomato. Are you there?
What are you looking at?
Come off mute. The one with the red octopus.
Oh. Hail Hydra.
Hey, bro, you gotta come off mute, dude. Because he's saying in the chat, he said, could it be that the Earth is like a billion times larger than they claim? Hell no.
He doesn't have a working mic, guys. It's 2025.
That's fucking bullshit.
It's 2025.
Oh.
Microphones haven't been invented where he lives.
Bro, guarantee you have 5 mics around you right now. At least. At least. Dude, my fucking smartwatch has a goddamn mic on it, bro. What do you mean you don't have a mic?
Talk through the
Maybe
watch.
he's using a library computer right now.
Okay, Dick Tracy, settle down.
Easy there.
He said, couldn't the Earth be a billion times bigger than they say? No. Fuck no. There's no
Hans.
BYOB here.
Sir Hans, do you hear us?
Hans.
Mr. Hans. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Wait, it could be a billion times bigger, but it's still flat.
Facts.
Yeah, that helps the globe side, obviously. Make it bigger.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Oh my.
Oh my.
All right, bro. Hans, come off mute so you can get cooked.
Oh, he's ignoring us, man. Just fucking chat warrior.
That's
Says he can
scary.
hear us. Yeah, they're scared to talk when they know they're being recorded.
Doesn't their bigger already imply a bigger ball? Flat Earth Ranger, by the way.
Oh, that's Flat Earth Ranger? What the hell? You on a new account?
Wait, what the hell?
What happened to your other one?
Yeah, my buddy that I invited, I'm with them right now, so I'm on their account.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Bomb has been planted.
Bomb has been planted. How come they don't have Sunboard in this server?
I know. I don't know.
It'd be nice to use, actually.
Facts.
In a sensible way, of course.
I mean, of course.
But I see Matrix has. Maybe you can.
Oh, yeah. Metatetrix has his soundboard with him.
Metatrix.
Metatrix. Metatetrix. I'm never letting that go.
And CB has no problem with Matrix being in charge of the soundboard at all.
Facts. I trained him up nicely.
But can you do the same as him?
What? He's like, what do you... Listen.
Can hear it in your voice, CB.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's hurting him.
What? No.
Just you admitting that it's okay. I can hear that anger.
Listen,
coming
I
to the
proudly
surface.
passed the torch.
What are we seeing here? Obi-Wan versus Anakin thing going on here, or what?
Pretty much.
And I've got the high ground.
That's actually on the soundboard. That's actually on my soundboard. Oh, nice.
That's funny.
Sorry, let me just go cry in the corner real quick.
Where's
All right, take a slice of cheese with you, mate.
Yeah,
Here it comes. Let's do it. Perfect.
Oh, shit.
Sure, you put some cheese on that bread.
Wait. So CB's Newton and Matrix is Einstein.
Bro.
Get it right. It's Metatetrix.
Metatetrix, bro.
Metatetrix. Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, that's so great.
Sad part is, I even tried changing it too. You can't change your name in this server.
Oh, man. Don't worry. We're not going to forget.
There's no way anyone could ever replace CB.
Facts.
The legend.
Listen, bro. This is the head of the
man.
cultural...
Stop the.
Oh, man. You know, I'm just... As the head of the cultural development department, you know, just keeping the lights on here, folks.
What are we learning how to make in your crew, in your cultural development? What are we working on this week?
This week, you know, we're just turning the grills up just a little bit hotter. We're going to be roasting. You know, I think last panel, yesterday or 2 days ago, we were roasting I guess I can't say the T word. We were roasting some Skittle guzzlers. That was fantastic. You guys hear that? India was like, "What's a Skittle guzzler?"
So instead of we're going to add in CB. Instead of ladies' night, we're going to have DEI afternoon as well. So anyone who's a minority can get the mic.
Well, that's why we have CB. That's why we have him.
Yeah, I am the DEI hire, bro. What do you mean? You don't need anyone else.
Yeah, but you only get half hire.
Yeah, you only get half the credit.
It was your melanin level that got you fired from the keyboard anyway, the soundboard.
Yeah,
Pretty
probably.
sure.
Probably. Oh man. Good times, good times. You guys don't believe me? I'm gonna post my placard.
Hey, can you get DEI if you're a flat earther?
Maybe. I don't know.
Not in the U.S. We voted DEI out. Started in 2025, so it doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, good. It's a relief.
If you can really sell it, they'll let you be a Walmart greeter or bagger. But that's about it.
Who's that?
Get him. No. Okay.
That was no one.
No one?
Somebody of no one.
It was someone.
No one can talk to someone?
Do you know one or no two?
I'm here.
I see no one or two.
Bro, these like random drive-by chime-ins, like we don't do that here.
Telling you, look up Dickie knee.
The squawk and run.
The squawk and run, the drive-by. You're all dumb.
It's the globe. See you later.
No one. Are you a squawker?
No, I debate from time to time.
That's cat,
All
bro.
right.
Not even a debate. Talking about.
What are we debating about?
Right now, nothing.
Reality.
All right, fire it up. Are you a flat earther? What? We already know about the globe.
We know it's bullshit.
It wouldn't be any point in asking you anything about the globe. You don't know anything about the globe. Why would I ask somebody who I know doesn't know anything about it? You'd be like asking you to say, how do you change your spark plugs? You don't even know how an engine works. As far as you know, you turn the key in and room.
Well, let me ask him
You don't have to know how an engine works to replace a spark plug.
No one. What's your favorite globe?
And I don't.
What's your favorite globe evidence?
You're an engineer?
My favorite, like personally, or my favorite to talk about with people who deny 99% of it?
Your favorite, whatever. Your favorite. What's the best according to you?
Do both.
I mean, my favorite are the pictures. But...
Your favorite are the pictures. Which pictures?
Any of them.
Any of them.
Yeah.
What about the Black Swan picture?
What about it?
Got him.
Is that one of your favorite globe proofs?
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
So how's it a globe proof if the horizon isn't where the globe claims it should be?
Well, because that's not where the globe claims it should be. That's where QE claims it should be.
Okay, so where should the horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
Where does the globe claim it should be?
For a 1 foot observer?
Yeah.
Do you know any 1 foot observers?
Yeah, I caught a camera.
Yeah, you put a camera on the ground.
Your sister.
Or your sister. Shut up. So where should the horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
It depends on a lot of different things.
Dude doesn't know shit, man.
Okay.
This guy.
Of course, Crit. Of course he
Give us
doesn't. That's
one
the whole
thing that it
point.
depends on. What's one thing?
Atmospheric conditions.
All right. What else?
So where? So give us a range then. Where should it be with a percentage difference?
He could correct the first premise of the argument. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, now add whatever you need to that, and then give us that every distance to the horizon measurement should be no more than X. You fix that part up for us.
He's gonna
I'd
say
have to look into the math, I guess.
What's the range?
Yeah,
I feel like that was a good question.
That's not gonna happen. So a 1 foot observer, where are you putting it?
Wherever it needs to go.
Wherever it needs to go. So 1 mile?
No, it'd probably be more than that unless it's foggy, I guess.
5 miles.
For a 1 foot observer, probably not. No.
Not 5 miles.
I mean, I'm assuming we're talking 1 foot elevation, not 1 foot off the ground, right?
What?
Yeah, 1 foot above sea level.
We're talking 1 foot above sea level. Yeah, I would have to look at the math, but I think 5 miles would probably be too far.
Okay. 5 miles.
Given any refraction.
Okay.
Any realistic
If we see it
reflection.
then, so what if we see it at 10 miles then?
At 1 foot?
Yeah.
1 foot elevate, I don't know. I'd have to see it, I guess. I'd have to see the picture.
Okay, well, we can post
And the location data.
We can post the videos and that in the chat. So you didn't know about this? You didn't know that this was going on? I mean, this is the whole point. We're talking about this like all the time. You didn't realize?
Oh no, I'm aware of the black swan.
So you know that
photos.
the
I've never
horizon's
seen where
beyond the
they were
ridge.
taken from, though. I know what the claim is, but it's never been
verified. How long have you been looking into this?
Do you have the GPS coordinates of where the camera was?
No, we don't have the GPS coordinates. Miramar Beach, California.
Okay, yeah. So the claim of where the camera was.
Well, they've posted a video. I'm sure the guy has the position on Google Maps and all that information on the video.
Points of view, and it decided, if I have access to the truth, then I prefer to, the truth instead of, a lie, like NASA is selling to us. So that's it, So instead of living an entire life with a lie, when I was watching this TV documentaries talking about space, and it's all full of CGI animation and speculations and lies. So yeah, I prefer, that if I had the lucky to meet someone, let's say a long time ago, and telling me the truth, then I would, I did meet a long time ago, like 25 years ago, a physicist, and I had that lucky, but he was talking a few stuff, and I was not thinking about it, connecting all the dots, but it's amazing, these years having been passed, and now I can connect now with the flat Earth reality, waking up to this reality. Now I can connect all the dots. So it's amazing. Even past these 25 years, the information that guy gave to me, now makes sense. With this truth of the reality that we are living. So yeah, sometimes it takes time, But at that time, I was a Glober, and I was, not thinking about it. What that guy said to me. But
was he talking about flat Earth or about something else?
He never said this word flat Earth. But he did say, there's people question about the shape of the Earth. There's people question about the moon landings being fake. And so he was talking dots, And they even did say, they did found a barrier he's talking about in the physics
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
field. But to me, and he did stop it. So at that moment, he did stop it. He didn't take attention, too much attention. So I think he never said, never said the flat Earth. But many things he did talk about it. In now and understand.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Because I try to do that with my. I try to do that with my students. Like I had to teach an astronomy unit at the beginning of the year. I looked at it. I'm like, oh my gosh, how am I ever going to teach this? Because I was like, it's the first time that I've had to teach astronomy since learning that the globe is fake. And I one time subbed for an astronomy class, but that wasn't that big a deal because, I wasn't like in charge of it. But then I found out the school I work for now, like, would let me kind of change stuff around. So I've been teaching this unit, and I have not said anything that's untrue because there's so much in astronomy, that you're just, studying the stars, the constellations, the, different things. I just focus on those things, the electromagnetic spectrum. We talked about the electromagnetic spectrum for like a whole month. It was like the one part in the whole thing that I could honestly talk about without, feeling like I was doing something unethical. So, but they didn't seem to care. They're, it's like, oh, we're still talking about that. So there's lots to say about that. So anyway, yeah, it was just funny because you could say a lot without ever using those words, flat Earth, that will get people thinking. Like you said, your friend did. Like I will just say things like, yeah, and the sun, these are the things that are claimed about the sun, but it's still being investigated. And remember, science is always changing based on empirical evidence, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I think with some people, that's a better approach. And maybe that's what the person you talked to was just kind of testing the waters. Because I'll do that with people, see how they respond to certain things. And then in the regular world, and then go further if they seem like they're responding well. But otherwise, just kind of stick to the basic level stuff. So that makes sense. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
No problem. But it's a hard position, being a teacher, and you have to teach what you have to teach, and not grabbing too much attention because the school can fire you. So yeah, it's the world that, let's say, the world. This system that we are living, system of lies and deception. But sometimes you have to not grab some too much attention. So that's it. So at that time, that guy was speaking to me, and when he did found a barrier, and he just stopped it. And I was, telling to me, why this guy did stop here? Maybe you wanted to talk something, but maybe you just want to avoid too much attention. And before that, the guy did the talk. So it's not some people that are listening, they can say, "Oh, the guy is just doing speculation," but no, it was hard to him. So this guy, he did talk other stuff. He did write a book, and the people from the United States went to meet with this guy, and I think they tried to buy all these books, all the books of that series. So because it was, how you say, it was too much controversial. You can build something, and so it's amazing. So the guy did receive threats. So so the guy was avoiding to not get too much attention. So it's amazing, but it's what did happen to that guy. So he just at that time he just wanted to live a let's say normal life. So that's it. So sometimes he was speaking, let's say, too much, but he did just stop it. And I was at that time when he was talking very. So I was asking to me, why did he did stop here? Because there was something going on more. But anyway, he just stopped it. So, and today I understand, this barrier, how can you have gas pressure without a container? That's it. But he did stop it. But anyway, but he was talking, let's say a few things that, let's say between quotes, every flat earth guys have met with some stuff that guy is stop speaking about it. So that's it. It's amazing how, at that time I was trying to live a normal life and, we never think about it. And, this guy was talking like this, but, never pay attention or too much attention. But yeah, it's amazing how this key flat earth reality can connect. With that, I can connect all the dots and understanding everything that guy was speaking to. But anyway.
That's cool. And now you've lost touch with him?
No, he's, let's say, a long time ago I don't speak to him, but, he's doing other works. He has a family, but, he likes to be, I say, not taking too much attention. But anyway, the guy is living, let's say, a normal life.
Yeah.
But, sometimes he does workshops. But, it's like that, we are far away. So, but anyway, I still have his contact. Sometimes, sometimes I think, oh, maybe I can talk to him through Discord and, many things that I did found it, many videos. He will be interesting in watching it. So yeah, it's it depends of the equation. But yeah, that guy knows too much. So that's it. That's the problem, he knows too much. And he did meet a lot of, he did travel a lot of countries, meet a lot of important, let's say, important people, queens and etc. Kings, and you name it. But he's not connected to, let's say, to some peculiar society, or secret society. He doesn't care about that. But yeah, it's amazing. The guy did meet a lot of people, and he knows a lot of things. He's not teaching anymore, physics. He was a physics professor.
Nice.
But his curriculum has a lot of things. So, yeah.
Grandmaster Wu is here. Have we talked to you before, Grandmaster Wu? Looks familiar, that picture.
Yeah, I talked to a few of the guys in the past. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm just eating. Just figured I'd stop in and see what the conversation was.
Yeah, we were just talking about how truth is a process that unfolds over time, trying to discover it.
I agree.
So I got a question. I've never been given like an actual argument that's pro flat Earth from anyone. I guess I'm sheltered in that way. Could anyone give me like a convincing theory as to why that's the case? or the flat Earth is real.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a short version. I'm kind of tired, and then maybe somebody else wants to jump in. But, basically the thing that convinced me originally was several different books I read, and chapters in particular in those books that talked about the geometry of the Earth and specifically what we would see in the distance if we lived on a ball, a sphere, as is claimed. And we would, if we lived on a sphere, there's many things that we can see that we would not be able to see if we lived on a sphere. For example, I live in Southwest Michigan, and over on the Lake Michigan shore, when you go over to Warren Dunes, Sawyer area, south of Benton Harbor, there's a lot of beaches there where if you look across to Chicago, you can see the skyline. It's common knowledge in the area that you can see the skyline. It's like, if you look at, we could show you some images of what it looks like when people use high-powered zoom cameras, but even without that, you can see like the outline of all the buildings. They play taps on the beach at sunset over there every night, and sometimes at the taps on the beach, you can see Chicago, and everybody's just like, oh yeah, there's Chicago. But if you look into it, if we really had the curvature claimed, Chicago would be behind the curvature, and you would only see the very tips of the building. But in fact, we can see most of the buildings depending on atmospheric conditions much more than we should see. I mean, that's the main argument that convinced me, and then I looked into the math. The rate that's given is that these objects are dropping off in the distance at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which, because it's exponential growth of the amount, it quickly becomes very large and measurable to the point where at 10 miles, objects would be hidden behind 66 feet of curvature and so on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think, well, for obviously a massive city like Chicago, those buildings are going to be very tall. And so, I mean, from Michigan, you can't, or wherever you were saying that you were looking, you can't see the bottom of the building, but you can see the top of the building. And so
you shouldn't be seeing the amount that we're seeing. You should only be seeing the top. Doesn't matter if you can see the bottom or not. There's a lot of things that would cause that to happen.
But why can't you see the bottom?
Atmospheric conditions, water conditions. There's many reasons you might not be able to see the bottom. Sometimes you can see the bottom. Things don't always look the same every day. Like I just told you, don't even see it every day. You just see it some days.
Yeah, I know. But if you're at the same point, you should be able to see the same amount, if that makes sense. So if the atmosphere changes, one day it's cloudy, a lot of moisture in the air, and you can't see as far, you can't see the buildings, right? Next day it's clear, you can see, let's say, 100 feet to the top of the building. Let's just use that as an example, right? That shouldn't change. Basically, that 100 feet is always going to be there from this same point, as long as you don't move forward or backwards. So if it's foggy and you can't see the building, that 100 feet is still going to be there. You just can't see it. But if the cloud blows
We're not talking about 100 feet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you see 27 minutes after the hour where Miguel Souza has put in the 56 miles line of sight, the physical, tangible city of Chicago, not a mirage, 2,000 plus feet of missing curvature? So I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about you should only see the top of the buildings, and you see way more than that.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what's on the bottom.
I'm not talking about the bottom. So I'm saying is the amount that you can see is not going to change. So for instance, I used to live across from Seattle, And every time we would go up this one road, we would see the tops of the buildings from Seattle, even the Space Needle, right? And but the amount of the buildings we ever see was changed. If we could see like the top 300 feet of the Space Needle, which is about 900 feet tall, we would never be able to go up there on a day and see 500 feet of the Space Needle. We would only see that same 300 feet, no matter what day, no matter how warm it was, no matter how hot or dry it was. We would only see that same 300 feet.
What's your point? I'm not talking about the Space Needle. You asked me what convinced me. Are you seriously telling me you just came in here and you haven't heard about anything about flat Earth before? Are you sticking to that story, V6? Because I thought we were having a serious conversation, but you want to jump from Chicago to Seattle, and I'm still in Chicago. So, did you look at Miguel's image there?
I'm using an example from my experience.
So explain to me, where's the 2,000 feet of Michigan curvature in Chicago then?
Oh, I don't believe that there is such a thing.
So you believe in fairy tales. You prefer the fairy tale globe, and you prefer to stay in the comfortable reality of, the comfortable non-reality of mainstream society, because that's easier for you. And you're just going to make up whatever story. And if I tell you what's actually seen, measured, observed, and documented multiple times, you're going to tell me you don't believe in it because you believe in the ball. I understand. That's your religion, and you want to stick to it.
Politely for a long time, but then you wouldn't even let me finish my thoughts. So
because I think you're disingenuous. So does anybody else want to talk to this guy?
Oh, I don't need. I'm just trying to share my perspective in this. I think that's one thing that's really bad about this country is we can't even share our own opinions or thoughts about something.
Because the Earth is not an opinion. No. Because this is not an opinion question. This is a measurement question. We have that one documented instance. I'll give you a list of a whole bunch of other ones. I mean, this isn't an opinion. So you asked me what convinced me. I studied it on my own. In fact, I went out of my way. Once I was doing a research paper and realized there was something to this issue, I went out of my way to not speak to anyone else about it, to read a bunch of books, to do the measurements and observations, calculations myself, until I came to a decision one way or the other. So, because it's not an opinion. So I don't want to hear anybody else's opinion. I want to use my brain to figure out what reality is. So do you see at 33 minutes after the hour?
Then you talk over me so much that I can't even give my thoughts on.
If you want to talk, okay, this is speculative. Okay. Okay, yeah, tell us. Oh, please, I want to hear that. Yeah, that you asked me why I knew it was flat. So now tell us why you believe it's round. I can't wait to hear it. But also, by the way, before you do that, hold on. I promise I'll give you your time. In the chat there, I put a list of observations so you can look at those, and maybe there's one near you that you can empirically test at some point in the future. But go ahead and tell us why you believe you live on a ball.
Okay, so, and this is bringing up something I haven't mentioned before, but I read a book about Archimedes. And so this is, that was like 3,000 to 2,500 years ago. Whenever Archimedes was alive, he realized, because everyone back then, every single person thought the Earth was flat, because that was all that they could see. But what he realized was that in Egypt, so Cairo, I believe, is the capital of Egypt, and the pyramids, he realized that they're on the same line of longitude or whatever it is, latitude, that's what it's latitude. And he realized that at the exact same time of the day, the shadows of the pyramids were of a different length than buildings in Cairo. Now, obviously, these buildings are of different heights, so their shadows are going to be in different lengths. But as the sun moved, he saw that the shadows moved in the exact same way. And the ratios became completely different to where it showed that the Earth had to be at a certain curve to where the shadows would be changing in length. I think that's just that's fact. That's yeah.
Yeah, but you still have not gave us this curve measurement then yet.
Oh, I don't need to give you. Well, I don't have any measurements. I'm sure if a Google search, I could pull something up from Archimedes or anyone who says, well, this is. I'm not going to just say, oh, look at a picture from NASA. I don't trust NASA.
No,
but
yeah.
that
So
is supposedly a sphere. So
you said the shadows is proven that Earth have a curvature, so therefore you should
yeah,
be able to show us a curve measurement. Then
oh no, I don't need to do that. If you guys are curious about that, you can look up your shells. But this is one example, and I probably agree with you
you're
guys on
making
a
a
lot of
claim of
conspiracy
Earth
theories.
curve,
But
sir. You're making a claim of Earth curve. You need to be able to demonstrate that. Shadows wouldn't be doing that.
man, I don't got time for that. I'm just trying to have a conversation without like putting so much effort into it that I have to send you guys the full
Yeah, we
picture.
get it.
I mean,
You don't care
seems like
enough
you could've-
about the truth to find out. So, but you want to make a claim without backing it up with citation. We want to
I
see
don't
your
know.
diagram and your
I believe-
citation. You saying you're not, you don't want to go with the pictures of space from NASA because you think we're going to tear you apart 27 ways from Sunday, which we would. But we're still going to also tear you apart. Oh, not NASA, but this dude back then with these shadows that would work perfectly well no matter what the shape of the Earth was. I mean, if that's all you got and you can't even back it up with any kind of source, citation, or
Well, but
diagrams,
he had no
then how do you expect
telescopes
us
or
to
anything
take
at
you
this time.
serious?
He had no
How did
telescopes at that time, and yet he was able to figure that out. And back then, every single person thought that
How
the
did he
Earth
figure
was
out
flat
latitude? How did he figure out latitude?
because of the way the stars aligned or something like that. I don't remember that detail, but I believe it was something about the stars. Like back then, it was crazy how they could figure stuff out like that. Like
How
just
did he
using like
figure?
looking at the skies.
How did he figure out latitude again? With the stars in the skies, right?
Yeah.
What was he doing with the stars in the skies?
Well, he was an astronomist, so he studied them, and he figured they were able to figure incredible
You know
things.
what you do know what latitude is, and how they actually prescribe latitude. I don't know
I
why
believe
when you just
latitude.
say it, like
Can I interrupt for a second? Can you post that? I was just listening on the live stream. I've never heard of this one. Can you post that Egyptian pyramid shadow fucking citation in the chat?
he said, he don't have to. We got to Google it.
No, that was like the evidence of curvature. What he did cite though was the shadows in Cairo, and I really want to know how they did that, especially when Cairo didn't even fucking like exist.
Yeah, on the same latitude. I was trying to get to that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I could have.
Who did it? You know who did it?
My. I know the dude. It was Archimedes, I believe. It was one of those ancient. It was one of those philosophers.
You're making shit up, dude. Okay, please stop.
Okay, all right. You know what?
It wasn't Archimedes, and they didn't use the pyramids. You're butchering your bullshit, dude.
Are you saying that you looked this up? Because I'm admitting that I could have my details completely wrong, but I do know like what he's saying is the shadows.
Don't you think you need to have your details completely right before you present a claim?
I wasn't. I'm just entering here to have a conversation about this because I personally never really discussed with people who believe the Earth is right. I'm not trying to get into a full blown argument.
I'm just trying to
backing
bring up
everything up.
something. Nobody ever told you what you said about measuring the shadows of the pyramids to prove the shape of the Earth. No one ever, 10 years, I've never heard anybody claim that. Not even once.
I guess I like ancient history, so I study a lot of that. I mean,
okay, so post a citation or something, dude.
Yeah, that's if you study it, then you need to study harder, V6. You need to study harder because you got it wrong. He just told you that.
Well, I'm not. Well, can you tell me how I got it wrong, or why you think I got it wrong?
Because that story's made up. The story you told is made up out of your head.
Right. So again, I did not realize I was going to come in and immediately be demanded from you guys that I have to provide citations.
Did you just make that? Yeah, did you just make that up?
I did not. And I can back. It would take me some what's it called? Time and research to find this, but I'm completely fine with giving it to you guys.
How about that? You tell us where you learned about it.
It was actually like it was in a book or somewhere at school. Well, no, I don't go to school. I'm homeschooled, so that's what it would have been.
I'm kind of looking for it myself now.
Okay, so let's find this. Okay, so Thales of Miletus measured the height of the pyramids by measuring the shadow, but that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So at the time Thales was alive, there was another guy called Eratosthenes, and he supposedly measured the length of sticks. Well, this is the controversial part, whether it was a well or whether it was sticks. two sticks or stick in a well or something. That's where the story gets all blurry because there's no primary sources. In fact, there's not even secondary sources. There's just a person talking about another person that said that other person did something. But that is Eratosthenes, and he lived in the same city at the same time, but it had nothing to do with the pyramids.
Okay, so then maybe that's what it was. I thought it was the pyramids, but that is like kind of it was like shadows or something. So I maybe you could be just pulling my leg and making something up to make me admit that that's what it was. I'm not sure.
So, you heard of Thales theorem?
No.
You never been to third grade? Oh yeah, you already said you're homeschooled. Fuck, dude. Okay, so
India, don't you dare make a homeschool joke. Homeschooling is perfectly legitimate.
Well, that doesn't mean they taught Thales theorem in homeschool, but it's
Yeah, that's
usually
right.
a standard curriculum in public school. I mean,
If you hang around here, V6, you might learn something. Hang around here.
Explain your theorem.
Thales theorem is like the proportions of a triangle, right? Rise over run.
Yeah. Oh, I know, like Pythagorean stuff. Yeah.
No, rise over run, right? So if you know the distance, right? If you know that,
well, yeah, like hypotenuse.
If you measure from the bottom of the pyramid, right, to where the shadow ends. Well, if you measure from the bottom of the pyramid to where the shadow ends, now you have the base, right? And from the base, you can get the,
so it's like
the hypotenuse, right?
Whatever. Hypotenuse.
Now you got the height of the pyramid, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Using Thales theorem. So, I mean, that's what Thales did. And Eratosthenes was a different guy that lived, a different Greek that lived in the same city at the same time. And he came up, but we have records for Thales, so we don't really have records for Eratosthenes. And there's doubt even in the historical record whether this guy ever lived. Because he uses, like I said, there's no primary sources, there's no secondary sources. You have, it's Pliny the Elder writing about Cleomedes, he's writing about Eratosthenes, right? Saying Eratosthenes did this, and then, but Pliny is saying Cleomedes said Eratosthenes did this, right? So it's two hearsays removed from the source. And then they use words which don't appear in ancient Greek, and there's problems. I'm not getting the historical thing. The thing is, even that experiment that links the shadows, that works on a flat Earth anyway. It can't possibly prove a globe. Because
Do you understand?
Sorry.
You've been told. Oh no, I thought you were done. No, I was just asking V6 if he understands. Like, you've been told these stories. We get it. Like, you've been told there's ways to prove this globe. That's the whole reason all of us have come here. So I'm sorry if I got impatient with you earlier. I appreciate you being
a moment's thought.
Okay, yeah. So
I just saw it flat. I joined today. I see flat earthers, and I go, huh.
Yeah,
that's
we're glad you're
interesting.
here.
I know some people think that, so I tried to get, and I was immediately told that I had to provide evidence for just me thinking.
Yes, just to let you know how it goes around here, like, you can't just like randomly claim stuff and say that proves a globe, because that is a very serious claim, because it's an extraordinary claim that goes against all evidence. Like, V6, you arrived on this earth and you experience as flat and stationary. So if you're going to start telling people they live on this fantasy water ball hurtling through space, you need to have some hard evidence. But yeah, I mean, if you just ask questions like you've been doing and listen to the answers, then it should go better.
Can I? So you mentioned
is there any self-evidence of the globe?
Your experience of Chicago, right? So, given what you said, then basically, if you go there at a different time of day, you should be able to see more of the towers. If you go there at a different time of the day, you should see less of the towers. Like, the height should be changing rapidly based on what you're saying.
That's not the point of the observation. The point of the observation is you should never see it. You understand? If you lived on a globe, you would never see more than the very tips of the highest buildings. So the fact that you can ever see anything shows there's something wrong with the model, but we don't have to rely on.
Like the United States is like 2,000 miles across. So that's just the United States. The globe, I don't even know how the circumference of the globe at the equator, but that's a massive distance. That's a lot of curvature over a long amount of
I'll show you a diagram
all the way around.
I'll show you a diagram. Can you get back into the chat there?
I've never chat.
Oh, good. You should look at that. I
with
mean,
my
if you don't
hand.
have time to look at everything, you can always go back and look later. But yeah, you would think so. So I'm only talking about the one observation of the Chicago skyline. But yeah, it's not just kind of like a thing we just philosophize about or like guess about, because yeah, you'll hear that propaganda lie, that the Earth is too big to see the curve, but that's not actually the case because these buildings that are taller, and it's not just that building, it's lighthouses, different objects, oil rigs. We can show you the Black Swan argument, which it has to do with oil rigs that are out in the ocean.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chart right now.
Chart.
And
tell me what you think.
It says if you're like let's pick one, 40 miles away, then the drop in feet should be 1,000 feet away. So
1,600. What? Oh, you got at 40? Yeah, 1,066.
It should be 1,000 feet away. But that's I've seen 40 miles before, and that's obviously not 1,000 foot drop because the land is flat there. So
that's the point.
Right.
Yeah, that's flat Earth proof right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Earth is not. How do I word this?
Flat?
So I live in the Central Valley of California, and you have it surrounded on these coastal mountains, and you have these massive mountains, the Sierra Nevada, where Yosemite and whatnot is, and it's this valley floor, and the floor is flat. Now I can stand in the middle of the valley, and I can see all the way around myself in the valley. But and you guys would say, well, the valley is like almost 100 miles wide. So you guys would say,
I'm sorry, Mary. Is he explaining your point to you, or is he agreeing with you at this point?
Yeah, I mean, this is the geometry. This is the geometry of the globe, and you're saying yes, at 40 miles there should be 1,000 foot drop, and there's not. That's exactly what we're telling you.
Yeah, because it's not like that. The drops
then you're arguing. Then you're arguing.
You need to be yelling at the globe people. Then
yeah exactly.
You need to be arguing with them because their math is wrong. Then.
Well, I don't know.
This is the globe math. This is the given radius, agreed upon by the so-called mainstream pseudoscientists. They say it's 3,959 mile radius. And that's what the diagram I showed you is based on.
Yeah, you got some questions to ask them, not us.
Oh, no, I'm not asking like questions. I'm just trying to see how, if this really is the math, you got 1,000 feet. Because I know what 50, 40 miles looks like, and I know it's not. Yeah, there's no drop there. And
so you've already,
Yeah,
so he's observed the flat Earth. Very good, V6. Great to hear.
Then you need to be asking them. You need to be asking them why their math is off.
This is your math though that you're trying.
You believe the drop should be bigger?
This is the math that you've made.
No,
this is the globe. This is the globe's math is what they're claiming.
Well, this is the math from people who agree with you that you guys have made.
No, it's obviously their math that they put to us.
If this.
It's the mainstream math. It's what they're claiming their circumference is. I mean, you need to be talking to them about their radius.
Yeah, but SAR 27.
You guys don't need to be complaining to us.
Flat Earth. Yeah. That's a flat Earth people. Those are flat Earth people.
Okay, well, look up Earth curve calculator, right?
She showed you the globe and what the globe should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that's not true. It's actually flat. You need a little bit more.
I'm saying that from my personal experience, the globe doesn't do that.
Right.
But I also can't.
You're not on a globe, bro. You're not.
Right.
I also can't see the city of Fresno from where I'm standing because it is the curvature of the Earth.
So you're saying it's flat?
No, I'm not, man. I'm saying if I'm sitting where I'm standing,
this
I cannot
flat
see
Earth math, brother. This isn't our math.
Yeah, it's your math. That's correct.
This is your math.
That's the great thing about math. It's not based. No, that's the thing about math. It doesn't matter who says it. Doesn't matter what my opinion is, what club I'm in, whether I support the fucking Nazis. The math is the math. You can just do it and check it.
Yeah, that's it.
Or
you're saying
if
it is
you can't do
incorrect.
it, yeah, you can type into Google Earth curve calculator, and it will give you the same numbers that are in this. Do we own Google? Is Google flat Earth?
Yeah, it's
That's
not
the thing about
math that we.
Bias don't change math. That's why we use it. Your bias is irrelevant.
It's not something we came up with. She didn't come up with that math. It's what you guys claim.
Oh my god!
And now you're in a position where
what are you guys talking about? All right, I've just found this article. I'm gonna copy the link and I'm gonna send it to you guys.
All right.
It says that okay, let me pull it up again. It says that the height should be. Okay, here we go. It says that the height should be about 0.667 feet for every mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So you should that's about 1 foot. That's half a foot for every mile. So at 40 miles.
No, that couldn't be correct. That would be a slope.
Yeah, that would be a straight line. That would not be exponential growth of a curve.
Yeah, remember
No, the curve is the same. The curve is the same all the way around. It's not exponential.
It is exponential.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's a curve. It's a curve. It's the same all the way around.
No, it's not. It's opposite level.
It's about 8 inches for every mile.
So where did he get that?
Latz is trying to say something. Can you hear Latz?
Who should I tag?
Oh
Go
no,
ahead, Latz.
I was just gonna say that would be like looking down your driveway. It's just a straight slope downwards.
Yeah,
It's
another
not a
way to
ball. Unless you're saying you're like a disco ball earther.
another way to put it, if the guy wants to argue it's not exponential, it's certainly non-linear. Exponential would insinuate some sort of parabola and shit. But the point here is
Hey,
it's
girl I've been
non-linear.
the female is. I tagged you. The link.
All right, so
That
if you
was,
say, do you
3
follow how?
second.
Do you follow how if you stand at one point, you look out 1 mile, for example, it'll drop a certain amount, but then the second mile
8
beyond,
inches.
and then the second mile from what you were just describing, it would drop down 16. But that's not the
16
case.
inches.
You're right, but that's the problem. That's a slope, dude. Do you remember your ax plus b? Y equals ax plus b, or ax minus
the slope of a line.
Exactly. That's what you're describing there. But when you're on like a function that's non-linear, the point at
Okay. Okay. So can I explain what I think you're trying to tell me? You're saying that basically it's not just going to slope down; it's going to get more and more. So,
right. The rate.
I can see why you would think that it would be exponential. So
that's why I use the more appropriate term is non-linear, but you can actually approximate this with exponentiation. We call it
yes. No, I see why non-linear would apply there.
Yeah, but you can use a parabolic approximation, and we have one, or somebody has one somewhere, and it's useful. Up to
all that math is in her diagram that she gave you. You just gave her pretty much the same diagram. It still had the radius value of 3959. Still had you the 8 inches per mile square of curvature drop. I don't know, what is you saying that is? Why are you saying
8 inches per mile though is so mild?
Yeah, no, your source says 8 inches per mile. That is just wrong. Whoever those people are in viral literacy. Yeah.
I mean, you're the one. You said that the radius
I literally
value
did
is
a 3-second Google search. I sent I sent you the measurements, and now you're telling me that those measurements are wrong. So this is why you guys doctored
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You told us it was wrong earlier.
Hold on, bro.
You said it was
Yes,
wrong
exactly,
earlier.
because you guys doctored the math. You guys doctored the math to make it look like it's super extreme, and like every 60 feet you should be dropping like 1,000.
Stop yapping. Stop yapping. You didn't send us measurements of anything, okay? Their calculations they're not measured. What did they measure it with?
Okay.
What was the
This is
device?
the problem with any
What was the
conspiracy
device?
theory. I mean, I believe 9/11 was an inside job. I believe COVID was fake.
You're
I
just
believe
coping right now.
JFK was
You're
killed
trying
by
to
the
get your
government.
little stupid social
But
narrative
this is
out.
one that's
I'm not
physical.
gonna let you. I'm gonna just talk over you.
That
I'm
doesn't
not letting
count.
you do it, dude. I'm letting you try
You've
to
been talking
deflect.
over me the entire time.
You're
Okay?
trying to
So,
deflect.
look.
8 inches per mile is the slope. This is not debatable. 8
Yes, it
inches
is.
per mile.
We've been debating this the whole time.
Is 8 inches per mile a slope or a curve?
So it would be extrapolated over a curve. But if you were to draw a
does that
straight
mean?
line from that, if you were to draw a straight line
1 mile
from
it
a
drops
mile
8
distance of the
inches.
curve,
Another
it would
mile
be
it drops another 8 inches. Another mile it drops another 8 inches. Another mile it drops another 8 inches. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, they made a mistake. If you look at I'll show you exactly where they made the mistake if you want to look at the source. It's down where they first had the squared in the formula, then they substituted a 1, and then they just used that. It's it's a little ways down there where they say h equals d squared over 2r. Then they substitute in 1 squared. Then they get this number, and then they say that that's going to now be their amount of drop per mile, which is ridiculous. They had squared in the original formula. Then when they squared 1, they just decided they just don't understand math. I don't know what else to tell you. That's just the way it is. I mean, this is not a serious source, enviroliteracy.org. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. They don't know how to do math. So, we're telling you Earth curvature calculators, any kind of globe proponents are going to be, accepting the formulas that we're giving you. You can sit here and argue about math if you want all day long, but I'm just telling you they're wrong.
My math was wrong, though. You guys are telling me that the
I
math
just
I did was
explained
wrong.
to you. No,
It's
not
not
the
your
math you did. What you searched up is a bad source. That's a bad source. They made a mathematical error
in
that.
and you guys said it was
Oh my God!
You guys said it was wrong.
So V6, why don't you hang out till Matthew Lawrence comes in here? He's a math professor he's a globe earther. He's a math professor at Loyola University, and he can come in and tell you you're fucking wrong. Okay, you're wrong, bro.
Okay. What am I?
I don't even know why you're defending it. It's obvious. The 8 inches per mile squared is a slope.
No, I admitted that I was wrong. That when I made the uninformed statement that the curve was not exponential, I could now see someone. I don't know the kid's name, but he helped me see how it is.
Yeah, remember that was the first thing that you was arguing about. Now you were saying that we was making up the radius. You said that we was making up that radius value of 3959. That was the thing that you was arguing about.
Oh yeah, no, they're not that. I'm saying that the thing that I sent you guys about how it's just 8 inches, but then that 8 inches adds up, and it's over time. It exponentially grows. It's not just like a slope, a straight line, because it's a curve.
I'm glad you've conceded that. He's conceded that. Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yes.
Obviously, we argued it because we're just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. That was silly, dude. To even fucking insinuate that shit.
What?
That somehow we're just saying you're wrong because we're just conspiracy theorists. And that 8 inches per mile is not a fucking slope. I mean, dude, like for real. That shows you're not being honest. You.
No, that 8 inches per mile, that would be what you guys would call a slope. However, if the curve really was true, which I believe it is, that 8 inches per mile is over a mile, you drop 8 inches, and then another mile, you drop 8 inches.
That would be a slope.
That's a fucking slope, dude. I just described it to you. It's non-linear. You can use the parabolic approximation, right? You're forgetting to introduce the square in that, right? Pick a picture. If you have a little Lego man, right? Standing on top of a basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Follow? Take a ruler and put it right under his feet so it extends out.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to make the point. I wasn't explaining it well, but yeah, continue.
Right? So after 1 inch on that ruler, if you do a drop measurement, like completely vertically, it's going to be whatever, a centimeter or whatever the fuck, right? if you go another inch or another centimeter or whatever,
I understand.
Is it going to be Is it going to be 2 centimeters, or is it going to be more than 2 centimeters? From that starting from the same point where his feet are.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more than 2 centimeters.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So not 2 centimeters. Right. So it's not 2x.
It's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be 2 times whatever that. It's going to be times that curvature coefficient, whatever that is. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we're describing here, the 8 inches per mile squared, 8 is some scalar, whatever. Somehow it was derived backwards from, the other math involved. Per mile, 8 inches per mile squared. So you square the mile. So after 2 miles, right, you square that. So you get 4, multiply that by 8, times 4 is 32.
I don't know if it's squared though. I'm not sure if it's 8 inches to the 8 inches power.
Bro, if you use the parabolic approximation, this is what you get.
So you're saying that every time you you're saying that every time you go 1 mile, you square that 8 inches?
Walk through it with me. Okay, you're standing on the shoreline somewhere. You look out perfectly horizontal. Imagine your feet are right on the ground. Your eyeballs are right on the ground, right?
So then why would a ship just disappear as it goes farther? It goes down and down until you can only see the top of the ship, and then you can only see part of the ship.
You moving on.
And then you can't even see any ship.
Bro, do you want to walk through it with me so you can visualize what's going on?
Well,
so you can better understand?
Visualize how you said it. It is exponential, how it goes more, then a little bit more as it keeps going. But I'm not sure if it's squaring itself every time. I'm not sure if it's that.
I'm telling you, I'm using the parabolic approximation. Okay, a good visual for it is if you take a basketball or let's say a baseball, it's small.
Yeah, I know. Right? I understand the visual approximation.
Let me finish. And you cup your hand over the baseball. Your hand is what's representative of the parabola. Right, your fingers would not. Yes. Fingers don't wrap around.
It's half a parabola. Yes.
Exactly. If you extend your fingers out straightwards, it's going to create like a V or a U shape around the basketball. And the tips of the U's will touch the table, and the ball will. You see what I mean? So in the parabolic, I just mean your fingers. Let's say instead of your fingers curling completely around the ball, they would just keep going off. Just picture like a cup. Picture a cup around a ball. Okay, it's a better way of looking at it. You see?
Yeah, I don't know why he's
Yeah. Anyways, the point here is take it to the Earth scenario that we're talking about. The 8 inch per mile squared approximation. Picture it, right? You're on the shore. Your eyeballs are right on the shoreline. Right? You look straight out. 1 mile out. The drop is supposed to be 8 inches. After 2 miles, right, you have 8 times 2 squared. So you square the 2, it's 4 times 8 is 32. Right, you see the greater jump from 0 to 8 and then 8 to 32. You see that? Take number 3, for example. 3 squared is 9. 9 times 8. 72.
You're saying, okay, so hang on, I tapped out for a minute, but you're saying that 3 times 3 squared is 9, but what is that 3? Yeah. Where do you get, what are you saying 3 what?
This is the 3rd mile outwards, right? So we start with 0.
The 3rd mile outwards, so you have 9 miles.
Yeah, correct me if I miscalculate here, but you see the greater and greater increase, right? From 0 to 8, that's a delta of 8. X is 2, that's 32. The delta from 8 to 32 is 24. So we have a delta of 8, then a delta of 24. Then at mile 3,
72.
Right?
The delta, 72. Which is change, right?
And the delta between X2 and X3 jumped from 24, right, to 30 to 70, 72 minus 32. That's 40. The deltas are gradually increasing. It's non-linear, bro. And we use the parabolic approximation because
it gets you 128.
There you go. It works perfectly.
4 miles.
I think the math works out to be accurate within 3 or 4, maybe even 5 significant figures, up to 1,000 miles or whatever. It's kosher. After that, then it starts a little bit deviating, but for our purposes, it's perfectly fine. You follow now?
Faintly.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are definitely different than other conspiracy theories because I believe almost every conspiracy out there, but I was immediately confronted and told that I was believing some fairy tale or whatever. I don't know. I don't think that's how you win people over
Why
to
do
your
you keep
side.
bringing up conspiracy theory? When did we bring up a conspiracy?
Yeah, I don't know why.
When you say that the Earth is flat,
How is that a conspiracy?
that's viewed as a conspiracy theory.
I don't care what people view it as. Are we saying it is? You're
Yes.
straw manning like our position.
I'm saying it is.
Oh, we did? When did we say that?
I believe it was
Why would
mentioned
you
that
think
it was
flat Earth
as
is
a conspiracy.
Well, why would you think?
Well, okay, so I believe that I believe that George Bush and Larry Silverstein play 9/11, but I still call that a conspiracy theory. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, the official 9/11 story is a conspiracy theory. The official story. Because unless one
I
person
wouldn't
did it,
confirm that. I wouldn't call that as a. I know the point you're trying to make. I understand the point you're trying to make. However, I don't refer to it.
Conspiracy.
I don't refer to that as the conspiracy theory, but I see the point that you're trying to make. I
So
understand what you're
when
trying to say.
Robert Mueller testified before Congress and said they never found anything about the plot either in Afghanistan or the United States, it's not a conspiracy theory. They have a conspiracy. They have a theory of what happened, but they have no physical evidence. Meaning they have no physical evidence that Al Qaeda planned it. The 19 hijackers have zero physical evidence.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the fact that these
It's a conspiracy
these pilots who had flown these it technically is. Like I said, I see the point that you're making. However, I don't refer to it as a conspiracy theory because then most people would call me crazy, right?
No one in here. I've been here since you got in here. No one here has mentioned conspiracy theory about flat Earth except for you.
Look, put it
Yes,
this
exactly,
way.
because I
Everybody
said
thinks 9/11 Listen to me for a second. Everyone thinks 9/11 is a conspiracy theory because you'd have to believe one person did it all. You have to believe the lone wolf theory of 9/11, whatever that is.
No, it was Larry Silverstein who leased the building, who got.
Yeah, but the point is,
the clause in the
everybody
insurance for
thinks it's a
terrorism.
conspiracy theory. That's the difference. It's only an argument about who was in on the conspiracy.
Because it's multiple people. That's what makes it a conspiracy. I see. Okay.
Yes, yes. Two or more people planning to do something is a conspiracy.
Essentially, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when Congress gets together and says, "Hey, we're going to pass a law," that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, so the difference between those other topics that you said you've researched and the flat Earth is that you can go out and test this for yourself. You don't have to rely on, investigating and figuring out mysteries.
Before. I've stood on the shore of an ocean and I've seen a boat go out, slowly get lower and lower. All of a sudden you can only see the sail, and then you can only see the top half of the sail.
Stop
all of a sudden,
bro.
you can't see
that. You just read about it.
For 5 years. I saw it every day.
I know when someone's making shit up, dude. I live by the ocean.
Prove me wrong. Go to the
what
ocean
was it? Okay, I'm going to ask you for specifics now. What ocean was it?
It was the Pacific Ocean.
Where in the Pacific?
It was the Olympic National Coast.
Yeah, he lied,
National
bro.
Park coast.
Okay, stop it. Bro.
The Olympic National Park coast. I know exactly where that is.
Exactly.
I actually know what's there. There's a big bird sanctuary there. Were you at the bird sanctuary?
No, I was at Gillette or the Rose Beach. It was Ruby Beach, I believe it was called. I was at there was a lot of beaches there, but
yeah,
I've been to several
different.
Remember
which one you saw ships go over the horizon. I know, it's super hard. You're full of shit, dude. Like we've done this a lot of times. We've dealt with thousands of people. Like your little
It-
accent.
okay,
doesn't
so but
work.
it doesn't
I've
matter
actually
which
talked to
beach
you
you're
before.
at.
I remember
The
you.
water's the same.
Bro, I remember you from the other server. That's why I'm giving you a fucking attitude. I remember your bullshit from the other server.
What server, dude? Honestly,
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Nope. No, I've never. I came in and I
you
started
have,
with.
'cause you
I've
said you were
never.
homeschooled then too. That put my fucking antennas up. Yeah.
Dude, there's another person like me, bro. That's literally. I came in here and that the female on here will testify that I came in here and I said I'd never heard you. I'd never really heard a convincing flat Earth theory.
Cap, dude. You're
before.
saying all the stupid shit that you said before too.
No, but if
Dude,
I
I have
was
a super
stupid, I would
good
have tried
memory.
to
You're
use.
fucking with the wrong person, man. Like you really are.
You're really
It was you.
paranoid,
You're
man.
saying
You're
all
really
the same shit
paranoid.
that you said then. No, I'm not paranoid.
People who were here, the people who were in here when I
You
came in,
record everything.
I
No, I'm not
literally
going to
told
sit
you
through
guys.
30,000 hours of fucking recordings to
Oh,
find
this
it.
wasn't 30,000. This was like
remember you.
45 minutes ago. It was like 45 minutes ago, man, when I came in and I said,
24/7
I've never heard a
Flat Earth
convincing
Discord about
theory.
2 years ago. You were there. I remember.
No, dude.
You were doing the same thing. You were doing the exact
this
same
is-
thing, even from the 9/11
this is hilarious.
shit. Then, yeah, it is hilarious. You thought you would just fucking go under the radar. That is hilarious. Yeah, it is funny.
That's
Isn't
why
it?
he
You
was-
got,
Bro,
what you think you're going?
I didn't even have a phone 2
He's
years
trying to
ago,
pull
man.
some bullshit.
V6, you have eyes. You have eyes. Look at the side chat. You are talking about the ship disappearing. Look at it. It's disappearing and appearing. And you don't have eyes.
Oh, yeah, because
You don't have eyes, right?
Obviously, dude, it's obviously a very big
Explain
day
this.
on there.
Why the ship is disappearing and appearing? You have eyes?
Because, dude, you could see how the atmosphere is terrible on
He
that
heard
thing.
all this before. He heard this. He heard this stuff 2 years
so
ago.
hard to see through
Make up shit.
It's so hard to see through that, man.
Make up more shit.
He also
Explain
made
this.
this golf argument 2 years
If it was
ago. He
actually a
also
clear
posted
day out,
that
you'd be able to
website
see that
2
with
years
your
ago,
eyes, because
too.
that is not far out. That is
Actually, I bet you I
that's
can
not far
find
out
you.
at all,
I can
dude.
use that same link to find you because I bet you posted it in the live stream over there.
Dude, I downloaded Discord not today. I re-downloaded
Yeah, we'll
it
see.
today.
Yeah, we'll see in a second.
And I joined this server today, dude.
Yeah, he's lying, bro. Yeah,
You
he's
can look at my
Anyway,
profile,
ships
man.
don't
I created this
disappear
profile
Yeah,
back in like
around any kind of
when
curve.
did I create
They
this
just
profile,
go
dude?
outside your range of vision.
Remember since November 10th, 2024.
Okay. Yeah, you cap now.
I can't believe that I actually have
Just
to
for
tell
you
you
going
guys
through
that.
all that, we know you lying. Well, you should just admit it now.
Dude, I didn't even have a phone 2 years ago, bro.
You didn't have a phone. Come on now.
No, I'm
You
18,
didn't have
bro.
a phone.
Because
Because he's homeschooled, man. He's homeschooled. Your alarm last time was like, you want to be a flat earther, you're homeschooled. I remember the homeschool thing like it was fucking yesterday, though. I remember that shit. That's why you're giggling. Because it was your LARP then.
Yeah, I mean, when he first came in, I did question him because he did that little routine, and then he seemed like he already had all the little, ships go under the curve, and why can't you see the bottom of the skyline, all that stuff. So, I mean, that's why I called you disingenuous at the beginning. So, I mean, V6,
so
it's fine. So, why don't we have a serious conversation now if you're willing to set all that aside?
We did have a serious conversation.
So why are you saying that ships go over the horizon then? Because that's a ridiculous claim.
They don't go over the horizon. They basically go under the horizon.
What does that even mean?
Because they're going down the curve of the Earth.
So you're saying ships disappear. So you're saying your claim is that ships disappear behind the curve. That's your claim.
Yes, that is my claim.
And that the curve starts at the horizon.
And I did post when you are zooming, you see the ship, and behind that ship, you see more water. So where is that curvature?
Wait a minute. That the curve starts at the horizon.
Get him to prove his shit.
He's just making up shit.
Hey, can you prove that?
The horizon's
Because
leading
you are
us to the
making up
curve.
shit. Just it.
Yeah, can you prove what you said though, that the boat's going down below a curve?
Right.
Well, so I think if you have to, in this world, in order to actually see things, you have to climb higher in order to see farther. Doesn't that disprove the flat Earth.
Yeah, that
If it's
sounds like
flat,
an
you could
argument
just
from 2 years ago. Yeah.
And why didn't monkeys climb trees and go Earth's a globe then?
56. I'm gonna post again. Okay.
So dumb to say going higher proves the globe. Of course, when you go higher, you can see farther. Duh. That's
Yeah,
not
but why is that, dude? Why is that? Because the Earth.
Because you're higher, dude.
Just because you're higher. No, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see the same thing.
Your angle changes. Your angle
yes, so
to
it
the
makes
surface
it even
of your
farther.
changes.
You should be able to see less because your angle is even longer now, dude. It's like a triangle. Your hypotenuse is getting even longer, so you should be able to see less.
Yeah,
The
that
higher
sound
up you
like
go,
an
you should be able to see
argument
less.
from 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so take a Monopoly board and put all the like little houses and shit on it. Now look at it from really low, close to the table. Now go right above the board and tell me if you can see more of the board. Come on, dude. Like this is fucking.
Yeah, if you're standing on the board,
climb a tree, dude.
You can see all the board. The higher you go up, you're gonna see the same amount of the board because that board is
No,
very
you're
small.
not. You're going to see more of the board, dude.
Yes, exactly. Because the Earth curves. If you're talking
I
about
see further down the street after I climb my tree because I'm looking over the Earth curve.
Dude, so the board is flat, but the Earth is not. Is the argument that I'm making.
So I see further down the street when I climb my tree because I'm looking over the Earth curve.
So I think if the argument that you guys are making, then the higher you go up, the less you should be able to see, because
that's your claim. He
Because
just
it's
debunked
even
that.
farther away.
V6.
It's farther away.
He just
Check this out. Let's
V6.
imagine
V6.
you're. Hold on. Let me give him the scenario, right? See if you can do a hypothetical. Now you're on an infinite checkerboard. So you got white and black squares that extend off into the distance, right? And eventually, the squares run under your feet. They go square, but as the squares get further away, they start to become trapezoids, and the angle decreases and decreases, and eventually you're looking at an edge on, and it forms a horizon. Now, if I go higher, now listen, this is the point. If I go higher, do I see more squares on a flat infinite checkerboard?
If you go higher, do you see more? Well, okay, so that depends if it's a flat or if it's curved to the Earth's surface. If it's curved to the Earth's
if
surface,
it was a flat
then yeah, you
checkerboard,
will.
the squares I see when I go higher, I won't see any more squares than that.
No. If it's
you're
flat.
clinically retarded in all 50
So,
states.
okay, so this video that I believe it's Miguel Sosa posted.
Yeah, it's a
where
hallway.
You're on the
and there's
ground.
it's a hallway. There's an object there, farther away. And now explain to me why you don't see it ground level.
Oh, I see the object, dude. I see the
You
object.
see
the
it?
entire time.
Yeah. Play the video, and you don't
Yes,
see
I
it.
am. I'm playing it
When
right
you
now.
are-
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you don't see
Dude, I
it.
literally see the object the entire time after you zoom in.
Oh, you
don't
see
see it at the very beginning. Once you zoom in, you see it, and then you go
Yeah,
up.
but
and you
there's
see
a
the
problem.
same
The
amount
guy
of
is
the object.
raising up. The guy is raising up. Okay, you don't see the entire object. Okay.
How do we know that the guy's even going straight up?
So climb a tree, okay?
the other thing.
From the floor, from ground floor, you don't see the entire object, okay? And you only can see that object if you are zooming, okay? Because you don't know that human eyes has limitations, okay? An eagle can see more farther away.
Obviously, have limitations.
Yeah,
I mean,
you see
but
that
it's
the guy is
amazing thing
raising up.
created by
That's a
God.
flat floor. That's a flat floor, hallway, and there's an object farther away. But you to watch it, you have to zoom in, and then the guy is going up, and then you can see the entire object. So how about you climb a tree? Climb a tree to see more farther away, okay?
Yes, because the Earth curves, dude.
Oh, what Earth curves? Where the ship disappears? I just posted. Watch that.
I've already
yeah,
said that.
watch it.
The
Watch
day
it.
that
You claim
yes,
you didn't make a claim that
atmosphere was
where the
terrible
ship
that
is.
day.
Wait a second. You make a claim that where the ship disappears.
So bad weather is Earth curve? Is that what you're saying? Bad weather is Earth curve, bro? That's what he's saying.
Bad weather.
That's bad weather.
Bad weather is
Bad
what?
weather. You is mistaken for Earth curve now. Bad weather.
No, what I'm saying is if it was actually a clear day outside from that point on that rock where they zoom in, you'd be able to see that ship.
How do you know that?
Because that ship is not far away at all.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Horizon's not physical. The horizon moves around. You are aware of that, right?
So now you're making the claim that the horizon moves around. Well, it obviously moves when you walk.
Not a claim. It's not a claim.
So can you
It's
back
not a
that claim
claim.
up? How does the horizon? How does the
100% moves
horizon?
around.
How does the
distance
horizon
it
move
appears to be
around?
away from you moves around. So one day you'll go out and it looks like it's 10 miles
moving.
away. Another day it'll look 3 miles away. Another day it'll look 10 miles away.
And your point, yeah. So, and your point
Yeah,
is
so that means it's got the physical edge of a ball blocking boats, bro.
yes, you're
Because it's
saying
moving around. Is the Earth getting bigger
exactly.
and
It's the
smaller?
curvature of the Earth.
Oh, getting bigger. So the Earth's
So
getting bigger and smaller.
No, but are you saying that that's the
Is
curvature
the
of the
Earth
Earth?
getting
right there?
bigger
Is
and
that
smaller? No, you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth. I don't.
Yeah. Yes, I do
Yeah,
believe
so
that
the Earth is getting.
horizon
If
is
the
the curvature
horizon
of the Earth.
moves, that means so. If the horizon moves around and gets further and closer, that means the Earth is
On
getting
what
bigger.
basis
That means
horizon's going to get closer if you walk towards the horizon, and so you can see.
Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening to the question that's being asked?
elevation, man.
No,
You're
I
not
don't
going up or
understand. I don't
down.
understand the
You're not
claim
going
he's
back
making.
and forth. You're not going back and forth or up or down. You're you're going to the exact same location and observing from the exact same height. You go on one day, looks like it's in one place. You go on another day, it looks like it's in a different place.
I still don't understand the point that you're trying to make.
He's asking you, is it getting bigger and smaller? Because the horizon is moving. You claiming that the horizon is a physical location.
I believe that the horizon is a physical location based on where I'm standing.
So because of the horizon is moving, if you're going and you standing in the same place, same elevation, and you're observing the horizon being in different locations, being closer and further, is the Earth getting bigger and smaller, or is the horizon just moving?
It's moving because I'm moving.
No, you're not moving.
You're
That's the
standing
point.
in the same place.
So so the only way that the horizon could shrink would be for atmospheric conditions, right?
Oh, okay. So the horizon is not physical. So it's not the physical edge of a ball.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that the height.
You're not? I asked you 3 times.
Yeah, you said it was a physical. You said the horizon's a physical start of the curve edge, didn't you?
Something that you're observing to see.
I guess if you're looking out on the ocean, it is.
Right.
That is, in my opinion,
So it's
the physical edge of the wall.
So it's not atmosphere if it's getting big, if it's moving. If the horizon is moving and you're saying it's due to the atmosphere, then you're not actually looking at a physical object. You're looking at something that's moving.
So I guess what you're saying, and what I would say then to that is, the horizon, like the physical limitation, like how far I can see out, that length, if I can truly see, like you said, to the curvature, the point where I can't see because of the curvature of the Earth.
Dude, you
that could be
listening to
limited.
see, you're not listening. That's why you're getting confused. You are observing the horizon in the same at the same location, at the same spot, at the same elevation. You are physically seeing the horizon due to your limitations. But you're seeing the horizon sometimes 10 miles out. Then you see the horizon sometimes 3 miles out. Is the Earth getting bigger and smaller, since you're saying that it's the physical location of the curvature of the Earth, which is the horizon, right? You're saying that it's a physical location that blocks both
I'm saying
or is the horizon, or wait a minute, or is it just an optical illusion due to whatever atmosphere that you're looking at through the medium, whatever you're going to say? Which one is it?
Honestly, I've already made my point clear that if you're standing at a point, you can see as far as either your eyes allow you to, which is what you guys are saying.
But you can see the horizon, though.
Yeah, so if it's a clear day and you're seeing to the ocean, I mean, if the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be as sharp as it is, then you can only see as far as the curvature of the Earth.
No. You're saying, okay, if you're saying that's the horizon, and that's the physical location of the curvature of the Earth. And sometimes that horizon is 10 miles out, and sometimes the horizon is 3 miles out. That means you're claiming that the Earth is bigger. Wait a minute, hold on. That means you're claiming that the Earth is getting bigger and smaller.
No, I'm saying I'm not saying that the horizon moves unless you're referring to the horizon as like how far I'm.
It does move. That's the point.
Well, maybe for your eyes, not mine.
No, it's not.
I mean, I guess I'm 18.
You got to remember, V6, these flat Earth retards don't even believe in gravity. So that sort of shifts the whole.
You don't even know what gravity is.
That's
exactly
you don't even know what gravity is to even tell us what
shut your fat old mouth, you old pedophile.
Yeah,
anyway,
mute that.
So I need.
Oh my God! What the hell?
He's coming in here to help his boy out because his boy is stuttering and acting like an idiot.
So listen, bro, in the chat, let's like he's
so they think that gravity.
No. You're
like they think it's just like this disc floating in the middle of nowhere, right?
Nobody thinks that. You know, we don't think that. You were told last time.
So tell me, what do you believe then?
Yeah, you're LARPing about over. Now look in the chat. So there's some oil rigs right here. Why is the horizon 10 miles away when it's supposed to be 4 miles away?
What? I don't see the point that you're making.
He said the horizon is 10 miles away when it should be 4 miles away. You heard him?
The horizon is 10 miles away.
Based off what?
And it should be 4 miles
That's
away.
how far away that's how far away that furthest oil rig is from the camera. It's 10 miles.
That doesn't prove shit, though.
Is there any proof?
The horizon is the horizon's behind it. So the horizon's at least the distance of the oil rig, right?
Can you give me proof? 10 miles out.
So they're gonna start trolling.
Yeah, they is.
Yeah, no, you have no evidence.
They're gonna tell you guys are trying to throw your body into the gears. We know how this works.
Bro, the horizon is supposed to be 12 miles away from shore. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it's not.
Okay,
Yeah,
the
it
quarter
is.
for the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the
Okay.
horizon.
So if you do 6 times 12 to the square root of 9.
You're just gonna be muted.
If you do 6 times 12 to the square root of 9, you get 12 miles offshore for the horizon. Like, what are you
Okay, I said 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Bro's reality is falling apart in front of his eye.
Right.
Yeah, you could. Now, this is the part where you try to posture and play pretend after you getting cooked and us recording it for like 40 minutes.
Can you tell me why? What is? How can you justify just a flat disc floating?
Yeah, you know we don't believe that, and you're gonna try it again because now your mask is falling off and you've gone into straight slow mode.
Dude, stay focused, bro. Stay
You're not
focused.
talking anymore.
Like, stay focused, bro.
No.
So your mission failed, buddy. Go
What
tell
was
your
he
friends
saying
that
about-
came in here and tried to help you how your mission failed utterly.
Yeah, what was he saying about floating? Are these some of the crew that think these things are floating?
No, it was his last gasp after getting cooked.
I mean, first he admitted that the horizon does move, which means, and then he, at the same time, he tried to say that the horizon is the physical location of the curvature of the Earth that's supposed to be blocking things, but that have an actual location where it's supposed to be based on the Earth curvature mathematics. Now we're showing him something that contradicts his Earth curve mathematics, and now he's trying to get his boys involved to basically say, "Oh, well, it's supposed to be 12 miles out." But your boy just basically said it was an optical illusion anyway, and then at the same time said it was a physical location. It can't be both. Unless you're saying the Earth is unless you're saying the Earth is getting bigger and smaller, which make that question relevant.
So just give you a little update. The dude tried to argue 8 inches per mile was the proper formula for about 30 minutes.
Wait a minute. He tried to argue what? Say it again. I'm sorry.
8 inches per mile was the curve. He tried to argue that for about 30 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he failed on his own claim. Good job.
Yeah, that's where it started. Yeah.
8 inches
I mean,
per
technically, the pyramid.
He was trying to argue that Earth was a slope.
Yeah. You guys genuinely believe the Earth is flat?
And somehow the boats get behind that 8 inches per mile. So
8 inches per mile, not 8. Not 8.
It go under the 8 inches per mile slope. Yeah.
Not 8 inches with the mile squared. Just 8 inches per mile. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, not because he said we got to prove the square. I don't know.
Yo, do you guys actually believe the Earth is flat?
Not a belief.
Oh God.
No, you believe the Earth is a globe, though. We don't believe Earth is flat. It is flat.
Oh, you're saying it is a fact that it's flat.
It's a fact, yeah, and everybody uses it that way.
Can you explain why
it's measured that way? It's observed that way. It's experienced that way. It's practically used that way, and it's measured that way.
No. But I'm just like, can you?
Why every time these guys come in the room, they come in here and be like, "Do you guys really believe that the Earth is flat?" Why you guys come in the room with that? Do you guys?
Because like you guys
y'all have a meeting and just all just say when I go in this flat Earth room, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna start off with that.
Let him cook himself.
Anyways, what facts prove that the Earth is flat? Like, what do you guys have?
Flat it is. How flat it is. That's what proves it.
How flat
Water is horizontal on the surface in large bodies. It displays no convexity. It disproves the idea that you live on a
Okay, but
globe.
that's not a fact, though. That's not a fact.
It is. It's a fact in physics, sir.
What under what side? Send me a link. Send the link in chat right now.
Okay.
You don't know that water lays horizontal on the top? You don't know this, really?
It's observably true, and you can test it.
Let's say you want to build a 1 million square foot warehouse. How would you make the floor flat?
By leveling it.
What's inside of a level?
Uh-oh.
A measurement, which is liquid.
What's inside of it? What is the like thing that's inside the little bubble level?
I don't know exactly what it is, but it is a liquid measurement.
It's water.
Liquid. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh God.
What is that?
You didn't want to say water, bro. Come on.
I didn't know. I just told you. I didn't know exactly what it was.
He said water lies flat, so we use water to make something flat.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So you're saying if the Earth was round, or no, since the Earth is flat, we can just see as far out as we want into the horizon.
So you're saying insert straw man right after that.
We didn't say that.
They just can't help the straw man. It's just getting
Why would you be able to, like, listen, you have visibility, right? If you look up your meteorology, it says the visibility. It's not based upon Earth. It's based upon the meteorological conditions of the day. Now, the farthest you could see, even within the globe model, okay, ignoring curvature, would be 296 kilometers. So I don't know where you get this idea you'd be able to see forever.
Koji, I put the link in the text.
Okay. But what are your thoughts on like pictures of outside of Earth that show that it's round?
How did you validate them?
I would validate them by the government and NASA.
They're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
What?
I said, what? Do you got wax in your ears, you glue sniffer? They are in violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
And what do they violate, though?
Violate the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy will always increase with spontaneous processes.
Which means in dumbass terms, because I'm slow.
You're slow. Well, we already knew that.
Okay, so explain it in dumbass terms because I am.
All right. Gas will expand to fill the available volume. So, if you got pictures, which are not pictures, but if you claim pictures from NASA from outer space in the vacuum, then you have to tell everyone in the room how in the fuck you're still breathing.
But do you know that these pictures come from inside these spaceships, which have oxygen in them, and they're not in a vacuum?
Oh my God! I never thought of that.
Okay, so then what's the point in bringing up? I don't know.
Alpha Indio, let's wrap it up. That's it.
Yeah, your sarcasm detector's broken, dude.
You just brought up them taking pictures in a vacuum, which is not possible. But they don't take pictures in a vacuum.
No, the place is impossible for a spaceship, for a camera, or any other thing.
But they're not in a vacuum. That's the thing.
Is the spaceship?
The spaceship is not in the vacuum.
Is the spaceship supposed to be in the vacuum of space?
The spaceship is in the vacuum of space. Yes.
Okay then, Brainiac.
So when we make
I never heard of this argument.
on Earth, and we put something in it, nothing happens. Nothing happens on the inside in that fruit. Nothing.
You're fucking retarded, dude.
He fucking with us.
You don't realize it. You're fucking done, man.
So
listen, I gotta take. So you're a dumb fuck.
If you put a balloon in
so
a
you're a
vacuum
dumb fuck.
chamber,
So you're a dumb
seal
fuck.
out
What
all
is the
the
second law of
oxygen,
thermodynamics?
the balloon will still
What is
be
the second law
full.
of thermodynamics?
What
is the second law of
the
thermodynamics?
second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with my argument.
Yo, you're too stupid to fucking realize it, dude.
I don't
All right, I gotta take a couple
Okay.
minutes off, man. I'll
Yeah, so
leave
check this
you.
out, dude.
Hey,
I'll
Indio,
walk
I'll
you
leave
through
him with you.
Oh, you fucking thanks, buddy. So let me walk you through this. To go to space and take pictures, right? You have
Yes.
to go from 15 psi air pressure to a place with negative or 10 to the negative 13 torr air pressure,
It's 17.
right?
Okay.
Okay. How did you get there without traversing a barrier?
What?
What's holding the gas from fucking off into the vacuum?
The gas from the thrusters, or just
Earth. The Earth.
No, the gas on Earth.
Yeah,
Going-
air we breathing. What's
What are
holding the
you-
air we breathing?
Yo, I'm sorry. You guys are gonna have to explain in the most dumbest.
Yes.
terms.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the Earth exists in a vacuum, in a giant vacuum, but the Earth is supposed to be covered in frickin' air. Now, the whole paradigm behind this is like, hey, we got pictures from space, we fly into this vacuum. Okay, but all of that violates natural law. And so you're saying, the argument is, look, man, these pictures are from a natural law violating place. Believe them because they said so. Sorry, they're claiming they violated the laws of nature to do that. Just as if NASA showed you pictures of Jesus walking on water.
You still don't get it. You still don't get it, right, Koji?
No. I understand. Let me explain what I from my.
If NASA showed pictures of you with Jesus walking on water, would you believe it?
Why would I believe that?
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's different.
Exactly.
That's a completely
Because
different.
it violates natural law, right? A vacuum of outer space violates natural law. You shouldn't believe it.
No, because first, Earth is in a vacuum, yes, and it's the Earth has an atmosphere which keeps everything on Earth. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so them leaving Earth, what does that have to do with anything?
Because the air that you're breathing right now would expand to fill the available space, Koji. I knew you didn't understand what was being said to you. So if you have gas pressure, think about high pressure system next to a low pressure system. Just as an example, right? Like if you blow air in a balloon, you let the nozzle go, the air rushes out of that balloon. Why does that occur, Koji?
Because it's gonna fill in the space.
Then, but the pressure inside of that balloon is high pressure, right? The one outside, it's low pressure.
Yeah.
But why is there an exchange? Why does it equalize when you let go of the nozzle?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be shown a demonstration.
No. I'm asking you, why do you think the air rushes out of the balloon?
Right.
To fill in the gaps.
Yeah, I'm asking you why. Why does it do that?
I don't know. I'm no scientist. I don't know.
Well, no, it's not. It's just this is a part of the second law of thermodynamics that you weren't understanding, which is the reason why if gas fills the available space, it's doing so because it's going from high pressure to low pressure. In the case of the balloon, it rushes out of the balloon into the lower pressure. And it doesn't just like leak out, it does so violently. It rushes out immediately. So think about it. We have a high pressure on the surface of Earth. The vacuum is said to be super low pressure. There's a vast pressure differential from out there where they're claiming the vacuum of space is, where your satellites are taking pictures. And then on the surface, we have high pressure. Well, if it's the same like the balloon, the air would rush out into the available space and we wouldn't have breathable air.
Yeah, but we have an atmosphere, right?
Yeah, that's the gas pressure that you're talking about. We're mentioning right now. That's what you're breathing.
So them leaving, it disrupts the atmosphere.
No. It's not the action of them leaving. The gas wouldn't remain on the surface of the Earth if it were true that there's an open system, because there's nothing stopping the gas pressure from leaving the Earth. It would just rush out into the available space until it would equalize.
Yeah, but
just like the balloon,
the atmosphere
having the air pressure.
Feeling, which
if you're trying to claim that Atmos is some type of barrier, Atmos is what you're breathing.
So I'm breathing oxygen.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron. You're talking about Atmo? That's what you're breathing. Do you know what Atmo is?
I'm breathing oxygen.
And what is that?
And nitrogen, and it's so the air that you're breathing is a mixture of gases, right?
Yes.
But the problem we're having right now is the fact that if we do have a high pressure differential, meaning that we have high pressure on the surface and a super low pressure where they're said to be where the satellites are, then the air would rush off of the Earth into the vacuum of space.
Okay.
If it were true that the Earth is an open system. Are you getting it or no?
Yeah, I'm getting.
You know you're breathing because you're creating a pressure differential with your lungs.
Okay, so this is saying this is you guys are basically trying to disprove the pictures from NASA, the government, China.
No. It's not about the. Hold on. Wait. It's first things first. We have to start with the principle, right? You have to understand what this means, and then we can move off into those things. But you have to first understand what we're talking about. So if you think
it's scientifically backed, is there?
Yeah, hold on a minute. Hold on a second.
There's science for no reason.
Yeah, there's three types of systems. First of all, right, an open, closed, and an isolated system. Well, we know one of them doesn't apply to nature, which is isolated, so we can rule that one out. So we have a closed and open system to contend with. Either the Earth as a globe is an open system or a closed system. Which means in an open system, matter and energy can transfer back through the system. In a closed system, only energy can transfer back and forth through the system. Matter cannot leave, which means anything that's made of matter cannot leave the Earth. Like gas.
Okay. So
this is the issue right now. We're either in an open system or a closed system because we already said isolated systems. There's nowhere in nature, so we're going to just look at those two systems. Do you think the Earth as a globe is an open or a closed system?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, think about it. If you have gas pressure on Earth right now that you're breathing, where would gas pressure be better off? What system would fit better where you can have gas pressure? A closed system or an open system?
An open? I don't know. I'm not.
Well, think about it. Gas wants to expand to fill available space, right? That's what it wants to do. So if it has space to move, it will move. Correct. It would be a closed system then. So that means that matter cannot leave. Anything that's made of matter cannot leave the Earth. But energy can. So like the sunlight. Energy from the sun, any type of energy can transfer back and forth through the system, but matter cannot leave. Now we have a problem because we identified that it's a closed system. Well, that means that the Earth as a globe doesn't sound like a closed system. We have a problem. You starting to see the picture? The Earth as a globe is an open system.
Yeah, but these are like again, I don't want to like hate or anything, but these are just claims. Is what I'm hearing. I don't see.
No, they're not claims, dude. This is the way you understand natural law operates. You can't have gas laws abiding by nature and then saying that this is not true, because a gas law is. Say. What did you say?
I didn't say anything. No.
Yeah, so we have, like I said, like the gases that we have on the surface is said to be about 14 psi, pounds per square inch, right? That's what you're breathing right now. If the gas had room to move, it would keep moving. It wouldn't stop. It would rush out and to fill the available space until it equalized. And you wouldn't have the pressure that you have on the surface if they're claiming, right? They're telling you that the Earth in an open system has the vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure air that you're breathing right now. So there's no container containing the gas because it's an open system. However, if it was a closed system, it would make logical sense that the gas that you're breathing right now would be contained. That means you can't go into the vacuum of space where they said the satellites are.
Oh, you can't get past the container.
There you go. You starting to see the picture?
Yeah, but
if you're making that claim, it's violating the second law.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. I'm trying to paint a picture for him so he can see.
Yeah,
why.
no. I got it now. Okay, so
okay.
What you're saying is they claim to have pictures from outside of Earth, but we are in a container, and they can't leave it.
Yes, now you got it.
Okay, but then
because if they do leave it, the air will be going with them.
Well,
isn't the lid of our container a self-healing?
No, it's not. It's not a membrane. So the thing about like what you have to realize here is that there's a claim on the table, right? It's either an open system, like they're saying it is, or a closed system, like the way we know it to be with gas laws. So they're lying or they're violating the second law. Which one of those do you think is happening?
Honestly, you're gonna have to explain that again. I was not locked in.
So is it an open system or a closed system? Which one makes more logical sense? Is the laws not being violated or?
They're lying about the pictures or natural laws being violated. Which is more likely? You already gave away what the principle you'd apply when I said, what if they showed you Jesus walking on water and you're like, I wouldn't believe that. That's impossible because that violates the law of nature, right? You wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, that's completely different.
No, the second law of thermodynamics has no known violations ever. In fact, Einstein said it was the three pillars of the stools of physics. It was one of the legs of the stool. And Eddington said, who confirmed Einstein's theory, confirms Einstein's I'm not gonna get into it, but he said if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, he guarantees it goes down with the greatest humiliation.
Okay, but isn't the gravitational pull of Earth holding down?
There it is. So if you think that's the case, Koji.
I think it's the case. I thought it was.
Well, here's the thing. If even if you thought about it, like as in what could be the explanation for that, then you would have to not only redefine what gas pressure is, but show a demonstration that it actually adheres to that what you think is true with gravity. So there's two things you have to do to defeat what we're saying. You'd have to topple the second law of thermodynamics all by yourself, and then redefine what gas pressure is, that it's not just the force exerted on the walls of its container, but then you'd have to show how gravity is a wall for a container. And that is, like I'm telling you, you'd be in La La Land at that point, because that's nowhere, understood within physics. So you can't say that because there's no demonstration.
Okay, but don't we have helium? It floats higher, and then there's another gas that goes lower.
Yeah, but the problem we're having right now is they're claiming to go to a place that they apparently would not be able to go. That's the issue we have. But the idea that, all of this stemmed from the question what about pictures from space, from satellites? So we're showing you the reason why people can't be up there.
And
That place.
isn't that also true what Rich Evans is saying? Gas pressure is also like very.
Oh my God! Don't listen to Rich. If he's DMing you, Koji, if he's DMing you, do not listen to Rich Evans.
But that's true though, because the
dude, he's gonna steer you wrong. We've defeated him many times in this channel. Don't listen to Rich Evans.
Not, but like.
All right, you're just gonna go head first into it. Go ahead. What did Rich Evans say?
What he's saying. I'm just saying, when you climb Everest, you have to. You can't.
This isn't about Everest, Koji. This isn't about Everest. This isn't about Everest.
Yes, it is.
The claim. No, it's not. You came in, Koji. Koji, relax, dude. You came in with the claim saying that satellites are taking pictures of the Earth. Don't worry about Everest. We're talking about the place that you think that satellites are taking pictures of the Earth. Now, Rich Evans is going to get you confused because he already sounds like he's doing a good job. Don't listen to that guy in your DMs, dude. Anyway,
yeah, he puppets a lot of you newcomers.
He does this to a lot of new guys.
He straight up your ass and puppets you.
He's not even in my DMs. I don't know where I found that.
Bullshit.
Right.
No, I'll take a picture.
So why you say his name then?
Because I don't know. I saw his messages somewhere.
Who is
in your DM?
Recognized globe somewhere. Why are you even
floating around?
Who cares what he says? He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, so back to what you were saying. And to clarify, you understood the principle. So now that we've established that a closed system would be the best way to contain gas, now you have a problem. Like I said, the Earth as a globe is an open system. Well, that can't do.
Well, I never really fully agreed on you guys with anything.
Well, you did. You understood the principle. You repeated it back to me on when I said what system is what would be best to hold gas pressure, and you agreed that closed system would be the best.
Let me build an open close. See, listen, real simple. We know Rich Evans' argument. Why is there less air pressure at the top of Mount Everest? Well, yeah, there's a gas pressure gradient. You can have that in a closed system. You cannot have it in an open system. There can be no gas pressure gradient in an open system, period. But they can exist in a closed system. He didn't tell you that part.
He doesn't know that part.
Koji, we're trying to reason with you at the moment, and it seems like you're resistant for I don't know what reason. You understand that the principle is pretty much put forward to you to understand that that's just how it is. You can't have it both ways. You can't have gas pressure in an open system. That's not possible. Gas would just continue to expand and to fill the available space. That's what it would do. Unimpeded. Gravity will not be holding it down, not even a little. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions.
Yeah, but Earth's atmosphere doesn't violate the...
Yes, it does. An atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape.
Yeah, but gravity is doing the work.
Gravity does not exist. Even if I gave you gravity, dumbass. Even if I gave you all the fairy tale fuckwit, non-scientifically validated gravity, all of Newtonian gravity, all of Einsteinian gravity, times it by 1,000, it will not affect
right, can you show the
entropy of gases 1 iota.
Can you show the actual
So
definition?
don't overtalk me, you fucking glue sniffer.
Yeah, but can you show the actual
law
you're using?
Every fucking time, shut
Yeah,
your
but you can't show me the actual
Shut up.
equation or
Shut the fuck up. Fucking talk right through me, you glue sniffing fucktard. Get back to your cake decorating farms, fuckwit. You're exposed. Fucking clown. Gravity, gravity, gravity. Scientifically validate gravity, dumbass. Right now.
When
What's
I
the
jump, I
observed
fall back to
natural
Earth.
phenomena, fuckwit?
When I jump, I fall back to.
What's when I jump, I fall back to Earth. That's the observed natural phenomena? Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, natural phenomena.
Okay. Natural phenomena observed, dependent variable. I jump up as a dumb fuck and fall back to Earth. Independent
There you go.
variable,
That's gravity.
please.
That's gravity.
Independent variable, please.
But you're not when you
Independent
when you're,
variable,
old
please.
arguments. You guys never
Independent
actually.
variable, please. Holy shit, you dumb fuck. So you got your fucking retarded dependent variable that's not an actual dependent variable, but we'll accept it. I jump up and I fall back down to earth. Dependent variable. What's your independent variable?
That sounds right.
Does gas fall too? Back to Earth?
Yeah, what the fuck's this got to do with gas? Jumping up and down.
He brought up gravity. He brought up gravity, so.
Hey, retard!
You got to prove it.
Hello. I was on mute. Someone.
Yeah, you're on fucking mute for talking through me. Because that's all you can do as a dumbass globetard. Right? With your idiot nonsense, second law of thermodynamics violating fucking gravity horse shit that you don't know dick about. Which gravity are you talking about, by the way? Oh, Koji, dumb fuck. Which gravity?
What do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Stick your thumb up your ass and spin around. Fucking him. He's an imbecile.
I mean, you
What's gravity, dude?
He's going to need a minute to find his ass because he doesn't know it from his elbow.
Oh, I'm unmuted? All right, look in the chat.
Look in the chat. Why should we look in the chat, you dumb fuck? You're just going off of Chat GPT and posting everything that you don't know dick about. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. You don't know what gas laws are. You don't know what open and closed systems are. You don't know what gravity is. You're just a fucking moron.
I don't even.
Did he go on Chat GPT and look up how to argue with a flat earther?
You're an ass clown, dude. Thanks for that.
Boy.
Appreciate that, by the way.
That's hilarious.
He's already using Rich Evans's thumb, by the way.
So let's hold you to what you fucking mindlessly parroted. So the second law of thermodynamics states in an isolated system. What's an isolated system, Koji, dumbass? What's an isolated system? We're going to hold you to what you wrote.
For your whole thermodynamics argument, you're going to
shut up. What's an isolated system? Shut your mouth. What's an isolated system?
Don't do that.
Tell us what an isolated system is. What is an isolated system? Answer what I asked you right now.
No, hug it.
No.
We got to go back to your point.
We got to go back. We're not going back, dumbass.
You're trying to prove to me that.
What's an isolated system?
I'm going to question you.
What's an isolated system?
Hold on.
Question me. You freaking. This is like Mary Poppins questioning fucking General Patton. You're a fucking clueless clown, dude. Shut your dumb ass up.
You clearly don't understand the answers. Like,
yeah, how you gonna question him when you don't understand the answers to begin with? He asked you what an isolated system. You brought that up in your little paragraph right here. He asked you, "Do you know what it is?"
So he doesn't even know what he's regurgitating.
Nope. He got it off of ChatGPT.
No, that ain't ChatGPT. That's Rich Evans. That's what he gave him. That's Rich Evans stuff.
Yeah.
Rich Evans is talking about gas pressure gradients as if that shows that the gas didn't fill a volume. If there's a gradient of gas there, then the gas filled the volume.
What a clown.
There's gas there.
Can you show the actual equation or definition of the second law you're using? Why are you?
What's an isolated system?
Just running away from this question.
What's an isolated system?
I'm asking a question.
What's an isolated system? We already asked you, you dumbass. What is an isolated system from your mindless parrot from Rich Evans?
I'm asking a question.
What is an isolated system? I'm going to ask you, this is your last time. What is an isolated system? You won't get another chance. Answer it now.
No, hug it. I'm not answering.
You're done. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he's done.
He's being coached by Rich Evans to act the way he is.
Alpha, didn't you go over the isolated system thing that it can only be an open or closed system?
I did, but he didn't retain anything because he was just waiting to speak because Rich Evans was coaching him.
Yeah, and he lied about Rich Evans DMing him.
Right, he lied about that. Yeah,
He lied. Yeah, that's right. What he posted is directly from Rich Evans. So he's a lying globetard.
Yep. Because prior to this, he didn't know any of that. None of it.
Nope.
Zero.
So here's the funny thing is, I'm sure in his mind he thinks, this guy must be really smart and must fuck these guys up, and that's why he's banned. No, he's banned because he's a fucking retard. And we're sick of dealing with dumb fuckery.
Yeah. And Rich Evans isn't here because he's probably permabanned. He's not allowed in here anymore.
Because we can ask him what an isolated system is, and he don't know either.
He's just like Phil Bellum. They use these guys like puppets every time they come in here. They get in their DMs and tell them, "Oh, I'm going to give you a good argument. Just follow me. Do what I say."
I love it when that happens.
I was waiting for that independent variable. Did Rich Evans tell you about the independent variable for gravity?
No. He didn't know what a dependent variable was. I jump up on the earth and I land on my feet.
I thought his claim was about gas. Why do you start talking about jumping up?
Rich Evans said,
jumping got to do with gas behavior.
Okay, everyone shut up for a second and then everyone talk at the same time.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Oh, yeah.
Go.
What?
That's the old Rich Evans playbook right there. Keep ignoring my question. Like, he's thinking that he's going to bait somebody to talk about a red herring. That's what he wants. That's all Rich Evans stick.
Yeah, gravity affects gas. How do you know? I can jump.
But talk about something he don't know nothing about. He want to talk about an isolated system, and we ask him what is it. He go, no, I'm asking you a question. I want to see if you even know what it's about. Do you know what it is? No, I don't have to. I just repeating after Rich Evans. Okay.
And I only told him like not even 5 minutes ago what it was.
He even agreed to it, so that's what's silly about it.
Wow.
He said that the second law applies strictly to isolated systems. What the fuck? What is wrong with these people, man?
Doesn't know what that is, though.
They made that shit up.
That's Rich Evans' soup sandwich right there.
Wow.
It would have been better if you came all by yourself, Koji.
Yeah.
Would have.
He's going to take you below baseline. He's going to make you dumber than you would have been if nobody had told you anything.
Exactly.
I'm sure Rich has got that Duper's Delight going on right now.
Yeah.
Hey, since you're going to ask us questions, right, for equations, ask Rich Evans for the thermodynamic theory of gravity and how gravity can do thermodynamic work. Ask him for that.
I got to break out for a few minutes, man. You guys take over.
10-4.
This is hilarious. I did not know these guys was really jumping in these guys' DMs and.
Oh yeah, dude. They get upset because we remove them from the forums. So they live vicariously through these guys that come in here. And the moment because they're listening on the YouTube, because I know Rich is listening to us right now. And yeah, they just love to shellac these guys because they're trying to do what if they would be in here would be doing.
Why is Rich Evans though? Why is he your globe sensei? Why him? Who's this idiot? How do you know him from Adam? Some moron on Discord is running interference in your DMs, and that's the guy that you're going to defer to for all your knowledge about what the world is. Why? Who told you he knows anything?
I feel
This is
like
what it comes down to. Globe Faith is just resting on some moron that ran interference on Discord.
Yep.
They've known it for thousands of years, but you need him to prove it?
So I unmuted you, Koji. I'm going to ask you a question. And you're going to answer it. Okay.
If I'm smart enough to answer it, we'll see.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You will be, because it's just a really simple question.
If you don't mind, can I just say something first, though? Because where Rich Evans is texting me is in 24/7 global Earth reality, not my DMs.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Awesome.
No, just you guys were making a mistake, and you know,
It sounded like the same thing, though, right?
Okay,
You still lied about it.
You copy paste.
I never lied about it. I said he's not in my DMs. What? That's not DMs.
Yeah, but you still texting you though.
Yeah, it's beside the
but
point.
not-
Let's
I
let
said not
Indio
in
get to his
DMs.
point. It doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. Let him get to his point.
Yeah, forget Rich Evans, dude. Okay, this says, here's how to debunk it. Gravity is doing work. The Earth's gravity holds the atmosphere in place. The atmosphere does not spontaneously fly into space because of gravity. Prevents it. This is not a violation of second law of thermodynamics. It's a demonstration of working with a system with forces. Now, did you ask him for any evidence of that?
I don't
Of that
talk to
verbal
him.
diarrhea. Okay, so you didn't ask him for evidence.
Look in the group chat, and you'll see me. Not even like all I'm gonna say.
So
is
you just took it from there and copy pasted it in our chat.
he's
Is that what
not.
you're saying?
Look in the chat and just tell me if I copy and pasted anything. Just look in it. Because you're making all these claims but zero proof.
No, I asked you a question. How's asking a question a claim?
Okay.
I'm asking you, where did you get this from? Here's how to debunk it. Where did you get that from?
Don't worry about it. Websites.
Oh, you got okay.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Okay.
I got it
Did
from
those
websites.
websites. Okay. Did those websites present any evidence for any of this? Here's how you debunk it. Evidence for any of this.
Yeah, I'll look at the website and see if there's evidence. Hold up.
And evidence would be in the form of empirical data, right? Experiments, measurements, things like that.
Yep. Just give me a second.
Hey, y'all, check the
post
chat
them,
real
I'll
quick.
post them too. I'll post them too if you don't mind.
Check the chat real quick.
You know you full of shit, bro.
Check the chat.
Just give me a second. I'll get the Okay. Yeah, I'm getting it, Grisp. Chill out. All right, here you go. There's this. I don't know exactly what all this means. You let me know if this is true or wrong. I have no idea. I'm not no like whatever they call it.
Hey, Koji, how about you show that gravity holding gas pressure? Show the experiment.
Hold on. Yeah, that's what I want. The experiment. Experiments aren't right or wrong. They're either done or they weren't done. So we have something that describes gas behavior, Koji. It's called the kinetic theory of gases. Nowhere in that theory is gravity. Nowhere. No gas law uses gravity in it. None of them. So you can sit here, and anybody can sit here and say gravity affects the gas, but there's no evidence for that whatsoever in the natural world. None. It's just a story. It's a
Hello?
Did we lose Indio?
So you don't hear me?
I didn't. I cut out for like a second.
You cut out.
Okay, Koji, it's really simple. Kinetic theory of gases, nowhere in that theory that describes gas behavior is gravity. To claim that gravity does work, thermodynamic work on gas is bullshit. Okay? It's never been demonstrated experimentally. It's never been observed in nature. It's just a story. and you can prove it wrong by experiment. Here's the experiment. You have a vacuum chamber. It's 100 feet tall cylinder vacuum chamber. You have a little opening at the bottom where you can insert gas. You insert the gas inside the vacuum chamber. You see if the gas settles at the bottom of the vacuum chamber away from the vacuum because of gravity. It won't. It'll distribute evenly through the entire cylinder, no matter what part of the cylinder, where it is. Doesn't matter how high it is off the ground. Doesn't matter how close it is to the ground. Doesn't matter where it is. It's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, period. Gravity has no effect on it at all.
Okay, but doesn't the like
There literally is no but.
But doesn't
We
the
know the
atmosphere
behavior
never
gas.
transitions directly from air to vacuum?
So what?
So then that would show that air isn't going into space.
Okay. I already explained this to you. Okay. You can't have a gas pressure gradient in an open system. The presence of any type of gas pressure can only exist. A gradient, not a gradient, a fucking swirl, a fucking hurricane, tornado, anything can only exist in a closed system. We know this not from our opinions, but from experiment. We know this from experimentation and observation of the natural world. We know this.
Yeah, but the Earth is an open system.
Yeah, so there shouldn't be a gas pressure gradient. Not people that claim they've taken pictures of space are saying, I took a picture from a place that violates natural law. There's no way around it. That's what they're claiming. And just because they can say the magic word, oh, gravity makes all this magically possible, that's fine. Say whatever you want, but you need the requisite experiment, scientific experiment, to demonstrate that. We don't need to run around fucking proving every image that anyone can fucking produce, right? Oh, this one's fake because of this, and this one's fake because of that, and this one's fake. No, dude. We know all the pictures of Santa are fake, right? I don't have to prove every picture of Santa fake, one by one. We know they're all fake. How do we know that? Because Santa's a fictional character. The vacuum of space is a fictional character.
Okay, so then you guys also like believe how the southern hemisphere is massively stretched because of the Earth being flat?
You don't have a southern hemisphere because there's no sphere.
Well, like not as in like southern hemisphere as in it's a sphere, but like it's stretched, and that's what's that area is the southern area.
See, now we're going to get into maps, and you're going to get way outside your wheelhouse if you don't know about second law of thermodynamics. Because maps are hyper-technical. Now, what you're probably thinking of is the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map, like all maps, are made for a purpose. The Gleason's map, the purpose of it is to know when it's noon in any particular place. That's all. Its only purpose. It says on it, time and longitude calculator. It only tells you the position of the sun within the latitude longitude coordinate system.
Okay, so then like, why do stars rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere unless Earth is a sphere?
Okay. This is crazy.
What
You're
about
gish galloping. You're just gish galloping all over the place. You're not addressing anything that was said to you.
Why do stars rotate clockwise in the southern
They don't
hemisphere
rotate.
and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Oh, hi, Rich Evans.
Wait a minute. So we off of the gas pressure thing?
Okay, stars don't rotate.
Well, I mean, you guys just, I don't understand most of the stuff you guys are talking about.
Have you ever seen a star rotate? Have you ever seen a star rotate?
Rotate as in it moving? Or me actually seeing a star rotate?
Yeah. No. It moving is not a rotation. Is it?
Rotating as in it moving?
If I draw a circle on a piece of paper, is that a rotation?
That's a circle on a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's not a rotation though. You wouldn't say the circle rotated or that line that you drew rotated, right?
So you're saying the stars aren't rotating?
No, they're not. See, this is an example of what people that defend the globe, they insert their explanation into the description. They say, this explanation is a description of reality. No, that's not a description of reality. That's your explanation on why we see the stars trace arcs in the sky. And if you do a time lapse, they appear to make circles. So they say, why do the stars appear to rotate? Okay. But the thing is, stars actually, time lapses don't make circles. Because what you're seeing is the star trails of one star overlapping into another star. Right? The star trails are overlapping. So they appear as circles, but they're not actually circles. So this whole why did the stars rotate is malformed. It's horseshit because it's not even describing nature. It's inserting an explanation and saying, this is what's observed in nature. No, the explanation is not what's observed in nature. Sorry. The stars don't rotate counterclockwise. And they don't fucking rotate clockwise. They don't rotate at all.
So you're saying this is all just like fake?
So you're saying you're gonna straw man me now?
No, I'm just saying. Are you saying it's all fake?
I'm gonna say you don't know what he's.
Did I say the word? So you did straw man me. Did I say the word fake?
I'm asking. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying are you? Okay. I'm asking if you're saying it is.
Tell me, dude. Tell me what I just said.
Because this is observable stuff.
Tell me what I just.
If we put a time lapse,
you've already admitted that you don't. You've already admitted you don't observe the stars rotate. You've already admitted it.
No, I don't have to. Me physically, I have not observed the star rotate. But this is actual proven.
Nobody has, dude. That's not an accurate description of what you see. That is the explanation. Have you ever seen a time lapse of the stars?
There are time lapses of stars.
Okay, what do they look like?
Just dots in the air.
Yeah, but then over time, right? It's a time lapse, right? So they film the stars over time, and what happens? What do the stars look like they do? They form circles, right?
Star trails, star rotates.
And they form into, and they look like there are a bunch of circles in the sky, right? In the time lapse.
Light necessarily isn't an angle, like it's not a circle.
Okay, if you do a time lapse of the sky of, say, the North Star, doesn't it look like, and I say look like, the stars circle around the North Star? Do you not even understand your own argument? You really are parroting somebody, aren't you?
Yeah, it's somebody else's argument. That's why.
You don't even understand what you're talking about, do you?
Yeah, but they do in the North.
He's just reading a script from Rich Evans. Period.
Yeah, he is. Rich Evans says this stupid Star Trails thing every time. So that's who we're basically.
Yeah, and I've cooked him on it. Yeah, and I've cooked him on it before too. And he ends up being a stuttering idiot too. Okay, I'll give you an example, right? So let me give you an example of insertion of explanation as the description. I watched a boat sail off, and I watched it go under the horizon. That's the conclusion. That's actually not what you actually see. An accurate description would be, I saw a boat sail off, and the bottom of it appeared cut off more and more and more until I couldn't see it anymore.
Okay, can I just ask one more question then?
So that's a description. No, that's a description. The first one was an explanation. You don't see it go under the horizon, right? How would you see it go under the horizon? You can't see through the water. So this is what you're doing when you say you see stars rotate counterclockwise. You don't see that. That is the explanation. That's not the description of what you see.
Okay. Can I ask another question then?
Is that not true? Is anything I said not true?
Honestly, if I understood most of it, I don't know though. I don't understand a lot of what's happening. But if you don't mind, because I'm not here to debate. I'm not knowledgeable enough to debate. All I'm here is to ask questions.
What's the
So
point of even talking to you if you don't, number one,
Okay,
understand,
so-
you don't
'Cause I'm
try to
asking.
understand,
I
and you
wanna
don't
learn.
care
Why
to
are we
understand?
answering your questions if you don't understand the answers?
To
And
learn.
you kind of
But you just
ignoring
said
the
you're not. You just admitted you're not learning.
You
I've
kind of
learned
ignoring
about
the answer.
the second law, which is the entropy stuff. I don't fully understand it, but I've learned about that. I've learned about
Yeah.
the
Well, what I just tried to show you was the difference between description and explanation.
yeah.
And that in this topic, you'll get explanations, and they'll say, "This is what we observed," and they tell you the explanation, right? But that's not the actual description, the bare bones description of something, right? It's their interpretation of what they're seeing, right? So but just a description. I see this. This is what this looks like. I'm not going to interpret it in any way. That's a description. But saying, "Hey, I saw this, and it happened because of X, Y, Z," they're not saying that part. They're saying this happened because of X, Y, Z is what I saw. Okay, that's a totally different thing. No one sees shit go. No one sees stars go counterclockwise. Period. It wouldn't even happen in the globe model because the stars take spirals. That's not even the point. Because I don't want to even get in that deep. Okay, you sound like you're just going through 7 reasons the Earth's not a fucking globe or not flat or something stupid. For 7 reasons that prove the Earth is round. But you want to know what's hilarious?
Okay, so
Koji, want to know what's funny, Koji?
yeah, what's
Want to know what
funny?
you haven't asked us for? What you haven't asked us for? That's the elephant in the room. So you never asked us for what's our evidence that the Earth is flat. You never asked us once.
No,
Why?
I don't need it.
And there we have it. Your mess
says everything.
off, dude.
Says it all.
Well, because
Bye,
there's
loser.
No, because
Dude, there's
nothing
two
will convince
sides,
you.
though.
Because the TV tells you what to think, dude.
If I
Literally,
look
that's
in the
it.
sky in the northern hemisphere, I'll see stars that the southern hemisphere won't see.
How do you know
Yeah,
you're in the
no,
northern
that's-
hemisphere?
Thanks, Rich.
I'm
Evans.
How do you know you're in? What does that mean? Yeah, but you said it's hemisphere. How do you know you're on a sphere?
Well, because if I'm in a certain location and I look in the sky, I see stars. If I go to a different location, I won't see those stars.
Okay, I go in Walmart. I stand on one side of the store. I see lights over my head. I go on the other side of the store. I see different lights over my head. Walmart must be a sphere.
Exactly. That's where you keep listening to Rich Evans with his thumb up your butt.
Dude, he's rotting your fucking brain with childish arguments. They're literally infantile. He's banned not because he's smart, he's banned because he's dumb. Dude, like seriously. This is the one-eyed man, like, in the land of the blind, he's king, dude. Right now he's king of you. Dude, we like good opponents. Rich Evans isn't one of them. Look, Matthew Lawrence and a bunch of other guys that are honest, intellectually honest to a degree, and then they've been around us for years, multiple years. They don't get banned. They don't get fucked with. I mean, sometimes shit happens, but not because of debating. Not because, hey man, I can't answer his globe evidence, so I'm gonna ban him. Rich isn't not here for that.
Okay,
Rich is not here because he's a moron.
For your Walmart example, wouldn't that only make sense if Walmart ceilings blocked half the lights, depending on where I stood, but it doesn't. Earth's horizon doesn't.
Holy crap. More Rich Evans again, huh? Do you have a single authentic thought in your entire brain, Koji?
I'm just here to question.
Yeah.
No, you're
got
not.
that answer. You got that answer.
You're literally
just from
getting
Rich Evans,
updated
too.
by Rich.
Well, I'm asking about your analogy, because isn't that flawed?
Okay, well, if the ceiling was higher, then that wouldn't be the case, right?
Okay. So then...
Okay, the horizon is not the physical edge of a ball, dude. We can prove this because the horizon moves around. So the idea that the horizon is the edge of a ball that blocks the sun and cuts off ships and blocks the bottoms of buildings, not only can we demonstrate this actually happens on a flat surface, and you just say, oh, this shouldn't happen on a flat surface, but that's just your expectation based upon who knows what. But we can demonstrate it actually happening, right? We can demonstrate that it's a quote-unquote horizon on a flat surface. And that horizon can make shit appear to disappear bottom up, even though the surface is completely flat. We can demonstrate this.
Okay,
demonstrate, not talk about it, not just say, hey, this should happen. We can go out into the physical natural world and demonstrate this is how you see it.
Okay, so then for your Walmart example, why don't you just, instead of using a Walmart example, use a flat Earth example? Because if Earth is flat, then wouldn't you be able to show me two sets of stars in the same location?
What?
Like, you can, if you're on a flat Earth model, right? And two people on opposite ends of the Earth can look up and see two completely different sets of stars that never cross over on a flat Earth model.
How is that a problem?
That's a problem. What?
Yeah, how's that a problem? You see different stars in the south and in the north. So what? Just
what do you mean flat Earth model?
One side of Walmart than the other side of Walmart, even if the lights move around.
When you say flat Earth model, what are you talking about?
So, like, because there's flat Earth maps, right?
No.
Huh?
Kind of. Not really. Listen, the only maps of the Earth are survey maps. Or public land survey maps. Those are the only maps of the Earth. All the other maps are maps of the stars. Even though those show like land masses on them, they don't even need to be there because the map is just a map of the stars, where the star locations are. What stars you'll see from that particular place. They didn't measure the ground underneath the
Okay, if you guys want, I can come back later. Right now I do have to BRB. If you guys really want to keep asking questions later,
we're here all the time, dude.
I will pause.
We're here all the time.
Yeah, I will post.
Brother.
I will post this one question though. You guys can take a look at it. I don't know, but here's this one question.
And it's the same question. We were just going over the maps.
So this is the shit that pisses me off, dude. Really.
He just explained that most maps are slow.
No, like really. Because Rich asking this, and I know it's Rich Koji, he has the answer to this. This is why he is banned. Because he's been involved in this topic for 2 years, and I say to him, Steelman a single flat Earth argument, and he can't. So ask Rich the map I showed him already when the last time he asked me where the flat Earth map was. Want to know what he did when I showed him one? He changed the subject. That's why every single time you've asked a question and I've given you an answer, it's another thing. Answer that. It's another thing. And never actually acknowledge what was said to you previously. That's why he's banned. Because this is not a form of communication. This is just him. I don't even know what you call it, right? It's just harassment.
It's kind of weird, bro.
Yeah, why would I talk to somebody that ignores what I'm saying? Why would I do that?
And
Think about it.
he's
Why
kind of
would
like
you talk
doing
to
the
somebody that
same
ignores what
thing.
you're saying?
Yeah, he's kind of like doing the same thing because first we was talking
I
about
know
like
he is.
gas pressure, and then now we all the way here talking about maps. Like,
Dude, how many different items have been brought up now? 13? 14?
how many different topics we talked about so far with this guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like different little particulars, right? Like it's got to be like 14 now. We talked about gravity, gas pressure, maps, the horizon, star trails, star rotations, different stars in different places.
Yeah, that's like
Fucking
10
whether
already.
water's fucking flat, dude. Like
Maps, different types of maps. It's like three different items in each topic too. So you got to go 14 times 5. Because every time you answer a question, they just like, oh, I'm not going to acknowledge that, and then move on to the next thing. Like that gets exhausting, bro.
I don't understand why Rich hasn't learned by now that we've answered every single one of his questions 50 times over.
Oh wow, he told him to say that too. A belief with no maps, no measurements, and no predictions isn't science. It's just denial. Is he talking to himself?
Mr. OK, are you okay over there? Doing okay? We're gonna be okay.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Are you okay with having no globe proof at all, ever to exist?
Yeah.
Sweet. Are you okay with no globe existing even?
Yeah, bro. It's no globe.
No globe. We're all in the same boat together.
Yeah.
The one where there's no globe.
But what do you think is at the edge?
What edge?
Edge of Earth.
Do you think there's an edge?
Yeah.
Can you show it?
It's the mice wall.
Well, then why did you ask me the question if you have the answer?
Well, I mean, I just want to know what you think.
I don't think there's an edge per se.
You don't think there's a wall at the edge?
There's a wall of ice, okay. And then what's at the edge of that wall of ice?
It's Hyperborea.
What's at the edge of that?
That's it, bro. That's it.
Just nothing. Just stops. Reality just stops.
I mean, that's where it's at. That's reality.
You take a picture of that place where reality stops in Hyperborea.
That's where the Aryan race came from, beyond the ice wall.
Okay, so I noticed that you got a lot of fantasy and fiction and stuff in your head. Any globe proof?
How's that fiction, motherfucker?
The fact that you can't provide any, so you're being silly.
Okay, you prove then. Whatever you want to prove, you fucking prove it then. What the fuck?
Okay. I'll prove that you have no globe proof. So far, it's going pretty well.
Who said about globe proof? What do you?
I know, exactly. Got him.
Well, happy Star Wars Day to those of you for whom it's still May the 4th. Hello? May the 4th be with you.
I found curvature.
Okay, post it.
Okay, give me a second. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me go in my videos. I'm gonna show you activity. Let's
do it.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
Found the curvature. I suck at accents.
Give me like 2 minutes. I'm on T-Mobile Wi-Fi.
But you're gonna need a lot more than that. So.
What do you mean?
Start with 2. Well,
No,
you're
I
gonna need
said
a lot more time than 2 minutes to show something that doesn't exist.
what? you mean the curvature I clearly saw on the.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not sure how much glue you were sniffing at the time, but
yeah, you know how much glue
according
were
to
you
have seen
sniffing?
something that
How much glue were
doesn't
you sniffing when I showed you my driveway and it clearly curving the earth? How much glue were you sniffing when you denied the fact that that was the earth
That's
for
the
5
earth.
minutes straight?
A slab of concrete on the grounds of the earth?
No, that's the earth. So
No, it's
below it is the earth.
Okay, all right. Just focus on your curved water.
Well, no, but we're not gonna skip past that, right?
Okay, I'm gonna talk.
Already.
We're not skipping past it. We're just done with that. I'm gonna talk to Ketchup Shawarma. Did you come with any evidence of the Earth being a globe, Mr. Ketchup?
No, I don't care about that.
Well, look at how stupid this Joe guy is. Here, just check this out. Joe, can you run your evidence for the Earth being a globe by Ketchup?
Yes, I can show you evidence.
Hey, go ahead. Let Ketchup know. Okay, what's the evidence?
No, the Earth clearly curving, right? First of all, right?
Yeah. Okay.
With
How
the
do you know?
water.
Where'd you see it curving? Go ahead.
Well, when I turned on my camera, I showed you my driveway with the Earth literally curving. So I don't know what you mean. You're literally stupid. You try to
Driveway.
deny.
Okay, so what you're saying is that your driveway curved.
Well, no, it's wait, is the driveway not the Earth?
Well, are you telling me that the driveway is the Earth? Are you telling me it is?
Driveway not the Earth.
Are you telling me it is? Are you telling me it is?
Driveway not the Earth.
Okay, you get the picture, Mr. Ketchup. That's what he's got. The Earth's a globe because his driveway curves. What do you think? How would you rate that globe proof? What do you think? Is that a win? Is that a hit? Is that a miss? What do we think here?
Why are we appealing to me? I just joined here.
Well, let's just rate Joe's globe proof. Let's appeal to the audience now. What do you think, audience? Does Joe have a good globe proof or not?
I think Joe's a numpty
Win it or
dipshit,
bin it.
nut dragon fucking retard.
So win it
That's
or
what I
bin it.
think.
Do you have an argument? Something I can listen to?
Win it or bin it. Joe's driveway globe proof. What do we think?
Do you have an argument?
Bin it?
So I can
Should we
compare
bin it or does Joe win it? Let me know. I just want to know what you think of his driveway globe proof. Maybe next to McDonald's drive-through will be globe proof too.
Fin it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a piece of crap, but I don't want to influence your decision. So what do you think?
I'm not convinced.
Yeah, not convinced. You hear that, Joe? The people are not convinced.
But what is your argument?
Hold on. The people, Joe, are not convinced by your globe proof of driveway.
But the people, wait. These are
You're gonna
all
have to do better,
flat
Joe.
earthers. Wait,
Joe?
hold on.
No, catch up. Are you a flat earther?
Am I going to be able to ask a question, or am I going to be forced to give answers?
Just say yes or no if you're a flat earther. It doesn't matter.
I told you before. I said before here, no.
No. Okay, he's not a flat earther, Joe. Looks like you were wrong. He doesn't like what you've got.
What, he doesn't like what I've got?
No, he thinks you're a moron, I think.
Okay, do you think I'm a moron?
Yeah, it sounded that way to me. That even the other globe believers, even the other globe believers, I think they're thinking you're a moron, Joe. So you might just want to back away from that microphone because I think maybe you're hurting your own cause. What do you think of that?
That's really funny because you had to mute me every time I speak. So.
Well, of course I had to mute you. We don't want to hear the dumb shit that you're just driveling. Okay, anyway, go ahead, Ketchup.
With what? What am I supposed
Whatever you wanted to say before that moron started verbal vomiting.
Well, you seem to be a very educated person, yeah? So you seem to be the type of person that I can appeal to if I have a question. So I want to ask you, why do people consider the Earth to be flat?
Because water lays flat at rest, and water covers the majority of the known territory of the land, and therefore that surface is generally flat and planar, so we'll call it a flat Earth.
Anything else?
That's all we need, because the water is
Anything
the surface. Because the surface of Earth is majority water, the oceans, and if that water is all seeking flat and level, then that's a level, flat surface.
Could you not argue that in the core of the Earth, there is a gravitational pull pulling all things toward it, including water? So if the Earth was round, there's a gravitational pull in the center of the Earth. If I'm not going to be able to talk about it.
It's begging the question, though. It's begging the question of the globe Earth in the first place, and we already know it can't be that because the surface isn't curved.
Okay, so continue. What else?
Well, that's it. The surface ain't curved, so there can't be any ball with a core and a curved surface with water all over it.
And no one can say anything about it because you are 100% correct.
Well, I mean, am I wrong about water?
Well, you don't seem to accept any kind of opposition without muting them, so...
No, I mean, yeah, you're not muted. I mean, Joe's just a moron. I mean, he just keeps talking about... Yeah, but Joe's just keeps talking about his driveway. He's actually been doing that for hours. So maybe, I mean, if you want to have an actual discussion, we can do that. But Joe's like, he's out of the running. He's just too stupid for this.
I came here mostly.
Would you like? Hey, listen, Linda. Would you like to have a conversation with Joe about your globe? Maybe he can educate you about your globe.
I don't care about.
Come on, man. What do you got? What do you have? You keep asking us. What do you got for your globe there?
I asked a question because you forced me into a conversation I didn't care to have.
Well, you joined the VC.
Question. What do you mean a conversation you didn't care to have? Why are you here then? To talk to people? If you're not here to talk, why are you here?
Why are you so hostile, bro? Are you good?
Look, don't
fucking
try to get into my mood there, numpty dipshit. Just answer the question. Why are you here if you're not here to have a conversation?
For the 12th time, I came here to listen.
Yeah, but we were listening to a complete moron, so we needed you. We needed you to save us
Why
from
are you
that.
appealing to me? You're not seem to like me, so why do you want me to talk?
Well, I mean, you're better than Joe. I mean, you're not sitting here chanting "my driveway, bruh," my driveway. That's what we got from Joe. So it's like, well, let's see if this ketchup guy has anything better to add than that. You know?
Let me say something then, other than the driveway argument. I have a question for you.
Wait, are you talking again, Joe? Just sit in the audience right now, please.
Okay.
You're not in the hot seat right now, Joe. Just sit down.
No, I mean, Ketchup doesn't want to have the discussion, so...
Yeah, you don't... Okay, Ketchup, do you need Joe to speak for you? Do you need Joe to speak for your wants and needs? Is Joe your attorney? Have you given him power of attorney over you? Is that what he's doing in this chat? Just let me know if Joe is speaking on your behalf.
I think Ketchup doesn't want to talk.
Well, why are you speaking for him?
Well, because he went on mute.
Well, I mean, he can always unmute.
All right.
All right, are we going to give Joe power of attorney over you, Ketchup? Is that the plan?
I couldn't hear anything at first. The police were here, so I had to attend to it.
That's okay. Yeah, Joe just took the liberty to speak for you while you were dealing with the cops. Yeah. All right, Joe. This is Ketchup's turn. All right? Stop robbing him of the spotlight. You had your limelight. You had your time. All right? It's time to hand it over. Pass the mic. Ketchup's having his 15 minutes now, okay? Show some respect.
Time to go, please.
He already left.
Hey, he's getting arrested. So now we got to talk to Joe.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Is density a scale or a vector?
Oh, it's this fucking guy again.
What do you mean this guy again? What?
Yeah, I've heard this before. Then you're going to go, it's a scale, there's the globe.
Okay, so is density a scale or a vector?
Is density... Well, can you define density for me first?
Well, you know what density is. Density of the Earth. So.
Oh, I don't know. Just tell me what it is so that.
Well, you don't know, so you're acting like you don't know. Okay.
Well, why don't you tell me what it is? Can you give me a definition?
But you just clearly acknowledged that you knew what I was talking about. So why are you asking me?
No, I didn't. I'm asking you a clarifying question.
You said you've heard this argument before, so then you should remember.
Yeah, I've heard this shit over and over. You're gonna go.
So,
it's a
then you should
scale.
remember.
Why is it a scale? Why don't you tell me why it's a scale?
Well, answer the question first. I didn't even say the answer yet.
Oh, I mean, I've heard you say this before, so let's just cut to the chase. Why is it a scale?
Oh, no. It's not a scale, though.
It's not a scale. Okay.
Yeah, never.
Well, I guess we just bricked your end game. I forced you to go against
brick my end game?
I mean, you weren't prepared. You weren't prepared for any unexpected questions or answers. So.
Well, no, you didn't ask me any unexpected questions or answers.
Yeah, I know. And you're trying to follow a script, and I didn't follow it, and so now it's all fucked up.
Well, not really.
Because we're supposed to get to it. I've heard you do this before. We're supposed to get to it's a scale, and then you declare the Earth's a globe from it being a scale. Density is scalar.
Well, yeah, it's really funny to me that you think that, right? Because I actually wasn't going to do that. There was no, script.
Well, I've heard the script.
Well, what script? I mean, if I might have used.
Well, okay, just do your thing. Do your victory lap thing that you're supposed to do. When somebody says scalar. Okay, density is scalar. So now what? Do your thing. Go. Dance, monkey.
I mean, I'm not a monkey. I'm a chink, so.
What? You can't. What? Huh? Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I heard you right, but don't use slurs if I did.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I didn't even think.
Let's have your victory chant now.
Oh, yeah, the flat earthers are retards. Yeah, you don't know how to fucking debate. Oh my god, a retard.
Okay, nice, very nice. Very chanting. Wow, I mean, I don't know. The performance like that, I'm not sure why we're still even here. Obviously, the Earth's a globe because he's chanting like a high school cheerleader, so.
I mean, it doesn't matter the way reality is reality. I mean, you can deny reality all you want to, but reality's still going to exist.
Blew my mind.
Yeah, reality's still going to exist.
Reality's reality, dude. Whoa.
Yeah, reality is going to exist without you or your acknowledgement of it, even if you're in the dark about it.
I know, so water will lay flat and level at rest, even if you deny it or bury your head in the sand and never look at
that's not true.
Bury your head, dig a hole in the ground in the backyard, and just bury your head in it and never look at any water. The water will still flatten out at rest, even if you do that.
I mean, that's really funny that you say that. It's pretty delusional of you to think that, but water isn't true.
You dug a hole and you stuck your head in it. You refuse to look at any water.
I mean,
now you think that reality is a delusion while you're chanting that reality is reality, bruh. It doesn't matter what we think, even though what you think goes against what reality actually is. It's crazy shit.
So
it's crazy shit, dude. That's crazy.
That's incorrect. That's
Proof by cackling. Proof by cackling.
Oh my god, that's really funny that you think that the Earth.
If you cackle some more, maybe the physics of water will suddenly not be what they are, and then your earlier statement will be false, which is the reality is reality.
Well, brother, right? You have to realize, right? You're wrong.
Really? Okay, on what grounds?
You're wrong on the fact that
you're wrong.
First of all, right, the Earth isn't flat, right? You already got that.
Well, how do you know that?
You may go back outside and see my driveway. I mean,
the driveway, the old driveway, globe proof.
Really? Like, come on, you gotta stop the 15-year-old laughter in the background there. That's just insane. You two sound like fucking numpty dipshits.
Well,
Shut the
see, his
fuck up.
driveway, it's got a curve
Shut
to
the
it.
fuck.
I didn't really look at it. He posted a picture of it. I kind of ignored it. I just saw it's some pavement, looks like a driveway. Okay, that's stupid. What are you trying to to prove prove with with this? this?
Picture. It was me turning on my camera and showing you it. But yeah.
Yeah, he said that the driveway is curved, therefore, that proves the Earth's a ball.
Well, yeah, because isn't my driveway part of the Earth?
No, it's a concrete slab on top of it.
So now you're
The
lying.
Earth would be naturally.
Now
Yeah, the
you're
Earth
lying.
would have been naturally formed. Did man form the
Okay,
Earth?
what's
into a
under this?
sphere?
Wait.
Hey,
So I have a
wait, I
question.
gotta ask you a question, dude. Did man form the Earth into a sphere?
What is
Did
under
man
the
do that?
cement?
Did man form the Earth into a sphere?
What is under the cement?
Dude, can you answer me?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then why are you showing me a man-made concrete slab?
What's
As if
under?
to prove something about what the Earth is.
What is under the concrete?
I don't know. Lift it up and see. Maybe some anthills and shit.
Okay,
Dirt.
Dirt. Okay, right. And how does it form like that?
How does a dirt form like that? Like what?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the
He's
lowest
trying. He's
IQ
trying
shit I have. He's not even trying.
Yes, started. Oh my god. Okay.
Actually, it probably is really hard. And this is all the
Wait,
best
what's
we can
hard?
get out of him.
How did my
Yeah. I mean, it's a novel approach. I mean, he realized that his driveway's man-made, so that wouldn't prove something about.
Well, no, it is man-made actually. So
that wouldn't prove something about a sphere naturally formed in space.
Well, no, technically our Earth is man-made. So
I mean, okay, the Earth is man-made now. He flip-flopped on that in a hurry. All right, now the Earth is man-made. And so man built the Earth, and there's a concrete slab of a driveway in his yard, and that therefore proves that the man-made Earth is, of course, spherical because of driveway. Proof by driveway.
Well, yeah, because it's curved.
Proof by driveway. This is what they give you for Globers, people. I'm telling you, you got to look into this.
Well, first of all, right, it's curving because it's part of the Earth. Is my driveway not part of the Earth?
Yeah, the man-made globe Earth is curving because you've got a driveway which is curved. You say?
Well, it is curved. What do you mean? Because I said it.
Well, I didn't really look at it. I just identified a driveway on your cam and went, "Well, this is fucking stupid," and that's as far as I went.
Yeah, you're fucking stupid, right?
No, you. Now the old "no you." That's smart.
No, me. Oh yeah,
You
no.
couldn't even think. You couldn't even think of stupid on your own. You had to take that from me too.
Wait. How do I take the
I got to
word?
give you your globe proofs. I got to give you your insults, even when they're low tier. Just something like stupid. You couldn't even think of that yourself. You needed me for that too.
Ridiculous.
Well, not
What are you
really.
gonna do without me? When you leave this chat, what are you gonna do without me?
I'm gonna laugh at you and go to sleep.
Yeah,
The fact that
I'll live rent free. I'll live rent free.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna laugh, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. Then
Okay.
just forget about all of this until I wake up.
Could you mute yourself while you do that? That'd be great.
Why I laugh? I mean, I'll try.
Yeah. Can you mute yourself while you laugh? That'd be great.
Yeah, keep muted while you do the cackles.
Yeah, just make sure you don't say anything too fucking stupid, so I have time to mute myself.
No,
That makes sense. That was the most coherent thing you've said so far.
Mongo.
Congratulations.
Mongo Joe in the house. Great.
And it's people like Joe that make me change my mind and think we should give children guns. It would weed out. It would weed out the dumb shit real fast.
Easy there, bro.
We can't say that. We can't go there. But
bows and arrows.
No advocating for violence. But
I didn't. No, I didn't. I wasn't advocating. It's just like a natural selection thing.
I wish you would just mute up, man. Hey, it's Speculation Sunday, man. I came in to speculate. Damn it.
Let's speculate.
I speculate that the Earth is a globe.
Wow. Far out.
I speculate that you're right.
I know it's a little bit of a stretch. It's a stretch. It's shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour as well.
Wait, Ketchup, are you back already, Ketchup? Ketchup's back, guys.
Yeah, it's shooting through outer space, millions of miles an hour, shooting around the sun, shooting through across the Milky Way.
Guys, I think Ketchup has
across the
something to say to
galaxy.
us.
We're shooting through. Do you know the time I started talking, we've moved 117,000 miles? What? Shut up. That's crazy.
Ketchup talk.
275,000 now.
Yep. Speculation Sunday. I'm speculating. Some crazy numbers.
I'm also speculating that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to, anything globe related to our Earth. So
you're about as coherent as freaking trash can, dude. Shut up.
wait, how am I not coherent? You
That's Litterbox is more coherent than this.
wait, you heard exactly what I said though.
Just shut up.
Okay, but you heard exactly what I said though.
No, it wasn't coherent. I couldn't hear it.
Well,
all I've heard you say, Crayon Muncher, since you got here is.
There you go.
You're a retard, holy fuck. Wait. So hold on. Let me get this straight. You just called me a crayon muncher when you believe that.
Yeah, what flavor of crayon is your? What color of crayon is your favorite fucking flavor, retard?
All right, can we move on from Joe, man? Let's
yeah, move on. From the only coherent person in chat.
You guys want to make fun of Joe? That's cool. I
laughed at you. Making fun of who? You're the retard in this situation. I'm not. Yeah. Right? As much as you want to cope, right? And act like you're right, you're wrong.
Call him Funny Joe because he's the only one who thinks he's funny.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be funny though. This is very serious right now.
No, you're just a natural at cracking yourself up and no one else.
I laugh at you, man. It's not cracking myself up. You crack me up, right? Because you say the stupidest shit ever and you don't realize it. Right?
Hey, Joe. How old are you, Joe?
I'm 19.
19?
Yes.
All right. You're the same age as my daughter. Fuck. That's correct.
Yeah. Which college does your daughter go to? Just curious.
She's here in Southern California.
Oh, Southern. Okay. Yeah. Wait, is she a freshman?
Oh God.
She is.
Not you, Joe.
What do you mean not me? I'm in California too.
Please.
What course does she take? What is she?
Keep Joe away from her.
She's taking science. She's taking chemistry, biology. She has a couple of history. She got history classes. Yeah, she's cracking it.
Okay, yeah. That's good. So, can I have your daughter's number?
No.
Why?
Not a chance in hell, bro. No.
Why?
She's much more mature than you are, my friend.
Oh, I'm very mature.
You don't sound like it.
No, it's just in this situation I get on here when I'm high off meth.
Are you on drugs?
Yes, I just said I was on methamphetamine.
Oh.
Yeah, give him her number. Like, you're a fucking retard, bud. What the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking numpty dipshit.
I wish he would just mute himself and go, look, I'll go to the next channel and talk to somebody else or something, man. Why don't you go bother, the LGBTQ or the...
yeah, you're right. Hold on. Wait, I think I'm banned from the LGBTQ. Hold on. Yeah, I'm banned.
Bother, fucking the food people. Carnivores. You'll make fun of them.
We got rid of Joe, huh?
Vegetarian. Hey, we got rid of him. I feel better already.
Good work, guys. Yeah, thanks for driving Joe out of here.
You're welcome.
It's becoming a real problem for me.
Do my part occasionally. I just got to do You got to contribute, man. Otherwise, you're just a hobo, man.
And thanks for helping with the cleanup.
You're welcome. Anytime, man. It's a long weekend, man. I'm just kind of recovering from working my ass off. But anyway, just came in here to see what speculations are going on or what the vibe's going. What was the hot topic today? Anything? The weather's getting better, so that I think the panels are getting smaller day by day because people are going outside, man, enjoying nature, hanging out in nature, because they've been frozen in for a few months. Now the sun's out, the flowers, trees. It's kind of nice outside. Anyway, if it was you, Heretic, or somebody, because explain Four Seasons, and you're like, well, I think the Four Tops were, a little bit better band or something like that. Was that you? I don't know. I was driving, listening. I was laughing my ass off. I thought the Four Tops were better or something like that. No? Not you? All right. Timbo, you all right? You hanging on? He's at work. Just about to get out of work. Huh?
All right. Yeah, I just finished. I didn't know I was unmuted.
Yep.
I was just crunching on a biscuit.
Sweet. What's upside down, man?
Whatever you guys call cookies, we call them biscuits.
Right. You get the oatmeal raisin, or did you go with the?
No, these things are called Tim Tams.
What?
Tim Tams.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, they're fucking delicious, man. I don't get enough of them. It's one of my addictions.
All right.
I'll put it in the chat.
To each his own, man. Enjoy.
The autopsy reveals he OD'd on Tim Tams.
Did anybody do any Star Wars talk today? It was May 4th. I don't know. Maybe not. No. Okay. Just checking.
I got a flat Earth question.
Uh-oh.
We're in trouble.
I only got a few minutes, so I'll speed run the mute. All right.
No one's gonna mute you. You'll be all right.
That's not my experience in here, but I appreciate it. But anyway, if gravity isn't real, right? Is that what this group of flat Earth says, right?
What does that mean, though?
Get the fucking question out instead of asking what we don't believe. Just get the fucking question. If it's not real, what?
See, the toxicity so quick. Jeez, it's just a question. Relax, dude.
Man. You ask a dumb question, man. That's a dumb question.
Because what do you mean? What do you mean by it's not real? Like we all observe the effect, yeah. Like what you're calling like in a direction, up or down, yeah.
Okay. You guys know what I'm saying, right? So what is the effect, right? So I would say
up and down.
No, that's why I'm asking you. What pulls things down? What do you say pulls things down?
Well, what pulls them up then?
Go up. What makes my balloon go up?
I mean, could you just answer what I'm saying? Okay, so like, what causes things to fall at different rates?
You got to know.
At different rates. That would be density and buoyancy, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I've had this question answered before, but I'm just curious on you guys. So, why do things change the rate to the same when they're in a vacuum?
They don't.
Right. So you say they don't, but no one's ever been able to show me otherwise.
Have they shown you that they all? Have they shown you that they all fall at the same rate?
Yes, yeah, it's an experiment I could do in my basement. But wait, I'm asking you if I'm wrong.
Can you please post that because we need to agree on that.
Wait, I'm asking you. No, if I'm wrong, I am okay with being wrong.
Okay,
and if I'm wrong, that's fine. Can you give me paper so I can read to show that I'm wrong? Because I actually have been looking for about 15 minutes to see any papers that go against that, and I cannot find any. So I'm honestly asking you.
So your claim is that everything in a vacuum falls at exactly the same rate.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you post that literature?
No, I don't have it on me, but I'm saying if I'm wrong, because I know.
But you said you found it, and everything that you've seen confirms what you believe. Now, obviously, you know where to look because you've looked and you found it in the last 10 minutes. You said. So.
I mean, I'm honestly asking you, right? So that's what I believe, right? Say I'm lying. Can you tell me where to go to find? Wait. Can you tell me where to go to find otherwise? That's all I'm asking. It's not a gotcha.
Okay,
I'm honestly trying to find it.
Google this.
I did Google, and all that comes up. Okay,
Google
gotcha.
This, right?
Gotcha. Good.
Is 9.8 meters per second an exact rate or an average rate?
Okay, what's going to come up with that? What'd you say? 9.8? Say it again.
It's an average rate. Is 9.8 meters per second squared an average rate?
Or an exact rate?
Or is it an exact rate? That's all you got to know. It's an average. You'll find that out, man. It's okay. It takes time to do all this shit, man.
I'm looking. I know. Relax. I'm generally asking you a question.
We're not in a hurry.
Let's see.
I mean, I know. Yeah, we've been over this like 7 years ago. We were going over papers about the average, dude. But anyway, it's out there. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can change you can change the medium and you can change the density and you get different things, right? But you can't change the gravity and get different things.
Well,
so if you're saying that, then okay. If it's
well, so why do things change?
What do you mean? Why do things change?
So if I drop a baseball and a bowling ball right here off my chair, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be a difference, right? Now, if I put them in a vacuum in a box in my room, right?
Right.
They're going to fall at, to me, almost identical rates.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I'm asking you, why does that happen? I mean, it's noticeable, right? Like, there's a noticeable difference, right?
What do you mean, why do things go down? You just took out the buoyancy. You took out the medium. Well, so you changed the medium. So now the medium's different. So there's no buoyancy.
What's the medium?
What if I do it in a swimming pool and I drop an apple and a bowling ball? Are they going to fall at the same rate in the swimming pool?
Of course not.
You change the medium again.
Of course, we changed the medium. That's all. You change the medium, things act differently in different mediums, right? We all.
But why does it act? Why does it act different? Why do they act the same without any medium?
Density has everything to do with density.
So why do they move at the same? Wait. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but you're removing the medium. Yeah.
Right, but then why do they have the same movement without a median?
What do you mean? What do you mean by why though? Like, what do you mean by why?
It's kind of self-explanatory. I feel like you're trying to obfuscate on purpose.
Okay, apple, bowling ball, baseball, bowling ball, whatever. You throw them in the pool, they're gonna act different. You throw them in the air, they're gonna act different. You throw them in, let's say, a vacuum, they're gonna act different, man. But they're all
the only thing because of the medium.
Why?
But the only thing you change.
But if you remove the median itself, right?
Yes,
so there's no
there's no medium. So
right.
You've
so
changed
then why,
it from air medium to no medium.
Right. So then why would they equalize in no medium?
What do you mean? Why would they equalize? You still haven't shown me that everything falls at exactly the same rate.
Yeah, but check this out. What you need to do is post an experiment or demonstration demonstrating that everything falls at the same rate.
And contrary-wise, the flat earthers can post something that shows that they don't fall at the same rate, which, by the way, they have in the form of the... Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Thank you. Which they have in the form of the Bremen Drop Tower, which any of them could go to our main server, search Drop Tower, get the info, and post it for you. So I'm going to go back on mute and see what happens.
Well, I would appreciate if somebody sent that because I don't have access to that server.
Drop Tower.
I'm driving. I can't do it.
We could get you access to that. You know,
I'll go get it.
just
I'll go
check
get
it out.
Yeah, okay, I find it.
Yeah, you'll see posts. There'll be posts by me. There'll be posts by
okay,
the Jalbo. There'll be posts by Indio. All kinds of posts about that. Now, contrary-wise, there is no explicit demonstration that the Glober side has that everything falls at the same rate. So this is kind of an easy win for the Flat Earth side. So whenever you get in this conversation, I mean, it's fine to talk about other things, but demonstration trumps everything, right? If someone says everything falls at the same rate, you have a drop tower experiment in a vacuum that shows they don't fall at the same rate, then you've won. That's the end of it, isn't it? All the other questions are relevant, but don't forget, always pull out demonstration if you have a demonstration.
Yeah, I don't know why I was attacked for asking for it. It was kind of crazy.
You weren't attacked, bro. When were you?
Yeah, you weren't attacked.
I guess if everyone who attacked agrees I didn't get attacked, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know.
No. I don't care whether you got attacked. I say you didn't get attacked for that reason.
Okay, yeah.
It wasn't because you asked that you got attacked. There's other reasons.
I just don't understand the hostility for asking.
I haven't been hostile.
There's no hostility, bro.
I'll tell you why. So that guy was a little amped up from a previous convo, and he took it out on you, and so I took it out on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was being inappropriate to you. He was being inappropriate to you, so he got censured. So now, that being said, where's your demonstration to back your claim that everything falls at the same rate, while Flat Earth Dirt goes and gets the Bremen Drop Tower showing that they don't? Because you need a demonstration, contrary-wise.
What would you accept before I post it and you say?
Well, let me explain what's on our side. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Bremen Drop Tower, the guy put elements. So he separated materials by their elements. So let's say copper, nickel, iron. It wasn't just an object of multiple composition. It was separated by elements. Dropped them in a drop tower in a controlled environment with a camera falling with them in a vacuum, and they didn't fall at the same rate. So you would need something. You would need to demonstrate individual particle of, like, let's say iron, copper, whatever, and put them in a controlled environment and show that they're all falling at the same rate. But the problem is, you then have to explain why this drop tower experiment shows that they don't. So you're still in trouble.
I had a mic out for a second. Can you say the last 20 seconds? He separated the elements. He dropped them, and something about a camera, and then I cut out.
Yeah, the camera falls with them 100% of the time.
Or outside the vacuum?
Not like the camera falls with the object that's falling.
Oh, no. I'm asking, was it in a vacuum chamber?
Okay, the tower is the tower, and then the object within is a vacuum chamber, and you put things inside the vacuum chamber, and the vacuum chamber falls.
Right.
So everything's falling free in a vacuum. Okay, so
post Flat Earth dude.
Now I love how you have all this scrutiny for me to ask me all these questions. I wish you asked the same questions before you believe everything falls at the same rate. Because they just told you everything falls at the same rate. They never showed you an experiment, and you just believed it.
Well, I mean, you can see an experiment just by doing a vacuum chamber and doing it. I mean, we did it in
No, you can't, dude. No, dude. You never saw a controlled environment, dude, where the actual things are being controlled to where you could actually tell whether they're falling at the same rate or not. You just saw it with your little kid eyes. They looked like they fell at the same rate, and you're like, oh, wow, they fell at the same rate.
Okay, so I'm on the drop experiment video evidence on block. Let's see what we got.
Well, hopefully posted you the close-up of the actual device falling.
The 8 second, it's a little bit, honestly, it's not the great quality.
Yeah, there's an 8 second thing. Then there's a whole website dedicated to the guy who did it. Because guess what? He wanted to repeat the test. And guess what they did to him? Yeah, hold on. Let me finish. Let me
I was
finish.
gonna ask you a question.
He wanted,
Gotcha.
fine, but I want to finish this point. He wanted to repeat the test, and guess what? They blacklisted him, and they wouldn't let him. You know why? Because his result fly in the
who
face of
blacklisted him?
Einsteinian paradigm. Well, man, go to his website and find out all about it, bro.
Okay, this video shows.
I'll get you started, man. We're just enough to get you started on it. Dude, I'm not familiar with the drop experiment. What the hell's wrong with me, man? Dude.
Well, it's time to get, hey, Flat Earth dude, it's time to get familiar. It's all over on our main server. And guess what? There's a video. There's a clip, right, showing the actual thing dropping. Then there's a video, longer form, explaining it a bit. And then the guy has his own website talking all about it, talking about how he got blackballed, all that stuff. Really good content. Because there's a trend in these communities where if you have an experiment or you have some evidence that doesn't fly with the evolutionary Einsteinian Big Bang exploding cosmogony paradigm, they blackball you.
Yeah, you're gone.
You gone. Exactly. And then all these guys come into here, bro, and they say, oh, why don't you just, if you have all the evidence, why don't you just give it to the scientific community and they'll just accept the truth? Oh, no, they won't.
It doesn't work like that, man.
Yeah, they eat their own.
Mm-hmm. They eat their own, man. I know.
Another such example is Dr. Mary Schweitzer, who found soft tissue in a dinosaur bone that's supposedly millions and millions of years old. And that soft tissue could only be biologically 50,000 years old based on composition and other such things. And so her discovery flew in the face of the evolutionary, pipe dream religion. And so she got blacklisted too. And there's numerous instances of that.
Yeah.
That dinosaur was a chicken.
It's a big.
So anyway, I was just chiming in, just to let you know that there's more tools. Some people don't know of these tools. For example, Flat Earth Dude wasn't really up on it. So now I'm going to go back to the background and do some more painting. Bye-bye.
Thanks, AI. Always full of information. Thank you.
That was fantastic, man. Drop experiment. You got to learn something new every day, man. That's my opinion. Prove me wrong.
Well, that's what I was referring to, but I didn't know what it was called.
Yep. Now we both know, man. So just another little hitch in the giddy up, man. Let's do it.
But I knew it existed.
Yeah, I knew it did with there was a different vacuum chamber, but I didn't know about this one. Drop tower. Pretty cool. Very interesting. Good stuff, man. It's not my specialty. Gravity's not my airline pilots. Yeah, that's my homies, bro.
Well, that's the problem, right? So when they say gravity, they're just talking about a direction. That's all they're doing, and then they're just giving it a name and saying, okay, because it goes in this direction, it's being stuck to the center of the Earth because we live on a ball. You know what? Well, okay. Well, I see things just go down and up. So I
always like to bring up. I like to bring up clouds. Why don't clouds go down? I always found that interesting. Anyway,
because of density layers, man.
Yeah, far out, man.
It's like they think that there's these layers that go like density layers that stop density on lines and go to a next density layer and
oil and like
a sandwich,
water.
like a density sandwich.
It's a sandwich. Yeah, there you go. We're living on a sandwich. You guys didn't know that? It's a fucking sandwich. That's hilarious.
I'm a sandwich earther.
Sandwich earther, bro. Let's do it. Nobody's ever said that. You're the first one in all of human history to say it, bro. You are a sandwich earther. How does that feel, man, to be the first person to say something? It's got to be cool.
I'm gonna start my own channel now.
Sandwich earther.
7 sandwich earth.
Yep. You got 7-layer sandwich earther.
Club sandwich.
Is it 7 layers? Fuck, it might be 12. I don't know. I can't remember. Shit. There's a lot of layers.
That's a club sandwich?
Yes. Club sandwich? Definitely. You got like a little tomato, you get some cheese maybe in there. I like cheese. Tomatoes, not my thing, man. But I'll eat them. I know you guys love them. Upside down mongos.
Don't know what a tomato is, but tomatoes we like.
Tomato. It's all good. I love a club sandwich. I had one last night, actually. Man. Got a good club sandwich. Yeah. Layered. It's layered, man. It's like spaghetti. Not spaghetti. Lasagna is what I'm thinking. It's layered. Yeah.
Oh, did that Glober leave, did he?
I don't think... Did he leave?
Nah, he's still sitting here.
He's still here, right? Yeah, he's still here.
Is he looking for his experiment?
He's reading up about the drop experiment, man.
I have a couple questions. I'm reading it right now. I'm reading the whole thing, and I'm looking as much up as I can about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot to it. You can't just, kick through it in a few minutes, but let's go. What do you got?
Well, I'm not finished, but right here, I'm only finding that the hold on, wait, let me bring this back up.
I probably know less than you at this point, bro.
So. Well then the questions might not get answered. But it says the drop capsule itself fell in a vacuum, but the capsule was normal air pressure. So the drop capsule in the video, hold on, let me find the video again. I lost it. Drop experiment video evidence.
All right.
1 second. So I believe the drop capsule itself is on the left. Oh no. Where is the drop capsule itself was in a vacuum, but the rest was normal air pressure.
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm just reading what you posted me. I just reading what you sent me.
I get it, man. I totally, dude. This is India or not India. AI asked me to go get some fucking info. I'm like, here's a fucking. Somebody put that in. We have a main server that's just full of info, man.
You guys? Was this channel deleted the last 2 days?
Shit. There's terabytes. So I grabbed some stuff and brought it over, man.
Just the channel was missing,
right? So he should answer the questions about it.
Why was I looked for the channel the other day, but it looked like it was missing. I could log into the chat, but it was like all locked up. It was weird.
It's just that there was no mod in the room, so it goes invisible to anybody who's not a mod.
Because I was able to still join the channel, but it was all fucked up. It was all buggy, so it's kind of cool. But right here it says, every time I change the channel, it fucking moves.
Post it.
Hold on. 2004 on June 1st. This is from the page. Drop experiment.
What?
I'll just post the paragraph. It's from your link.
Did you say Jupiter? What?
Oh, what the hell? Oh, my bad. This was flat. Okay, I'm not tracking properly. This was flat Earth due to post. All right.
Yeah.
Wait, why didn't the whole paragraph post? Hold on. Boop. There we go. The drop capsule fell in a vacuum, but in the capsule was normal air. So is he saying the elements were in the drop capsule, and the capsule was dropped in a normal air pressure vacuum or not vacuum container?
I don't know, bro.
Did you watch the video?
It's 8-second video. It's just some objects moving, and then they all shake, and then it's over. It's kind of like I did watch the video.
Okay.
There's a longer video. If you're really interested, there's a longer video.
Oh, you know what? Is there a
YouTube
channel? Yeah, I'm gonna look at. Let's see.
check
Drop.
YouTube.
Drop tower. Experiment. That should come right up. Yep. Let's see.
Drop tower, bro. Yeah, these things take a little time to dig into, man. Do I have all the answers? No. Do you?
Because you got you got to be fair to this. Just on the surface, I can find just as many. I can find just as many clear vacuum videos that you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, man.
Post one then.
Yeah, post one.
I mean, you have Brian Cox, but I'm sure you're gonna freak out.
All things fall at the same rate. Post one.
You know what? I don't even really care about Brian Cox, but I just knew for some reason posting a Brian Cox video was going to be like heresy.
Well, all things would first have to fall in order for them all to fall at the same rate.
Even you have to admit, Cox is like a weirdo, man. Minimum, right? Come on.
I'm not saying he's wrong or I disbelieve, but he has weird movements that make me uneasy.
Yeah,
like a weird cartoon.
Slightly, maybe on the spectrum, whatever.
Let me. I disagree with everything you say except on this. I feel like they took like a frame out of him, like he's missing a frame when he moves.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a good.
All right, hey, we're losing track. You just said I can post heaps of videos on what you were claiming. Can you please post a video?
Yeah, I can post it. I mean, I'm doing my best.
All things falling at exactly the same rate in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I'm spending more time trying to read your.
Did it have to be a repeat?
A repeat
to show the same elements that was used in the Bremen.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, that's really specific. I'm not gonna have that. But it was different though because this is a tube within another container falling. So I don't. That's kind of
well.
weird.
How else are you going to keep the elements in?
Well, why don't you just drop the elements all at the same time in the vacuum without putting them in?
You're not going to be able to see them. How are you going to see them?
Mean? Okay, I have a question. If I have a clear box, right, and we suck all the atmosphere out, and we have a camera pointed at it, we don't need another container within the container. We can just drop them, right?
What?
Now, what if we drop that box from an airplane, bro?
I'm not gonna lie.
What do you?
I don't know how.
What does that even mean? What does that
I don't know
even
how
mean?
you didn't understand.
If you
I don't know how you didn't.
Hold
Okay,
on.
I'm going to ask you a clarifying question.
Gotcha.
You're gonna have a box and you're gonna take the air out of it, and then what?
And then we drop the elements inside the box.
And what are you gonna do with that? How are you gonna drop them all at the same time?
I guess we could have a mechanical mechanism, but you could say that introduces some variation. But I'm sure we can account for that.
Now, do you understand why they're all in the same box in different tubes?
That wouldn't necessarily fix that issue.
It's so you can drop them all at the same time.
That still wouldn't. Oh, hold on. Let me watch the video before I answer that again. I mean, I'm just talking to you, bud. Relax.
No, we're hanging, bro. Everybody chill, man. It's all good.
I got to say something, and then you just talk like a. Have I got a bad mic or something?
No, you don't have a bad mic. I have bad ears sometimes. I'm sorry.
So, like, let's see. Is the Tom? I guess Tom Scott's not gonna. The Bremen Tower, 5 seconds. I can't find the same video that's like based on this. Do you have the link or the channel? Hold on.
I don't know. I'm driving, but he's got a website, so look up his name.
Yeah, I mean, these are things you have to kind of dig into for a few weeks, sometimes a few days.
Oh wait, Gaia Soez. I know I'm butchering that name. Hold on.
But
let's see. Let's say I'm just saying this video you have posted, it's super bad quality. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't show the full tower. It just shows the inside of like whatever it's.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's delete your claim of everything falls at exactly the same time in a vacuum. Then, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Say it again.
Well, let's call it unsubstantiated.
Unsubstantiated.
Yeah, let's call it unsubstantiated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm
cool.
still.
We can move on to something else because
for the dude.
Yeah, we're still. Yeah, because the claim was that why do all things fall at the same time in a vacuum? And that was your question. So that the claim is unsubstantiated, so we can move on with things haven't been shown to fall in a vacuum at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, but this experiment is strange. This experiment is strange and not really explained totally, and it's got weird. Yeah. So no.
Okay.
I'm trying to look at the longer video
right?
for sure.
I'm giving you an out, dude, so we can move on to a different subject.
We can go to Brian Cox if you really want to go there, man. You don't, but
I mean, I'm not gay for Brian Cox or anything. I don't really care about him.
Yeah, you know who he reminds me of? Remember that movie, America? What were they called? America, fuck yeah,
America, fuck yeah.
Where they were all like Thunderbirds puppets. He's like a Thunderbirds puppet.
America, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
What a shit show, man. Welcome to Idiocracy. You guys ever seen that movie? Oh my god. It's a documentary.
Okay, I found the video. Everyone, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
59:39. Damn.
All right.
Way to shorten it up, bro.
Even though I disagree with everything,
dude, I gave you 8 seconds. You gave me 59 minutes, bro.
No. This is no. I'm giving you to add to your horde of flat Earth. There is the video link to the 59-minute video of him explaining his experiment fully.
Oh, well done, mate.
That's for you.
So not the Brian Cox video. That's awesome. Thanks,
Brian Cox.
Now I have one of him, but there's a lot less clothes than you might want. You know what I mean? I can send it to you in a DM.
Have you ever seen Brian Cox on his? You ever seen Brian Cox on his keyboard in that band?
I'm not going here. I'm not going there, man.
I don't know. I've seen him demonstrate gravity on another dude's face, so I could send you that.
He was in a.
Holy my goodness! Speculation Sunday, everybody. It's still Speculation Sunday for me, and
I want a special title for adding this to your pile. I want Earth or honorary flat Earth. Right. But nah, it's got to be clever. Honorary Glober.
It was a little too clever, man. But I appreciate the effort. I appreciate it.
All right, let's see.
Wait a minute. Okay. Is this a deep fake thing, man, that somebody did? I mean, come on.
This is from his channel that links from the link that you sent. So if it's a deep fake, it's your own deep fake.
Dude, I don't even want to watch that. That sounds too weird for me. But anyway,
this is your hero, Brian Cox, in the chat.
Oh, it's not my hero, bro. Not mine. Not mine, bro.
Is that him younger? It looks weird.
Yeah, it's when he was in a band. He was in a gay boy band.
He looks trans.
Bad,
dude. Is this worse than Paul McCartney died? I mean, where are we at with this Mongo, bro? I mean,
this guy's telling us about reality. Look at him.
Yeah, that guy's telling us about reality. Hey, I was in a band that did this, man, right there, dude. Yeah, I was high as fuck, man. I was so high.
Now I claim that I've seen two.
Now I've seen galaxies, bro.
Yeah, they joined together and started spinning so fast.
Galaxies that did disco balls, bro. Disco balls in the sky.
That's what he claimed. He said, "Oh, we've seen two galaxies start spinning together and explode in the middle
together."
When the fuck did you see that? No one else has claimed to see that.
Yeah.
He's the biggest shit talker I've ever heard.
Hey, Timbo, man, you'll love this, bro. Like 7 years ago, man, I started posting a bunch of shit on all my friends' social medias, and I was doing astral photography, man, and I was, getting some pretty interesting stuff. And it's inspired one of my buddies, man, I grew up with and I went to school with, man. And he's getting these stacked, layered pictures of galaxies and shit. It's they look great, but it's 3,000 pictures all combined.
Yeah, and then the computer
and it looks so impressive, dude. It's impressive as fuck, man. He's got like a P950. Yeah, he's doing it with like a P950. It's between the P1000 and the P900. It's got the same chip, the same, it's got a better zoom than the P900. But yeah, he's been doing it with that, and he's getting these pictures that are just ridiculously, it looks like nebulas, but they're stacked. I don't know if you guys know it's stacked.
just like their claims. They stack pictures and then they stack claims.
Yeah, it's stacking claims and stacking pictures, bro, to make that look like that. And that's kind of why I brought it up, man. Is like, it's still a stacked picture, bro. I mean, it's fucking staged. It's not.
It means it doesn't look like
picture.
that.
You Mongos. You fucking Mongos can't just take a picture of that. No, you got to stack a bunch of pictures on top of it to make it look like that. And it sucks, man. I think it sucks. And, NASA's been doing it for, as long as we can, probably, go back in history. But my friend's doing it in his backyard and it looks just like NASA, dude. It's so good. I'm like, fuck me, man. It's so good. Anyway, I inspired him to do it, and I think he's doing it. He doesn't know that. He's just stacking pictures, make it look cool. Yeah, he knows that.
Yeah, the computer program fixes it up for him.
Yeah. But it's not a real picture. It's a generated image, and NASA's doing it. My friend's doing it in his backyard. I can do it. You can do it. We can all stack pictures and make it look like NASA from the Hubble or James Webb, whatever. Yeah, we can make it look like that too. Yep, from Earth. We don't even have to go anywhere, bro. We're just hanging out here. We can do that with our technology. Hey, one of the other great technologies that I didn't grow up with was Discord, and be able to talk to people from Australia or England or Canada
in real time
and share pictures and information and links and say, hey man, what do we learn about today, man? No, I didn't grow up with that. Dude, I would have grown up with that shit, man. I would have been a fucking awesome brain surgeon or something, because I'm super nearsighted. Anyway, I could see really small things, but yeah, they do that robotic now. It's just robots. Anyway, that's a different Speculation Sunday kind of topic. Robots. Oh my God. Have you guys seen robots make an omelet or omelette du fromage? Omelette?
Oh, Dexter's Lab.
Have you seen a robot make scrambled eggs with toast?
Yeah.
You have? Yeah, I have too. About 3 years ago, man, my buddy of mine used to own a restaurant. Like, dude, look. There's robots making burgers and flipping burgers, and like it's not going to be too. Dude, I remember like 15 years ago. I remember self-driving cars. Guess what? Last January, I went to Phoenix, and there's self-driving cars all over the fucking city, bro. I mean, can robots make omelets and scrambled eggs? Yes. Yeah, that's where we're at. What you guys do, remember that next time you go through a drive-through, man. They got robots now making your burger. Yep. What?
Nah, self-driving cars, cool shit.
It's messed up, man. It's wrong. It goes
Hell
against
no.
all.
Drives me every morning for an hour.
What does? Your car?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You have a self-driving car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tesla.
Is it good on like a straight highway, or is it good like in city?
96% of the time it's okay. The other 4% gets dicey. But usually you know where it's at.
How do you quantify that?
Yeah. we got to break this down a little bit. So 96% is good. That means it's like on a straight highway. And the other percentage is what, like downtown buildings, cars, stoplights?
No. Actually, it makes more mistakes on the highway when it comes up to, like when there's an exit and maybe there's three options. It's hard to explain, but like imagine there's a two. You're getting off on an exit, but then that exit becomes two more exits to the right, but it has a straightaway. It wants to go straight into the guardrail.
Oh shit!
on only on high speed mode. If you turn it to like chill old lady mode, it'll do it 100%. But if you do it on quick, it's called hurry. It'll absolutely put you in the wall.
Wait. Did you say chill old lady mode?
There's chill, standard, and hurry. If it's on chill, yeah. But it's like old lady mode, right?
No. I love the way you put that, man. It's like chill old lady.
Yeah,
mode.
yeah. Chill old lady, standard or hurry. Hurry will kill you on those turns. Standard, you'll walk away, and old lady mode, it'll do it. Yeah.
You have options. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
To be honest, I've fallen asleep a couple times. To be honest with you,
that's so bad. And it's hilarious that people laugh at old lady, but the other one will kill you.
You know, it's funny. There's this black dude. This fucking black dude was in front. I didn't know it was black dude, right? It had nothing to do with it. I'm just calling him black. But anyway, his Tesla cut me off. His Tesla caught me off, and I wanted to look at him. I'm like, who's this fucking asshole? And I look back, and I can't even see him because his seat is so far fucking back. This dude is aired the fuck out, tongue out, and everything. And his car cut me off, dude. I was like, what the fuck? And he woke up because the car started freaking out because like it attracts your eyes. I know that probably freak you the fuck out. But I saw the alarm go off in his car, and he fucking woke the fuck up, and he saw me trying to record him, and he gave me a thumbs up.
When the alarm went off in his car, was it like lights flashing and
the screen flashes, so sort of like lights, and a loud blaring alarm. It's woken me up every time, so it's useful. Yeah, like you're about to explode.
Wait, you said it's woken you up a few times? What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit! Now we're getting into the meat.
I'll tell you the truth. I had a long 2-hour drive at like 1:00 in the morning, and at one point I woke up going through an intersection flawlessly.
Oh shit!
But it was a 4-way intersection with red lights and everything.
And your car did not stop; it just kept going. Is that what you're saying?
No, because it takes a little time. It takes about maybe like 50. Well, now it's so sensitive. Like you itch your dick, you look down at your cock, and it freaks out. But back then, like a year ago, yeah, you could sleep for about a minute or two before it really freaked out.
This is freaking me out. So I was in the desert last January, and there's all these self-driving cars are called Waymos. Have you guys seen those?
Yeah, they're the ones with all the.
I saw I don't know, 20, 50 of them. I don't know, that weekend. I was out there, and they're driving all over the city, man. I'm like, I gotta walk. But they had this radar thing on top of it. They had cameras everywhere, obviously, and I only saw one person in the back of those cars the whole weekend I was there. And I thought most people are not going for the self-driving cars, man.
I wouldn't do it yet. Personally.
I would do it just to say I did it one time, but it would be like a short little stint, man. It would be maybe 5 or 6 blocks or something, up the street. I wouldn't do it for a 40-minute drive.
No. Well, so it got an update the other day, but now it's there's this one section I drive through that has just very pronounced shadows of the electrical wires, and when the sun hits it right, it freaks the car out, and it starts swimming in the fucking lanes, trying to avoid the shadows.
Right.
Yeah. And
there you go.
Because as they're updating it, it does avoid large potholes and large bodies of water for the most part, but after a certain size, you're going right through it. And but yeah, it's almost there. It ain't there. I wouldn't. Tesla wants to put out the driverless cars without a steering wheel. I'm going to let a whole bunch of people try that before me. I'm not going first.
I'm on a group here in my local city, and this girl posted that when she was driving her Tesla, that all of a sudden, some cars did some squirrely shit in front of her, and her Tesla took over her driving and avoided all the.
Oh yeah, mine's done it. Oh yeah, mine got me out of. Some dude stopped on the middle of the highway at like 70 miles an hour.
Yeah,
but the car had seen through the cars in front of it.
Yeah,
and already calculated it. But there was an 18-wheeler next to me that was too close, so all of a sudden it threw on the pedal. I was doing like 60, and then it did like fucking like 83 instantly, and fucking got the gap between the stopped cars and the tractor trailer.
Damn.
And but you could turn all that off. You could turn all that off though.
Well, the lady who posted that said she didn't. She was just driving her Tesla. She didn't.
Yeah, it's on default. It's on by default. Yeah,
and it was all automatic. The car like swerved left, right, whatever. But that's the way she put it. It was like my car took over, and
I had a cop pull me over. I had a cop pull me over like 2 months ago, and he said I was speeding. All that good shit, and then I touched the line, went over the line. I pulled up the video right away. He was definitely pissed off. It was total bullshit. But
he knew that he was busted.
Yeah, I was like, fuck you, prick. I was like, fucking. It was in the middle of nowhere. He was just,
those guys like to make middle of nowhere guys. I've gotten one of those tickets years ago. Like middle of nowhere. My buddy's like
3 hours away. Yeah,
like dude, I wasn't speeding over the hill. And he goes, dude, try fighting that. You're gonna find out that guy's the judge in that town, bro. That yeah.
The dude knew I was 3 hours away. Fucking, I'm not coming back to fight that ticket for $200.
Yeah, they don't care. Just give us our, $175, man. Just give us our $175.
But I will take that trip to Mars. You know what I'm saying?
What? Who's going to Mars, dude? Do you remember like I don't know, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, they were offering people one-way tickets to Mars. You could never come back.
You can't go to Mars, by the way. That's not going to ever happen.
We know that, but
I've been to Mars.
It was in the mainstream news. They were looking for candidates.
You've never been to Mars. You're lying.
They were looking for candidates to say, "Hey, man, are you willing?"
She doesn't know my life. Sorry.
Who wants to go to Mars one way? Guaranteed, one way. You're not coming back. Anybody?
This guy's already lied and said that he went and came back.
Wait,
I did.
You said that you went to Mars and came back, you Mongo?
Holy shit. I bought that ticket you're talking about. You missed your chance. It was actually a two-way. It was a return ticket.
Oh.
There was a return. There's a return ticket.
Tell us about Mars. Tell us more. How was the ocean currents? And the weather patterns.
You know what's fucked up? I thought it was going to be like a really nice neighborhood, but there was a lot of massage parlors with just the word massage, like Mars massage. You know what I mean? Like it didn't have a name; it just said massage. Yeah, I tell you what, though, they had these. Their hands were like their hands were like snorkels. They had this like suction.
Dude, you should be. You know what you should do for the rest of your life is be a.
You should collect cans on the side of the road. Supervised.
No, don't do that. But you could be a writer.
Supervised.
Science fiction, man. Be a science fiction writer.
Wait, I could have the car. I could have the car drive me while I have a magnet.
Fiction writer, bro. I want you to be a science fiction writer.
I could magnet fish out the car while it's driving and collect all the cans as I go out.
No.
What's Mongos? I'm missing the joke.
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
Just tell me.
I want you to be a scientific writer. You'll be very successful because
like my boy L. Ron.
All of your stories are, fantasy based. I get it. And I want you to go with that, man. Go with the scientific, fantasy based Disneyland science fiction world, man. That's the one you want to go with, man.
Wait, the car
It's called
story
the
was fake?
Disneyland Science Fiction World, bro. That's where you want to go.
Flat, you're saying my car story was fake? What do you mean?
What am I saying? What?
You said my car story was fake?
No, I
Between
didn't
Mars
say
and
that.
your car, which one do you think he's talking about?
I don't think I said that, bro.
Yeah, I was just double checking. He said stories, and I
He's
only
kind of an
told
idiot. You have to give
I-
him a little bit of leeway. He's kind of an idiot. Sorry.
this lady. See, I'm going back to
I
Mars
agree.
because I didn't get this kind of hate from the Mars women and their
Why don't
snorkels.
you go ahead and go back to the Mars station? Go right ahead, buddy.
I can't. It was too expensive.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Just why don't you go back?
How do you spend like hours on the 24/7 Flat Earth channel and not be able to detect a troll?
Yeah.
Oh no, we knew it was a troll.
Troll
Man.
detected. I took care of it, guys.
Well, to be fair,
To be fair, we actually dealt with the troll very nicely.
I think so. I think we were very polite and respectful to.
Oh, hold on, I was not trolling you with the questions we were talking about earlier. We were joking around in an obviously joking manner, and then
Yeah, but
Flatsy
you were
did some mean
obviously
things.
an idiot.
Yeah, and then Flatsy out of nowhere started making mean comments, which I had not said anything mean to anybody. And me and you were obviously joking around, and she took it seriously.
Wouldn't you be interested to know why you
Oh,
can't go
wow.
to Mars?
Okay.
Can we get back to?
Why don't you go listen back?
Let's go get
No, but
back
seriously,
to.
am I not coming through? Hello?
Yeah, you're coming through. You're just fine.
Yeah, so wouldn't you be interested to know why someone said you can't go to Mars?
Not particularly, because we were just joking around anyway. So
No, that was not a joke. You cannot go to Mars. No joke.
Okay, I believe you believe that.
Wait. You can't believe we believe that. The fact is none of us have ever been to Mars, and none of us are going to Mars. Now, if you said, "Hey, man, have you been to Saudi Arabia or the UK or Ireland?" Yeah, we could say, "Yeah, I've been there." But Mars, that's next level, bro. That's the next level. None of us have ever been to Mars. Please admit that. Please admit that. None of us have ever been to Mars.
Believe it or not, I actually did not go, and it was a joke.
Okay,
and I didn't know.
Love it.
I didn't know. I didn't know that needed to be explained to some people. I thought it was beyond obvious.
We did.
No, we're just dude. We're oversensitive to reality, and I apologize for that. We're a little oversensitive to reality because the reality is none of us have ever been to Mars.
Yeah, and nobody's ever going to Mars. It's not a place you can go to, right?
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing why.
Yeah, because of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas pressure adjacent to an ultra high vacuum.
That's a little bit of a problem. I checked it out, and you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, man. That's a problem. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Why?
You can't be wrong. That would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Wait, why did Flat Earth get muted?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mute it.
Damn, friendly fire.
Sometimes that happens just so that the conversation can go forward so that you can get wrecked.
That hurt me physically.
You poor thing, you.
Free my boy. Oh, he's back.
I deserve to be muted. I agree.
That's some sadism. That's some sadism right there.
Nah, it's more like I'm a super realist. I'm a super realist, and when it comes to like, has any of you guys ever been to space? Well, nobody in this fucking Discord is going to say, "Yeah, I've been to space, bro."
I'll bring Katy Perry in here right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She's never been to space either.
Oh, again, a lighthearted, obvious joke. Holy crap!
I appreciate your comedic.
Yeah, well, it's not.
I appreciate it, bro.
It's not catching fire over here.
Yeah. Keep it up, man. I love that. But reality sets in sometimes and say, hey, man, have you ever flown over Earth? Have you ever been to Europe? Have you been to Canada? Have you been to Russia? Yeah.
Well, sometimes we find a good opportunity to put in where we are not that propaganda speech of our position. That's a total straw man. So,
so speaking of that,
we would like
guys
to actually put forth our actual position.
Yeah.
So we can maybe have a conversation with somebody that would be willing to.
Okay, well, you made a claim that you can't go to Mars. You said it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. So that's still on the table, that it hasn't been concluded. Because those two statements don't actually prove anything or make any conclusion at all. And if the other guy was adept in any way, shape, or form, he would just press you on why it's the case that those two things you mentioned reach the
But
conclusion you can't go to Mars.
So why would you?
I did ask you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because we have an audience listening. Maybe that's the reason why.
I did ask you to explain it.
Okay,
but,
sure.
You
Okay.
were just yelling at me earlier, so.
Nobody was yelling at you.
Oh, it's just insulting. My bad. You're right. You weren't yelling. You're just insulting. But if you could explain it, I'd appreciate it.
So you would like me to explain to you how gas pressure works. So gas pressure requires a container. You don't have any other example of gas pressure without one.
Is that what you asked, friend? Is she answering the question that you asked?
Well, it's partially. I'm now asking why you would not be able to. Why would that affect our ability to leave the planet?
There you go.
Yeah, gas pressure would require a container, which means that you need a closed system so that matter cannot leave or enter the system.
Why
if Mars is somehow embedded within the closed system, then what?
Yeah, it's a possibility. But
so if Mars was within the closed system, you would need to provide evidence for that. Thank you.
Well, you're the one who made the claim, Flatsy, that
no,
you
I did not make the claim that you could go to Mars.
Flatsy, let me finish my sentences. Thanks you. You made the claim that you can't go to Mars. Correct?
I did.
Yes.
I did. Yes.
Okay, so you haven't bore that burden yet. You haven't proven that you can't travel to Mars.
The second law
all as you've proven at best, as you were told just recently, within the past 10 seconds, you've proven that it wouldn't be outside the closed system. So you'd have to retract that you couldn't go to Mars, and you'd have to alter your argument, or you'd have to update it, one or the other.
You couldn't go to Mars because it's not in a vacuum, like you have been led to believe, or your preconceived notions of a light in the sky.
Yeah, that's fair, but how does that preclude you from going there?
It precludes it in the sense that he's talking about, as in the narrative that he's been given.
Because it's not the paradigm that he is talking about.
Right, of the idea that Mars is a planetary body within a solar system,
land in the sky,
land that one could go to and walk around on, or send robots to that could.
That's fair. Let's say that's fair. Let's say that's fair. Okay, if you say you can't go there, you have to parse it out with the caveats applied, right? According to his paradigm, maybe you can't travel in the manner in which his paradigm says. But if you just make a standard universal declaration with knowledge claim that you can't travel to Mars, I mean, could you really bear that burden?
Yes. Because of gas pressure.
Yeah, so you are already told, Flatsy, that all you need is to have Mars within the gaseous environment, and then you could travel there. So you can't. So that claim, when
a surface in the sky.
When I said you could bear the burden, you said yes, you failed to do so. So now what are you going to do?
I'm going to say that it would have to be a surface in the sky, which is not possible because it would be...
Why not?
Yeah, because it would be denser than the medium of air.
So?
Why?
I don't think you've thought
You don't
this one
have
out
an
that
example
thoroughly,
of
Flatsy.
something. You don't have an example of something denser than the medium of air being land in the sky.
And so because no one has given you an example, you can make definitive knowledge claims about something you don't know about.
No.
Yeah, because I'm making a non-existence claim of land in the sky.
Right.
Can I
So
ask
whether
her
you
another
realize it or
question?
not, Flatsy, that's a knowledge claim. You're claiming to have knowledge that such a thing can't exist. Yeah, you'd have to bear that burden.
I do not have to bear a burden of something that doesn't exist.
Okay. Your ability to cook good doesn't exist. Do I have to bear that burden?
Oh.
No, I don't actually have to bear that burden. I can just lead by example.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Can we go back to land in the sky?
You agreed. So you agreed, Flatsy, that me just claiming something doesn't exist isn't the end of the conversation, and I just can sit back and twiddle my thumbs.
So I don't have the ability to say something in your imagination doesn't exist. So therefore, I don't have to prove it.
Right, Flatsy. So you can just disclaim everything, and you never have to have any burden of proof. Is that fair?
So if somebody imagines something, do I have to prove their imagination?
No. You made the claim, Flatsy, in the beginning that you cannot travel to Mars. That is your burden to bear.
Yeah, because there's no land in the sky to land on.
Where's the evidence that there's no land in the sky?
Okay, so I have to prove something that doesn't exist.
What have I done?
No.
Wow, Flat. You need to stop hanging out with the FED panel so much.
What are you talking about? I don't even
I'm saying is that you are not capable of reasoning this correctly.
It sounds like we're practicing arena
I guess
rules.
not. Whatever.
You're making knowledge claims about the things away from the Earth just as badly as Globers are. Globers say, I know what this is. You say, I know what it's not. And neither of you can actually make the claim and bear the burden.
But I can also test the density of something in a medium. Also, land can't exist in the medium of air.
Sorry, go test the density of Mars and let me know how that goes.
I didn't say that. I didn't make that claim.
Claims about it. You're literally just made claims about that. Density. You just made that claim. Are you going to deny it?
If I put some sort of dirt in the air, would it not fall to the earth?
No, Flatsy, you're making claims about the density. All as it would have to be, according to your own argument, it's just much less dense than the surrounding environment that it's presently in. So it could be something hard, but just very, very less dense. So even by your own standards, your argument is defeated.
Okay, whatever you say. Just go ahead. If you want to make a point to whatever, go ahead.
No, Flatsy, why don't you just try arguing? Why just do a fait accompli and just be like, oh, I just
because I don't want to oppose you. I want to actually lift you up. You go ahead. If you've got something better than me, then you do it.
No, Flatsy, that's not the point. The point is you got to learn. It's not about you receding in the background. It's sharpening. So if you made the claim that it can't be up there because of the density.
No, sometimes I need to sit on information before I make a decision right on the bat.
That's fair. But if you made the claim that whatever's in the sky essentially must be similar to the land that we're on right now because of the nature of density, and if I drop dirt, therefore
you're not giving me an opportunity to actually consider what you're saying. You're just throwing it on me and telling me to consider it right now.
I'm explaining it further. Okay, I don't need you to interrupt it. If you want to mull it over, then do so on quiet so everybody else can hear.
You're right. Sorry.
All right. So if you make the claim that because of the nature of the density of the Earth, and if I lift up Earth, it falls back to the ground, and then the things in the sky that I haven't been to would be similar in density, and therefore they should fall to the ground, you'd have to know what their similar density would be. So at best, all you've done is excluded that they're similar density to the nature of the Earth's density. Like I said, if they're just a very hard object, of a very less dense material, even if it's an exotic material we don't yet know about, then that would be a claim that you wouldn't know, and so you couldn't make the claim that it must fall to the Earth.
Why
I'm upset about this, guys, is because we have a lot of flat earthers that are making ipso dixit claims about the nature of the lights in the sky, what they can and can't do, what they should and shouldn't be doing, and nobody knows. They're saying, oh, the Globers don't know, but I can say what it's not definitively, and here's my reasoning. But the truth of the matter is that neither of the sides know what they're saying for a fact. So they're speaking as if they know without any knowledge.
If somebody wants to answer why if we can get back on the original track, I guess, is why can't we leave the planet? From what she was saying, what was her argument again? Violates the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, I mean, you'd have to define what a planet is, because I can certainly leave the Earth. Right, I can get in a hot air and leave the Earth.
No, I'm saying,
right?
Why would we? Do you believe the red dot in the sky is a physical or optical illusion? Or
I mean, I don't think it's an illusion, but I mean, I think what we might get impressions of it could be illusory, but that doesn't mean that it's fake. Because if you say it's an illusion, you have to kind of know what it's kind of doing in the first place, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Is it a physical object, a light refraction? Is it what do you think it is?
I mean, dude, it could be an intelligent agent for all I know. It could be an angel for all I know. It could be a shell of a giant moth for all I know.
So what I'm saying is, you guys, I don't know if everyone agrees to this, but I know that's what she said. I don't know if you want to argue her point. She said we couldn't leave the container because the container needs to exist for gas pressure, right?
Yeah, the gaseous environment should be contained. There you go. That's the general claim. And therefore, if you have an object outside of that, which is resisting within a vacuum, then you have a barrier problem. And so the general paradigm of the globe Earth model is that you leave the Earth entering from a gaseous environment into a vacuum with no barrier, and then travel through a vacuum to arrive at a rock, thousands upon thousands of miles away. And so you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that because you have nothing containing the gas.
So, okay. So let's say there is a container. What is the container made of, or what is your best guess or educated guess? Is it a container of gas? Is it a container of a physical barrier of some sort? Like,
don't know.
You don't have to know. It's a consequent. A consequent. Antecedent relationship. Hold on a second. Can you just stop talking? So it's a consequent antecedent relationship. So you have the confounding variable of gas pressure. Therefore, you need a container as an antecedent.
Yeah, fair point. Okay. He already ceded that. He said, if there's a container, what do you think? What do you think? Think. What do you think? Or what is your opinion? What is your idea of what it could be?
Doesn't matter what it is.
Okay, it doesn't matter what it is. Fine.
So we agree. It doesn't matter. That's why he said, what do you think about it?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what the container is.
That's your opinion.
It does matter what the container is.
You don't care to speculate about what it's made of, Flatsy, so you can just sit in the background.
You don't want me to give some sort of example of why it doesn't matter?
No, Flatsy, what I want you to do is allow his question to be answered. Okay? You already said
I was trying to do that with a good analogy.
Flatsy, can I rephrase the question to you?
It doesn't matter now. Just go ahead, AI. You go do it.
Well, keep in mind, I was doing that, Flatsy, when you interrupted me. To make sure everybody knew that it doesn't
I'm sorry
matter.
that I interrupted you. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, Flatsy. So, I mean, AI, so what I was going to ask her anyway is, what do you think it's made of? Do you have an idea, or you just don't know? And you not knowing doesn't mean I win. I'm just generally asking. I can't hear you if you're talking.
I think she made herself clear enough to where I got it. But I said I don't know.
I'm talking AI. Oh well, I think she just said no. She didn't want to answer, but AI I think was supposed to answer, but I don't know where you went.
Personally, from my view, it could be an infinite permutation, right? And so therefore, I could speculate ad infinitum. However, I will caveat it with this: it doesn't actually need to be a physical structure, because if you have the idea of I need a container for gas pressure to contain the gas, the only reason you would need that if there's an outside of the container of which the gas would be able to fill. So if you don't have an expanse outside the container, so in other words, you have a limited volume, right, then you wouldn't need a barrier between the two. So you could literally have, hold on one second, you could literally have, let me finish, you could literally have the end of available free space and that would be sufficient.
You don't have the information for that kind of speculation anyways, but it is Speculation Sunday.
But I mean, I asked him what he might think, so it doesn't have to have concrete proof, so it's fine. My point,
that made sense. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So you gave two options, right? You said it could be infinite, or it could be a container with an outside.
No, I said an infinite. It could be an infinite permutation
Who
of
said
structure.
Infinite? Okay, he did. Okay, sorry.
He did. It's okay. Sorry, say it again. AI.
I said it could be an infinite permutation of the nature of the structure of it. So it could be made of like an infinite number of things or an infinite number of shapes. But I didn't say it was infinite in size or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
So it could not be permeable, so you couldn't actually penetrate it.
Right, but
it could be permeable.
Well, Flatsy, and I don't know if everyone else.
Like, if you could penetrate it, it would be very good to supply that information first.
Right. So a claim I've heard other people say. Okay.
Of penetrating the barrier that would need to be there for gas pressure.
You want me to provide everyone here verification of penetration? Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, baby, stop.
No,
I'm getting Brian Cox in
I
here.
didn't say that. I said if you're going to claim it, you should provide it.
Oh, so when I make claims, I have to provide. But when you say you can't go to Mars, you don't have to provide. I see.
Yeah, I just gave him the example of the gas pressure.
It really didn't. That really doesn't answer the question. But
the gas pressure requires
the question, bro. I know it doesn't answer the question. That's why I pressed the issue.
What do you want to do? Do you want to tell us what the lights in the sky are?
She talking to me or you?
AI.
Oh, but anyway, I think AI, you already answered my question, but I'm going to ask it just in case. So you are saying that there is a chance. There's other people in here, maybe not this crew, that have said that you can't go past this barrier. You're saying that it might be possible to go past this barrier.
No, I'm not saying that. What the hell? I'm saying that it's not possible.
Paying attention, and then you'll know who he's speaking to. He clearly said me.
I said AI quite a few times, and Flatsy, you did say earlier you couldn't leave it, but if you're changing that, that's fine. But if you want to answer, you can answer. But
go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
All right. I mean, AI, you can answer. Flatsy, you can answer. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, to meet the burden of the argument that was presented that the container was holding the gas, then that the container only must be sufficient to hold in the gas. That doesn't mean that you couldn't pass through it by some other means.
Right.
So to make a claim that you cannot pass through it would be an unsubstantiated knowledge claim that can't be borne the burden of.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but going through it as well will be a burden to prove, right?
Right, which is why I parsed it out that you could possibly. I didn't say you could definitely, because we're all talking in hypotheticals at this point, right?
Right. So if it is so by this logic train, we don't know if it's permeable or not permeable, right? Right? Is that fair?
Right.
right? So the claim that I think Oblivion you might have made, or somebody else, about not being able to go to Mars, right? Or at least the direction of this red dot, right? You can't make that claim because you don't know if you can pass through this container. Just because
there's another possibility. It could also be conditional. It could also be conditional because the designer, the architect, or the creator could make the conditions where you can either not be able to leave the container, or he will grant access or exit of the container environment. It could be a conditional.
It could just be semi-permeable, or you think that you can get through it, but you can't.
No, but I'm saying, let's say the creator or the designer of the contained environment is an outside agent, right? And he's outside of it, and he says, okay, I'm gonna make a condition where right now nothing can leave nobody can leave it, and then he can change those conditions, and then you can leave it.
Yeah, but listen, Jim, I just saw this. I was watching Star Wars a little bit because my brother was watching it, and I woke up after I took a nap, and I was seeing they were in the bay where the ships come in. And so what they have is they have a force field which holds the air into the bay, but the ships can pass through the force field. The ships come in, they just pass straight through it, but the air can't. So the force field allows the ship in and out, but it doesn't allow the gas in and out.
I will say the conditional containment is a possibility because, like I'm saying, the creator can set those conditions.
I got a good question theory for you for that. So how would that work? Because if it traveled through the force field, right, it doesn't allow air out. But when you travel through the force field, does it adhere to the ship, or would it push the air and atmosphere inside the ship very hard and increase the pressure and kill everybody on board because of the force field?
Oh gosh!
The force field penetrate the whole ship. That's a good question because, like you said, if
it's a whole ass opposite.
It's not. It's not a. It's just a. Oh my god! But anyway, so whoever made Oblivion, I don't know if it was you or I'm putting words in your mouth, claimed that you couldn't go to Mars when I made the obvious joke that I went to Mars, right?
So
if there is a chance, bro, let me just finish. Bro,
you just wanted to shut the fuck up, or I'll mute you. I want to address AI
fucking pussy. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, go away. Shoo.
Yeah, we were having fun. You're stepping over me, dude. We're having a good conversation.
Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah,
nobody
figured.
cares.
Yeah.
So because you've been over speaking, and I wanted to address AI on this point before you take it someone else.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been speaking way too much. So I just want to address AI since he's been bringing this conditional environment AI. So you know how people argue that we live in a contained environment. Now you're saying there could be different ways that it can be contained. If we are within the contained environment, and let's say Mars, you guys gave example Mars, and Mars is inside of the container, right? And the lady earlier was saying that you cannot go to Mars, and you're saying, how do you know that, right? How do you know you cannot go there? That will be a conditional thing, because right now you don't have anybody that can demonstrate that we can actually go. But that's like you were saying. I will add up that it will be a conditional thing. It will be like
it would have to be something that you could land on in the sky that would be denser than the air.
Let's say just reach it for whatever it is. Let's say it's just a light in the sky that the creator put there to do what it does, right? Just to reach it, that means you went to that thing called Mars. Doesn't necessarily mean that is Mars, the thing that they show on the TV, right?
Right.
So we should say that we could land on it somehow.
No land. Let's say it's a light and go touch it with your finger.
Yeah, it could be a ball of plasmoid for all we know.
Something
but either
that we
way,
could at least put ourselves on.
Maybe it's a Saddleloon.
Right, but making the claim that we can't go to it is impossible because you don't know if it's not permeable or not.
Before we go on, there was another claim just brought up that it would have to be denser than the air. Why would it have to be denser than air?
I would say because the only things that we can land on would be land. We can't land on something that isn't that. So
really, sure.
if it's not
so
that,
if somebody had a Zeppelin like they used to have,
okay.
Ships,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so maybe there's a way to somehow set foot on it, but not land on it like land. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just touch it. It's like go there and see it.
Right, so perfect.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Okay.
Classy, I'm happy that you finally said I don't know. Because that's the correct answer. You didn't know when you started, and you don't know now, but at least now you're honest that you don't know.
Yeah, but I wasn't even saying anything like that. I was just trying to give him an idea of a paradigm that's not the vacuum of space.
Definitive claims that you couldn't bear the burden to prove.
Why couldn't it be why couldn't it be a planetoid seen through a clear container? Why couldn't it still be a planetoid outside?
But I think the guy he was saying that when he said he went to Mars, he meant that he landed on Mars. That's why.
Oh my God! It was a joke.
Dude, Mars is a nightclub in Thailand.
Yeah, AI. It's exactly what I was thinking about. By the way, when you is Mars, Thailand. But yeah, what's to stop it from being another planetoid outside of the clear container? I mean, why not? No.
Just go ahead, AI. You might as well go ahead and expound on this whole ass idea.
It's open to anyone. Gemsy.
The Earth having to be a
okay. Do you think that somebody else is going to expound on that?
Well, the Earth would have to be a planetoid in the first place for the question to follow.
Not really. What if it's another flat disk pointed directly at us outside of the container? I mean, what do you mean?
So now it's just a different question.
Now you have to deal with that question.
It's a slightly different question that still deals with the basis that you might
another
be able
loaded
to believe.
Question.
It's not loaded. I mean, loaded for you maybe, but
that was a flat pancake. I never said any of those things.
What if Mars is just another flat planetoid? What if it was just another flat surface that we could land on outside, and maybe it has its own set of rules? Right? Why not?
Maybe you can land on a light in the sky, and you can also
but you don't know if it's a
just
light.
be on it, whether it's a light or it's not. Maybe it's something else.
Absolutely. But you can't make definitive claims.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and dive into this paradigm where it could be something else that we can't prove.
Yeah, well, you make claims that you could.
So when you make claims that you can't prove, you shouldn't do that, right?
It's not even worth pointing out. I don't care. It's fine.
Yes, but however, we are speculating and we are engaging in hypotheticals, so we don't have to prove these claims. These are speculations. They're not like
when I'm asking a speculation, it's shot down with claims of absolute knowledge.
Exactly, and the person that's shooting you down doesn't actually have the knowledge.
Well, there's a couple people, some in the chat and somebody else, but I don't remember his name.
Well, yeah, you've been shut down on a few points that were knowledgeable, and a few other points weren't actually.
I don't what part. It doesn't matter what points, but but anybody.
You made an interesting point, which is to assume uniformitarianism. So, like in all available free space, all physical laws operate the same. Like that's a philosophy. Like no one's actually proven that. So
well,
it's entirely possible.
It does seem like a knee-jerk reaction.
Hold on, bro. It's entirely possible that the physics that happen on a local level don't happen on a non-local level. So whatever the things in the sky are could be operating on different principles. And so when you go into the zone where they reside, it's completely weird relative to what we're used to.
Yeah, and I think you'll agree. I just think it's crazy for a lot of people who frequent this channel to say they have absolute knowledge when what it could be. What if it's a copy paste? What if this object that we're on, you could pass through the container, right? Why can't you, right? You don't know, you're not sure. What's to stop you from saying there's another exact, what if the creator put another body out there, right? That follows the same rules. And you just don't know the empty space in between. Like you said, it might be the same physics. It might be slightly different physics.
As the conditions are in, you wouldn't be able to leave it because the gases are in place. You have gas pressure, so the gases are contained. And for you to be able to breathe air, listen, for you to be able to expand your lungs and the air to rush towards that available medium, there will have to be a container in place. Then there could be a conditional. There could be a conditional.
How do you think submarines work?
Okay, there could be a conditional environment that there could be a valve or a door that you may be able to open, a door within a door that you can leave the container, right? But there is containment.
We shouldn't
even.
That doesn't stop what I'm saying. If you built a ship and you pass through the container that you claim, you could still have a self-contained atmosphere inside.
But still conditional.
What the fuck?
How?
I'm so mad at the way that this conversation is going right now.
I mean, no.
If you're mad, you don't need to be mad.
Let's focus on that. Why is Flatsy upset? Like, let's all solve
Because
it.
matter cannot pass through a closed system that we experience. We experience a closed system because of gas pressure. That's the confounding variable.
But we can pass through gas, bro. What are you talking?
No, just hold on, brother. I just want to ask this question. Flatsy, you ever heard of a door before?
Yeah, a door, a valve.
Yeah, a door. I got you.
The door, it's a closed system. When you open the door, you can pass out, and then you can close the door again.
Yeah, have you ever seen a
container? Do you know what it's like to open and close that door?
Yeah, Flatsy, it's called an airlock.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Think of a bubble. Think of a bubble you blow. Think of a bubble you blow. You can pass through. There's atmosphere inside of a bubble that you buy from the dollar store, and you can pass your finger through and pull your finger out, and the atmosphere still stays in there, and you can leave it as a simple freaking example.
And guess what, dude? It actually warps around your finger to contain the separated atmospheres. And so guess what happens? You end up with what is essentially like if you were a small little dude inside the bubble, you would think it was like a force field and somebody was just passing right through it. Crazy.
Absolutely.
Well,
that kind of opening would be a violent exchange. It wouldn't be something just, la-ti-da. It would be a violent exchange.
How do you know?
Great. Here's the problem. In this example, Flatsy, he told you you can pass your finger through a bubble, and lots of us have experienced this. And guess what? The bubble doesn't pop. So it's not a violent exchange, actually.
So if a door would open and close in the enclosure that we have gas pressure, it wouldn't be a violent exchange.
No, not if it was perfectly. Not if it adhered to like a bubble adheres to your finger.
Yeah,
if it adhered to the ship the same way.
Well, let's put it this way, bro. A bubble can do it, and an airlock can do it. So, Flatsy, we gave you two options that could suffice the task.
Your nose mucus could do it when you sneeze, when you blow a bubble, when you got boogers.
A bubble doesn't have the ability to last forever, so you don't have the existence of a bubble.
Flatsy. We're using analogies here. Obviously, if it was a grand bubble, which was containing the Earth and the atmosphere of the Earth, it wouldn't just be a soap bubble. It would be something much grander.
I would never say that it was a bubble because then it wouldn't last.
Oh my goodness, Flatsy, are you drunk right now?
Do you think that a bubble is a lasting container?
Hey, Flatsy, I asked you a question. Are you drunk? Yes or no?
No.
Because if you're not drunk, I'm about to intellectually eviscerate you. And if you are drunk, I'm going to excuse you for being not in possession of your intellectual
So does anybody else want to
I've had a couple of drinks.
bubble analogy?
All right, fair point. So I won't hold it against you that you're not thinking clearly.
Yeah, but you're not thinking clearly.
No, Flatsy, I'm thinking way more clear than anybody here. Trust me.
So you think that a bubble would sustain all reality when in any topic?
You're claiming all reality.
Sorry,
I
stop for a
said
second.
that it would not be like a soap bubble. It would be of something much grander than soap. For goodness sakes.
Okay, so it wouldn't like roll back like a scroll to you.
Flatsy, a bubble, like I said, it's much grander than a bubble. And besides, it says the skies.
Okay, yeah, okay,
back.
I got you.
Hold on, Flatsy. In the scripture that you're referring to, it says the sky will be rolled back like a scroll. It doesn't say the firmament will be rolled back like a scroll. So you're not even getting a correct one-for-one analogy here.
That's true. I would leave some leeway for you to give some sort of revelation.
Also, keep in mind, Flatsy, in this paradigm that you're referring to, you're talking about an entity that metaphysically contains reality itself and upholds it with its power ever present and can literally control every nanoparticle of everything.
Get that. I got that. Yes.
He can roll a bubble up like a scroll, trust me.
And this entity and this entity can take you outside of the container. You know, when in the scripture it said that God took people to heaven or outside of earth.
Yep.
Right. So my whole point of all this is that there's a that the claim that we can't go to Mars can't be made.
Yeah, but Mars is not that thing that you believe is like in the TV. It's not this land.
You don't know that, right? The same way you say I can't know that, you can't know that. But you can't make the claim we can't go there.
Yeah, we can't make that claim.
Right. But that is not what you guys said 30 minutes ago.
There we go. You can't make that claim now.
Boom.
We can't make that claim.
Hello. We're in the paradigm of the helios. Because remember, he said planet earlier. What I'm saying is what he was saying. He said, how can you leave this planet?
Any object.
You said that we can leave this planet and go to Mars. You think we're in the paradigm that you're standing on a planet, and when you go to Mars, you're going to land on a planet.
You're playing semantic. Changed it to whatever you believe.
Did you say planet or no? Did you say planet?
I did it first, but I changed it to fit the narrative.
So not like
win.
that. Like I told you, not the way you were thinking about it. Now you change it. Now you're changing
That's a sad attempt, bud. Sad.
Now you're changing it. Now you're not standing on a planet anymore. Now now Mars is something different.
Yeah, we changed it like a half hour, 45 minutes ago, but you're too.
Yeah, there you go. But not the thing within the heliocentric model.
Yeah, you're right, bud.
Not Whatever. The cartoon in the TV.
You got it. You got it. You don't know that.
So there you go. You don't have to go against what I say. We agree. So what I said is correct. So why are you disagreeing?
Yeah, it's just about you wanted to end with you're correct. I mean, I was correct, but I still didn't say it. But you have some sort of weird need for it.
You're incorrect when you said planet.
You can't.
That you live in this planet and go into that planet.
Sure.
You're incorrect in that.
Yeah, well, you still made the claim we couldn't go to Mars at the beginning, so I don't care.
No, I didn't say that in the beginning. Incorrect. I told you it's a conditional environment, and the creator can. I said that you can go there and touch it if the creator allows it.
What creator?
The designer of the place that you're in. The architect of the great construct, that creator.
Is there two creators?
Who knows? That's a good question. Maybe more. Okay. Maybe more than one.
Maybe that creator made a planetoid named Mars that we can actually travel through too. Right?
Not the one that you claim that you were standing on. Why? Not the one in the cartoons.
Why?
Because the one in the cartoons, the Earth is a ball, and you're not standing on a ball.
I'm talking about Mars, bud.
Mars, the light in the sky, the observable phenomena that we can look with our God-given senses with our eyes, right? That thing is the one that we're talking about that we might be able to go to conditionally. But the one that you were claiming, leaving this planet, planet Earth, not reality, going to the fantasy Mars, that one, you cannot go to the fantasy one. You can only go to the real one. You're not standing on a
know
planet.
It's a fantasy? How do you know it's a fantasy?
Because when you said that you were standing on a planet, when you say you were standing on a planet, the thing that when you say Mars is that cartoon within the cartoon that you were thinking about, the planet cartoon. And the thing that we look in the sky, that's not a cartoon.
Hold on. Tristan, are you talking to me? Or did you mute a fascist like myself? Oh, you're just in chat. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, you keep saying the fantasy in Mars, right?
There is a separation between the observable phenomena that we observe and with our eyes in reality, and we say, can we go there or can we not go there? That's the debate right now in reality, right? Can we go to that light in the sky?
I mean, you can't claim that it's not an object. You can't claim that it's not a mass, like a land mass, right?
It's not the cartoon that you depicted to be in the heliocentric model. It's not.
I haven't claimed any kind of cartoons. I don't know what you're watching.
When you said planet, you did. When you said that you're leaving this planet, you did.
I corrected it to fit your narrow view of not being able to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, so there you go. In reality, the phenomenon
I still don't believe your reality, but I'm mirroring your reality to make it easier for you to understand. Otherwise, you get bogged down in the argument of planetoid and just words when we already corrected it, went over it.
Planetoid. Can you define that?
No.
Do you even know what that is?
Nope, I have no idea.
So you're just saying planetoid to just say it?
Yeah, I just heard I heard Brian Cox tell it, so I just repeated it.
So there you go. You're still thinking about fantasies.
Yeah.
You haven't moved on from the fantasy. You still haven't made it to reality yet.
I mean, actually, I've kind of brought you to agree to my point. So I mean, I kind of did win.
This is not an agree or disagree general. This is not the cake decorating forum or the gun rights or the Democrat.
I honestly don't think you could handle the cake decorating forum.
I don't think they even allow you there.
The five stutters through that kind of took the power away. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's not a debate. You don't live in a cartoon. So when you say that you live in this planet, no, you don't live in a cartoon, bro.
Right, but I'm glad you agree with me. I'm glad you agree with me that it could be permeable. You could leave, and you could go to Mars, and it could be an object in the sky you could land on. We're in total agreement, right?
I agree with you.
Perfect.
Yeah, that is a speculation.
I mean, all you have is speculation. You don't have any knowledge.
Otherwise. No, not all you have is speculation. No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
The phone that I have right here is no speculation.
Well, I mean, it could be. It could be a dream. It could be an AI. Who knows?
Oh, there you go. So you're the one in the dream. You think you're a brain in a jar.
I mean, possibility.
What do you eat? Like fish food?
Yeah, I like flakes.
Yeah.
Do you believe in satellites, or how's my Starlink work?
The ones in reality, right? The ones that we can send up in reality, those ones are real. The ones in the cartoon around the spinning ball in the vacuum of space, those ones are not real.
What you're saying, like all? Okay, wait. So you're saying low Earth satellites are real, right?
The real devices that we can send up in the sky, those ones are the real ones.
All right, that's farther than a lot of people in here have said.
The ones that you imagine going around a globe, those ones are not real.
At what height can they not pass? What height is the highest amount we can go with these satellites?
Unknown.
Well, you made the claim they can't go any farther, right?
No, I made the claim that they're not going around a sphere because you're not standing on a sphere.
I have a question. Why can't those satellites be real? The ones that are traveling the solar system.
Because cartoons are not real, dude.
No, that's not an answer. That's not an answer. Why can't that physical object be real? If we agreed that it's possible that we could leave this object and go to Mars if it was another object, right, through a permeable imaginary bubble, right? Then why couldn't we send a satellite?
You can. The satellites in Star Wars are not reality, dude.
You're not answering the question. You're being facetious about the whole thing.
You're mixing the real stuff with the fictional stuff. That's where you're having the issue.
I'm asking you a question. If I launch a satellite, right? I have $1 billion and I build a satellite that I can launch forward, right?
How are you gonna do it? Tell me. Go through the process. How are you gonna do it?
See, you're bogging it down over the hypothetical, and you're trying to. Are you gonna
attach it to a balloon? Are you gonna use quantum levitation?
I'm using a big rocket that shoots fire out the back. Okay,
that's not how rockets work.
I'm being fucking stupid on purpose because you're being ridiculous on purpose.
You're being ridiculous because you're being ridiculous. That's not my fault.
You're being okay, yeah. So anyway, we have all this money. We put a rocket, right, with a satellite on top. We shoot the rocket all the way up, right? You said earlier it's possible we could pass through this firmament, right? This invisible barrier.
Who said that? Can you clip that?
All right. You're not even arguing in good faith. You're just being
I told you asshole. It's a conditional. It could be a conditional thing.
Right. And if you're saying it could, that leads to the
You're not the creator. Listen, bro, you're not the creator of this place. You can't just nilly-willy.
I know I'm arguing. I know I'm arguing with a dude who can't comprehend it. But my point is just to say
you're the smart one here, huh?
No, not at all.
You're the one that sleep on the Tesla, and the Tesla drive you around. You're the smart one.
Yeah, I said that. I don't know how that you're not really insulting me with that, but
I mean, yeah, you saying I don't comprehend what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but not in this case.
Not in this case. You believe that you're gonna send the satellite and a rocket when you can just attach it to a balloon and send it up, and that's it.
What's the difference? I want to use a rocket. I don't like balloons. They scare me.
Where is the rocket going? What is it going? What's the medium that it's going to? You took that into account?
It's passing through our atmosphere to meet the firmament, to meet your barrier.
It's gonna go to the waters above or something?
It's going through your barrier. It's gonna touch the tip.
It's gonna go through the barrier? Bro, do you want to destroy the world? Do you think you're gonna break the firmament?
Just over your house. Just over your house.
But it's gonna eventually the waters above are gonna flow to your house. If
I break the top, why would the water leave the top?
Bro, you cannot break it. You cannot break the container like that. That's not you.
Why would the water fly out?
You're saying that this rocket is going to be a bigger bomb than the nuclear bombs that were throwing in the 50s to the sky?
You know it's fucked up? You know you're going to walk right into what I'm saying, and you're trying to obfuscate the whole thing.
Walk into what you're saying?
Yeah.
You're saying that you're going to pass the container. That you can't do that.
You've already agreed. You're not you're changing your answer. You're a little sneaky boy, aren't you? You're changing your answer from earlier.
Remember, I told you conditional.
What's conditional mean?
There's a condition in place. The condition is that right now, for you to be able to be breathing air and be able to be having this conversation, you are within a contained environment. And just because you think that you can break through the containment, that's not how it works because you believe it. That's not how it works.
You make a claim, it's not how it works.
Okay,
show me.
Okay,
how.
Prove it that you can leave the container. Prove it. Go ahead and prove it. You're the one
saying it's possible. No, I'm saying it's possible. I'm saying, okay.
Prove it. Come on, prove
it. You know exactly why you're wrong. Okay, let's say I can't prove it.
You're just making stuff
prove
up
it to me
and
that
saying,
you can.
You made it up, therefore it's true.
Prove it to me that you can't. You're making the claim too. You're making the same claim. We're standing on the same ground.
Your lack
making
of evidence
two
is not the
claims.
evidence, dude.
You claim we can't. I claim we can. Right?
Your lack of... I told you it's a conditional... It's a conditional thing.
Yeah, but not to you. It doesn't apply to you.
No, God.
Yeah,
the Creator. I allowed you. If the Creator says that you can leave, you can leave. But I don't think you can.
What if the creator gave the United States government permission to send a satellite through?
Sure, if they give it, if God says that someone can do it, they'll be able to do it.
Right. So then that would actually
So
mean
show
that
it. Did
there's a
God give you the
possibility-
permission? Go ahead and show it. Show it.
God works in mysterious ways, bro. He doesn't want you
But
to show you.
it.
You have to
You're
have
saying
faith
that
that
you
he
can
let us
do
through.
it, so go ahead and show it.
Show me God right now.
Bro, you're breathing air.
Bro, you see a satellite video made possible by God. See how stupid that fucking
You
comment
forgot what Flasty told you about the antecedent? You're breathing air. There's a container
Yeah,
in place.
the logic works the same way. That's why you're reverting back to her argument.
No, an antecedent is a cause.
Stay on
An
track.
antecedent
If
is
God,
an antecedent.
you're asking for proof that God allowed them to send the satellite through the firmament, right? I'm saying show proof that God's allowing
That's
you
a
to breathe
conditional
air right
thing.
now.
You're breathing air, dude. The cause of the containment is the cause of the pressure of air that you're breathing right now is containment.
That doesn't mean anything. You're saying words.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
You know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Why can't we leave?
Exert.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Pressure.
Why can't we pass through the gas?
It does
pressure?
matter.
We can pass through gas, right, bud?
Yeah, you're can pass through gas.
You're lost in your own argument, right? Yeah, so we can send a rocket. We can send a rocket up through the gas, right?
Where? You can send gases through the gas. Yeah, not through the container.
Rocket. I said rocket. You know I said rocket. No. I mean, you're just being silly because you don't know what you're saying.
I said you can send rockets through the gas. That's what I said.
You're panicking.
Panicking. Stop being silly, dude. Get real.
Yeah.
So, you're breathing air, and the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. And you're saying that doesn't mean anything.
You know that's not what I said. That's how I said you can't even grasp the conversation.
It sounds like you're projecting.
I'm saying
you're claiming.
Okay, let me talk.
You're
let me
claiming
talk and try and listen.
Making a claim without.
Let me talk and
making
try and
a
listen.
Claim
right?
that you can
let me talk and try and listen.
Send a rocket and leave the containment.
I'm saying it's possible, right?
Prove it. Where's the evidence that you can leave the containment?
Me saying that it could be possible doesn't mean
you say you can send a rocket to heaven. Show me heaven. Put a camera on the
rocket. Can you show me heaven?
Show me heaven.
Can you show me heaven?
I cannot leave this place.
You could do something right now and report back.
Okay, show me where the throne of God is. Since you can leave this place, you're the one claiming it.
You claim to know where it's at.
Well, it's up above us, the Most High.
Yeah.
So you're saying you send the rocket up there and leaving this contained environment.
Yeah, you're not even the rational flat Earth, dude. At least AI was like fucking coming from just a different opinion with like things to back it up.
Really?
You just fall back on God. You say God.
Fall back? How am I gonna fall back? He's the Most High. I'll have to fall up.
Yeah.
Or go up.
Gotcha.
You know the antecedent to the container, right? It's a designer, a creator.
I actually don't even dispute that. I dispute.
There you go. So you've been arguing with me for nothing.
No, I don't dispute the possibility of a creator. All right. In fact, I prefer that option, to be honest with you. 100%.
There you go. We're finally on the same page.
No, but your interpretation. No. Your interpretation of it is absolutely ridiculous.
Ridiculous?
Yeah, there can be a creator.
You are in a design environment.
Yeah, there can be a creator, and you can fundamentally
there has
not
to
understand.
Be. There has to be.
Right, I'm not saying that as in there isn't. Okay, this is why I'm saying you can't follow. I know English isn't your first language, but I feel
it sounds like English is not your first language.
Yeah, you stuttered while saying that, so good one.
Well, I can speak 3 languages. How many languages can you speak?
Just a little bit of Vietnamese and Chinese. That's about it.
Oh, really? Chinese?
Yeah. Actually, most of it's faded. I haven't been.
You're gonna do good in the economics then.
Nah, fuck China, dude. I hope they burn.
Why? You want children to burn?
The government in particular, but you know. Are you a China stan? You a tanky?
China stan. Is that a new term?
It's an old term, probably like 2012, right?
Like a people hater?
China stan? Nah, it just means you're simping for China. Communism.
Wait, you don't buy any products from China?
Oh, I try not to.
But you do. So you are a China lover because you love their products.
Nah. Yeah, that's not even a real argument, but that doesn't even track.
Wait, what? Don't you love the products? So yeah, but you came to the conclusion we finally made it to the same page. The antecedent to this design environment is a creator.
Like I said, you can still you can fundamentally disagree. Oh wait, hold on. 1 second. Fundamentally not understand the created design of this creator, right? Just because you claim as a creator doesn't mean you don't have the final say on what this creator said.
No, what he says is the obvious thing. Is the antecedent, the necessary thing for a design.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna piss.
No, you don't have to. Make your own decision. You don't have to. Leave it contained. If you can break outside of the container, just nilly-willy, you can also forget about your necessities.
And we are live. Is anyone here? Misogyny. Yes, facts. I'm not clocked in at Misogyny headquarters just yet, but what's going on, chat? What are you guys up to? You guys, are you live?
No, we're not live.
We're not live. Wait, no, I was in politics. Whoa, this guy's driving crazy. I was in politics religion, and they're not live. Looks like you guys are live. So that's why
we're just cooking to an empty.
I'm surprised how non-fucking chaotic this is. I normally join politics to like, oh, this is flat Earth. My bad.
Wait. Have you been here before? To the flat Earth? You talked to flat earthers before?
I haven't much really joined here. I thought this was the politics room, not the flat Earth room.
No worries, bro. But like, have you talked to flat earthers before or no?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay. Well, what did they say? Like, what kind of things did they say that stood out to you?
Well, my stance has always been that like scientifically the Earth is round. So.
Holy smoke! I mean, that's not really what I asked, but that's fine. We can address that later. So, what did the flat earthers say that stood out to you? Anything?
Not really, because yet again, I haven't actually talked to them that much.
So you talked to them, but you don't remember what they said. All right, no worries, no worries. You said scientifically a globe. Chat,
No,
get
he
your
said
pitchforks
round.
out and light the torches.
I don't know about all that. I don't really have a stake in this, dog. I'm not gonna lie. I clicked on the wrong channel. That's why I'm here.
You ain't leaving. This is a no leaving panel. Once you join, you can't leave.
Damn. Oh damn, I'm trapped here now.
Facts.
Yeah.
You triggered my trap card.
Yeah. So I'm assuming I'm gonna take it that you're a flat earther. Is that correct?
100%. Yep. But I don't think people really know what flat Earth is, though. I think a lot of new people, they hear flat Earth, they think in their mind of what that might be like. It's probably way off, and they're like, "Well, why would you think that? That's stupid." But no one really knows what our position is. Really, it's not easily accessible.
To be honest,
No,
it's because
it's
each flat
100%
earther you talk to is
understandable,
different.
dude. It's
That's
100%
not true.
understandable. From the positions that I have for politics on other aspects, a lot of people think that I'm. A lot of people don't exactly understand where I'm coming from at first, and I have to do a lot of explaining. So I get where you're coming from with flat Earth.
Cool. That's cool. I'm glad you could resonate with that. Are you what are you like, right wing or something?
Yeah,
I mean,
you can say that to an extent.
Hell yeah, let's go. So yeah, all right, that's cool. I mean, we're not a bunch of liberals in here, so you don't got to worry about us. I don't think we're like stupid or liberal or anything.
I don't. That's the thing. I don't really care if you are or not. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I think a good discussion can happen between two oppositions. So there's nothing wrong with that.
That's where the best discussions come from. I have a homie that's he's like a black Democrat femboy, so like the complete opposite of what I am.
Oh, that's crazy.
But we're still big homies because like we can set aside our differences and like talk to each other like adults.
Yeah, I love that. That's awesome, man. That's what it's all about, really. Cool. Awesome, man. Well, W Trump and all that good stuff, right?
He's okay to an extent. There's things that he does that I don't like, and there's things that he does that I like.
For sure. Well, we can't have a woman as president, bro. Let's be honest.
Hell no.
Are you saying that ironically or unironically?
I'm so dead ass. I'm super dead ass. Actually, if you ask the panel, yeah, I'm dead ass. We do not have women in office, bro. Fuck that.
I actually like Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
What do you think about Candace Owens? Do you think she'd be a good president?
No, we can't. No women as president ever.
No women. Okay. All right.
Candace Owens is right about a lot of shit. I just don't like her, and I don't want to say it's because how she looks, but it's how she looks, and it bothers me, and I feel bad.
Oh, wait, you said Candace Owens?
Big W for Candace Owens.
No, like her face bothers me, and I feel bad.
Okay, no offense to Candace. I think Candace is an amazing person, but she has like a really weird looking nose.
She got like this fish face with a weird nose, like a Michael Jackson nose, and it just throws me off.
I'd still hit.
No,
that's diabolical.
Nah, Tulsi, and honestly, I'd give her the presidency because as long as Tulsi Gabbard let me hit it on the side, all right, in the office,
bruh.
Yeah.
No, it's just a bad look to have a woman as president, bro. We're not gonna do that. Hell no.
I'm not necessarily against it. I think it just has to be the right woman, I think I'm against it more often than not, like 9 times out of 10. If there's going to be a woman candidate, I'm not going to want to, but
it's much harder. It's much harder to project strength. And then when they project strength, it honestly comes off as like, you're like, look at her trying to be tough. And I feel bad.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Now we can't have that as like the leader of the most powerful country, some woman. Hell no.
No, I want some 6'5".
There's different forms of strength. You see, there's different forms of strength. There's like physical strength. Like if we're back in the oldie days, then yeah, 100%. You couldn't have a woman leader. But in modern day times, strength it really just means understanding and confidence. And women can have confidence and understanding. That's what strength.
No, even statistically, right now? Even statistically, and I almost wish what you were saying was true. Statistically, even a lot of feminist women still kind of cave to over masculine man.
Facts.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with like a lot of the majority of feminism. Like modern day feminism isn't actually feminism. It's just fucking retarded.
It's retardism. Yeah, exactly.
You know what though? If there's a woman that can fly a drone better than any dude and gets like 50 to 1 fucking 50 to 1 ratio, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let her drive it. But like I don't think
if we're on the right, actually, I kind of want to ask, what's your stance on Israel then?
Oh shit! We're on YouTube, bro. We can't JQ on YouTube, man.
No, we're not. That's our topic. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, America first, bro. America first. Fuck Israel.
That's based as fuck. Hell yeah. I take that statement to an extreme. That's why people don't understand where I come from at the beginning.
You should check out my boy Myron Gaines. He's got a channel called Myron Gaines.
Nick Fuentes.
Oh, also him and Nick are boys. Actually,
I love Nick
Fuentes also. Yeah, if you like Nick, you'll love Myron's dope also.
Myron's a little cringe. I think he says a lot of shit that's a little too much.
Hey man, hey.
I like how Nick puts a lot of his views. I like the way that Nick does a lot of things.
I like Myron. I like Myron Gaines only because like some of the shit that even if I disagree with him, the way he says it to these libtards on the college campus,
it's awesome, dude.
It makes me feel good, even though I don't agree with him. It's just the fact that it pisses them off and they can't handle it. It's like,
exactly. No, dude, Myron's great. He cooks on Israel a lot. He's going deep on this shit.
Because you got to think, like, if you were a woman, right? If you were born a woman, right? Like my boy Crossum, he's beautiful. All right.
Wait, what? If you're born a woman like my boy, what the fuck?
I'm just kidding. Hey, dude, it's girl dick, dude. It's different. As long as it's smaller than yours, as long as it's smaller.
There's actually there's a term for it. It's called gawk. GOCK as in girl cock.
Oh my god!
Dude, that's going to the group chat tomorrow morning, bro. But
hell yeah, just say next time you're talking to your homie, just say, "Hey man, nice gawk."
Yeah. No, creation bear. It's actually it's in the Bible. That if it's smaller than yours, it's not gay.
Never. Sorry.
No, it's not the King James one. They got rid of it. They took that line out. You know what I mean? They just. But
we all know Big J was a femboy fucker.
Oh my days.
Oh shit.
Cat's roasting you guys right now.
Have you ever watched?
If we're on the topic of not extremism, but just politics and being right wing, and Nick Fuentes especially, y'all mind if I go ahead and give a little bit of my, I guess, more extreme or radical political stance?
Crit, you want to?
As long as you answer this one question, I know you guys hate AOC, but if she came to you and you was like, "Hey," would you?
Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. Would I hit AOC? Yeah, sure, why not? But she has a bit of a pancake ass, though. I'm not gonna lie.
She got the video from her dancing in college. A+.
Yeah, facts.
I would hit, but I would only hit if she like was a bartender again.
Yeah, like on the bar.
Yeah, exactly. Like on the bar. Like she makes me a drink, and then like, let's just say like it's one of those scenes where like those sex scenes in movies where like you just like throw everything off the table all at once and then have sex on it. That but on the bar we just start wiping all the bottles, just fucking slapping them all off the bar and just
actually, I want to do it with her in that white outfit at the border while she's like pretending to care.
Border.
While she's giving a speech or just giving her back shots and she's like trying to give the speech correctly.
Yeah. You guys are fucking diabolical.
And back shots is wild.
I pretty much exclusively only mess with libtards chicks. Honestly, like recreational youths only.
I'll change my mind. I'll let all the illegal immigrants in if AOC lets me hit on demand. Fuck all you guys.
Dude, liberal pussy hits different, I'm not gonna lie.
It does, I'm telling you, bro. You gotta hit that recreational lib. That left.
Especially when when you pretend to be lefty with them, and then
Of course, dude. I actually have a post for you guys. Once I get to my phone, I'll put it in the chat. It's actually so funny.
What were you gonna say, Cross?
It's even better when the bitch knows that you're right wing and she has like a kink for it too. She's like, "Oh yeah, oh my god, big right wing extremists keep fucking me." Like, I don't know. Something about that is just it's hot to me. Like she knows that you're right wing.
Wait.
I need to unlock that. That's
wait.
W.
Hold on. This is gonna blow your mind. This is gonna blow your minds. Ready? So there's this black girl, right? And
nice.
Went on a date. Whatever. You know what I mean? She's kind of in the middle of the date. She got in an argument with her dad about not giving her money, which is wild. But anyway, she decided to get naked, and it was fucking awful. But like, she had TYT on, literally in the living room, and
oh my god!
And I used to really like it. You know what I mean? And I actually thought they were more reasonable, maybe like 7-8 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe. To be honest.
Now they have TDS.
Yeah, I think I really agreed with a lot of what they said, but now they're now they're doing damage control, and now they're coming back towards the center to try and be like, please don't leave us, type of shit. But
yeah.
Anyway, dude, she was very hardcore liberal. We even had an argument, literally in the middle of it, like before everything, and then she got naked, and I swear to God, she had a fucking N-word kink, and it was blowing my fucking mind. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Black women do.
Right now.
You'd be surprised. A lot of black women have that.
But it was like we had an argument about like full on left with it versus right shit, and then right after that, like literally within 5 minutes, and then she's like, "Oh, call me the." I didn't even do it. I left. I made up excuse because it was just. I figured she's gonna get.
I would 100%. I've done slave play before. I've done slave fucking play before.
The chat's calling.
I would do that shit again.
What's that?
The chat says you're cat, bro.
Dude, who is P? That dude's a fucking loser. All he does is talk in the chat and say stupid. He has like a hard on for me.
Yeah, Rigger, you about to sit there and take that, dude?
Dude, he's been sitting here all night talking dumb shit.
What's the matter? You telling stories, guy, and you want people to believe? Oh, I hooked up with this one girl. Yeah, all right, dude, cool.
All right, yeah.
You dabble in the
what? You such a playboy. You such a playboy.
It was one, but dude, just because it's hard for you doesn't mean it's hard for everybody else.
Yeah, I doubt that, buddy. We can all play pretend, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's more for you, dude. You're the one.
I do know I would never share that story though if it happened to me.
Yeah, because it's never happened to you at all. You don't even have a wife. You're not even traditional.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, that works. That works. You're gonna attack me because I attacked your made up story. Hey, that's cool.
Do you have
Go with me.
Do you have a girlfilm?
Don't
do you
get
have a girlfriend
defensive.
or a wife?
Don't take it personal. Give me your girlfriend's digits, and she's no longer your girlfriend. I promise you.
Shit.
Every
post a pic
bit of my being.
Post a pic.
You want to see what he looks?
Oh, that's a closet pot coming out of you, huh?
Yeah.
That stuck in the closet pot.
That's weird. You want to do what he looks like. That's fucking weird.
I ain't into that. You know what I mean? Me and you aren't gonna hit it off. You know,
post it.
It's not gonna go the way you think it's gonna go. Kind of like your little made-up story.
I'll send
it go the way you thought it. Right?
I'll send it to her right now. Come on.
Well, you want to know if he's Chad?
Yeah, if he's Chad, I'll send it to her.
No, I'm not Chad.
Honestly,
I'm not
it doesn't
Chad at all.
matter
I'm
for
just
women.
really
You don't
good
have
looking.
to be super attractive to get girls, dude. Like,
no, you just need to be good looking.
It's other
and have
things.
brains.
There's a lot of other things you can do to be successful with women besides looks.
Wait,
and I'm not even saying that. I'm not even an ugly nigga. To be honest. Just saying.
What? I know you're acting like it's hard. Like it's an impossible story. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I just.
I'm just surprised you dabble in the dark. I don't even dabble in the dark.
Nah. I stick to Asian.
W linglings.
Yeah. Dude, been to Japan, Vietnam, Korea, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go too, bro.
That's good. But I don't care. But that's what I'm saying. Like this fucking dude. Come on, man. You've been hiding in chat the whole night.
Talking about how you stuck in the closet.
He's talking now. You can't say he's a chat.
No,
I know, but all night. No, but I've been looking at his comments, and they're not even like they're like low bar room temperature IQ comments, and like they're not even.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here for the smoke. This is awesome.
No,
but I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about other guys talk, right? And then telling stories about hooking up with girls. That's what I'm talking about.
He did say dog.
Yeah, Doc. Yeah, and it was obviously
right.
a joke, bro. Yeah, it was
That's
obviously
not
a
like
joke that you
positive
can't handle.
Yeah.
But
Well,
wait.
truth is said in jest, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm secure. You obviously aren't.
Well, you agreeing now, so I mean,
I'm betting you don't have
guess
a
it
wife
wasn't
or a
a joke, was
girlfriend.
it?
Do you?
I'm loving this
Does he?
drama right now. This is
Does
great.
he? Wait. Somebody answer. Does he have a wife or a girlfriend? If he says no, I'm wrong, and I'll eat it.
I mean, what is that?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're always right. I'll give you that.
No,
You're always right.
I-
Everything you said
I don't-
all
I don't-
night.
I'm asking you.
100%,
I'm asking.
brother.
We're not even getting into
All
flat
right.
Earth, bro. We're talking about you.
No, I'm just talking about you.
I mean,
You're
you
right.
can. There's a lot of other measures of success than like, do you have a wife? I don't think that's even a measure of
No,
success.
but
for
he
a
was
man.
like, he came in. He's like, oh yeah, fake story. You didn't get a girl. It's like it's not hard. You know what I mean? It's like
I mean, that is a wild story. I'm not gonna lie. That is a
Your story
wild
doesn't make any
story.
sense, bro. So
A lot
all
of
right, here's one,
girls-
right? Like you're attracted to this girl, right?
Wait, it's
Right?
a wild ass
She's hot,
story that
right?
you agreed, and so did the other dude who had similar stories.
And then she wants you to degrade her, right? And yeah, okay. And then you want to go along with that, right? But she
No,
wants
I
you to degrade
I
her in a racial sense, right? Because that makes fucking sense, right? Everybody.
Are you kidding?
like,
Are you serious? This is how I know you don't know what you're talking about, you fucking incel. Oh my god. This is how I know you don't know
Now I'm
what
an
you're talking
incel.
about.
Now I'm an incel. Bro, if me
Holy
and you
shit.
went out, you would just be like, you would be my fucking wingman. Put it that way. You can run your mouth all you want online.
Yeah, to some
you are
fucking
not gonna-
whores that you're probably paying for that probably
It's
got
not
ran
as
through by
easy
50
to say
other
to nudge
dudes.
my confidence, brother. I
Holy
promise you
shit.
that.
I mean, do you hear this accent though? Pure Rigger's accent is fucking W though. Let's be honest. I'm sure he pulls bitches with that alone.
Low quality. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if I had an accent like that, bro, I'd be going crazy.
Wait, another hero with a gun pretending the world loves your compliance. What the fuck is this dude? This is fucking brain dead, low IQ. Holy shit.
Another hero with a gun pretending me. I don't even understand that.
Yeah, dude, this is what we're talking about.
And we got the chat mad now, guys. So
wait, real quick.
I guess we cooked enough.
Wait, whatever. What's this dude's name that I'm talking to? It just says.
I just wanted to like blow up his story because it was so fucking dumb. It's so dumb and unbelievable. You know what I mean? Like his little trip to Mars.
Wait. I wasn't even bragging in a braggadocious way, but you come over here saying, "Oh, my game."
No,
Like,
you were trying to humble brag, right? Like low key boast. That's what we were trying to do.
We were talking about right wing
some racist element to it, which was just fucking low IQ attempt at
How is it
storytelling.
racist?
It's like a
How is it
shitty lop.
racist?
You know what I mean? Like you're
Dude,
role
that's
playing as like
crazy.
some playboy. Like nobody
Dude,
believes
you're
you in
so
here.
sensitive. You're so
You hear so
sensitive.
many liars on a daily
Creation
basis,
Bear.
right?
He sounded like he believed it. The other dude that said he had a similar story.
He's so funny. He's just humoring you guys. He's just humoring you to like, he's pandering to you
maybe
because
he
he's laughing in the background.
Maybe
you don't
he is,
believe a
dude.
word out your mouth. Who you kidding?
Dude, you're emotional as hell, dude. Look at you.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
Let's,
I'm with you, emotional.
This has been awesome. All right, but this has been good beef. We'll call it here. We'll call it right here. We got the chat wanting us to get back on track anyway. This is a flat Earth discussion, so we'll try to get us back on track, honestly. But I feel like I unlocked a new. I gotta unlock that achievement, bro. That sounds like a good one. I'm gonna try that sometime.
What is this dude saying? Dumb American thinking they own the fucking world. What a pack of morons.
What the
Ignorance
fuck,
of the
bro?
public suppression is best used for heliocentric brain.
What? I don't even. Mongo, where are you from, dude?
Hey, actually, no, I agree with him. We do own the world as Americans. So shut the fuck
Facts.
up.
Yeah, facts.
We don't care about your stupid country.
Yeah, facts. I don't even know what country you're from, bro. What are you're not even gonna name it. Watch him say like fucking Canada.
It's either Canada or England or France. It's usually the top
Some
three.
failed country.
Wrong.
Yeah, some failed shit. Wrong. Oh, where's he at? Is he from Australia? Another failed country.
Oh yeah, Australia's a big one. They got the most.
Australia's cooked right now.
Yeah, it's like China. It's like mini China, bro. It's more Taiwan than Taiwan.
What? What is he talking about?
Obviously, he's probably not impressed at the subject matter and what it should be and what it has been.
Yeah, we'll get us back on track.
Well, they weren't talking about it. We were just chilling because nobody else was talking. They're welcome to man up and talk. I don't know.
Yeah, that is true. Honestly, like it was dead.
Yeah.
We jumped in, we talked flat Earth, and the guy said we wanted to talk politics, and we talked politics. And
like, imagine bitching when you're not actually contributing.
Honestly, I low key feel the same way. Not gonna lie.
And he said wankers, so
no, so he's definitely British. Definitely
British. Or he's LARPing. He could be LARPing.
Facts. Anyway. You think the Earth moves, bro? I think that's like a really basic thing. You think the Earth moves?
Probably.
Okay.
So we were talking about Mars. I made a joke about going to Mars, and a couple people believed it. Like I actually went already, which is kind of crazy. But do you believe that it's possible to go to Mars?
Hell no.
Hell no.
Nope. Definitely not.
Why not?
Going to Mars would be like going to a rainbow. It's like it's not something you can go to. It's not a location or a place or dirt or rock or.
Now wait. So I'm asking you, right? I'm not making the claim we can, but you're making the claim that we can't. Why can't we?
Well, no. The claim is that you can go. Maybe not necessarily made by you in this discussion today, but that's been made.
I said I think we can, right? Or it might be.
No. Listen, I heard you. Listen, but
yeah. Okay.
It's regardless of whether you say it or not. That is the claim that you can go to Mars. That we have gone to Mars, essentially, right? So,
well, not
when I say that's cap, like that's not a whole new claim or anything like that. I'm just denying or rejecting the idea that you can go to Mars.
Why couldn't we?
Okay, well, I think that dirt, rock, land is below you under your feet. So when you look up in the sky and you see Mars, planets, the moon, etc., there's no dirt, rock, or land up there. So that's not a place or like an object or a thing you can go to and then land on. Sometimes you use a rainbow as an example. Like you see a rainbow, right, in the sky. That's not something you can land on, but it's like some sort of light phenomena taking place up there.
But so you're claiming that it's like a 2D light, or sorry,
no,
like
I'm not saying that Mars is like a rainbow, but I'm saying I would probably say it's closer to that than it is a fucking like piece of rock.
But why?
But why? As in, you've got some thinking that it's a physical place you can go to.
I believe so, yeah. But I'm asking him why he thinks
well, if you believe so, it's you that's got to verify that, not us.
All right, dude, you're always so angry.
It's your claim. Your claim. You're claiming we can land on this supposed physical thing. If that is the case, it is your problem to verify it and back it, not ours.
Well, actually,
I get what he's saying, though.
Wait. No, yeah, he always does that. But anyway, what I'm saying is, if we're both on the ground looking up, right, and we see Mars, or we have a telescope and we see Mars, right, yeah. we see this circle or light, whatever you call it, right?
Yeah.
Now, I say through this telescope, it looks similar to a geographic plane of like a barren landscape that just happens to be red, right? And you say it looks like a light. And I say, well, it looks like a plane. It looks like a plane to me, like that we could. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not saying it looks like a light. I'm just saying you see light. Like that's what you see when you.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So what we both observe through the telescope, right? I say it looks like it could be an object. I would say planetoid, but I don't want to rile everybody up. So let's just say a land mass, right? Right. I say it looks like that, but you say you think it's what?
Robot and Seaboy.
I'm gonna to be totally honest with you, but I just think that the only land or rock or dirt is the earth that you stand on. That's below you. There's none of that is above you.
Oh, okay. But I'm saying, so like if we both look through this telescope, right, and we both. And I say it looks like a barren landscape, right? That you might be able to traverse, like the Sahara Desert for us, right?
So what
would you say?
You use them?
It's
a whispering telescope matrix.
So it's a hypothetical situation.
Oh, so this is just imagination land?
So Creation Bear, I'm talking to you.
I like Matrix a lot, dude. He's all right.
Okay, but
go ahead.
I'm asking you. We're looking through the same telescope, and I say it looks like it might be a body that we could land on, right? What do you say? What do you say?
I would say that's Cat, bro.
No, I know you're saying it's Cat, but I'm saying like,
I don't know what it is. I literally do not know. I think my stance is that no one in human history has ever known what the sun is, the moon are, planets are, none of that.
Perfect. So I look through it, and I say I think it looks similar.
It looks similar to the Earth or whatever.
You just cut out Naxi.
Similar, yeah, my mic's a little loose. Similar in the fact that it looks similar to ground that we have on Earth. It might be different geographically, but it looks similar. And I say,
Can you name a resemblance?
I mean, I think you're getting bogged down. I'm saying, like, if it's
you're saying if they're similar, then name one single.
Bogged down is because through this same telescope, one of you sees a light in the sky, and the other one's claiming to see terrain. So this is either broken for one person or not broken for the other. So you're not even looking at the same thing, the pair of you.
Well, I would just ask, like, can you name one resemblance between the Earth and like, say, Mars?
So when I say it resembles us in a sense, I'm trying to like make it as simple as possible. As in,
I know, like,
looks like
give us one comparison.
Like it looks like something up there physical that there might be a way I could step on or touch, but it might be far away, right? So I'm saying, why can't we go to that? What stops us from going towards it? Like, what will happen if we go towards it? Right.
Well, we have this argument about gas pressure that leads to the conclusion
why
that you're inside of a container.
Right. So why does gas pressure stop us from going through the container? What is the nature of the container? What is the nature of this? Right. You don't know, right? And I could say neither do I. So you can't say with evidence or proof that we can't pass through this barrier, correct?
What else could pass through it? You know, it's like
what I'm saying is, but you're making the claim that we can't go past the barrier, but you've never been to the barrier, and neither have I. I mean, I don't believe in it, but let's just say it's real. I don't know if it's permeable. I don't know if it only holds in gas. Maybe it only holds in gas, but you could pass through it. Like I made an example to somebody else earlier. Like when you blow a bubble and you keep it on your finger, you could push your other finger through that bubble. What if you could go through it as a permeable way like that? It wouldn't break, and it would contain, in your worldview, the gas pressure safely, right? Because only a minuscule amount would leave when the size of a small spaceship passes through this bubble, correct?
Sure.
Maybe. So
that's
you can't
a pretty
make
good take. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, neither one of you.
Pops.
But I could
sometimes when you put your finger into them.
Right.
I would say there's no.
Hold on. Let me say to Banhammer real quick. Is that the scale difference between my finger and a small bubble on my hand would be like nothing compared to a planetary bubble, right?
Doesn't matter. Still busts.
Oh, sure, it could bust. I don't know. It could bust.
The sharp end of a needle is only small compared to a balloon.
Possible, but if it's more, if it's more of a, you know, if it has more like elasticity to it, right? It might not pop.
Then you're not going through it, are you?
Well, I think the way I'd like to address this is like, I don't think there's an outside. Like, would you say that?
Sure, you can think
outside of the universe. Well, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't.
Is there an outside of the universe? Like, let's say the universe is the bubble. Is there like something outside of that?
No, I have no idea. Bothers the hell out of me.
I would say
There could be.
Probably isn't, but maybe I don't know.
I mean, nobody here could even begin to answer that question with any authority, even if they pretend they do.
Now, let me give you my position as a flat earther. I'm saying that there is no outside. That's my 2 cents. I don't need to necessarily represent everyone else in the panel. Like it's just the bubble. There's no outside. So like you can't put your finger through to an outside area. This is reality as far as I can see it.
What makes you think that?
Well, the container is a good reason for that. Also, here's the big thing: is
but even if there's a container,
listen. What I'm saying. Listen. Those people, when they think of flat Earth, they think of like the solar system with like a flattened globe. So you have this object in a place. I don't think of flat Earth like that. Where I think you can't leave the Earth, just like you can't like leave the universe. This is it. You're in reality that you can't leave.
But so that's my question to you is why do you think that that's all there is? And you reference a container, but I'm saying what about the container means you can't pass through the container?
Because a flat Earth in the outer space is retarded. So what you're thinking of is like,
why is it
like go outside of the flat Earth and go to some other place? What's the other place? What other place?
But I'm saying, you see how you're arguing from this like this absolute knowledge at the same time. You're saying it's retarded that there'd be a flat Earth in space. Why would that be retarded?
Because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
It's a what?
Violates the second law of thermodynamics, as far as I understand.
Okay, and
you have to have a container for gas pressure. Yeah, well, you have to have a container for gas pressure.
Okay, good. So we need
like a physical container. Yeah, right. Physical container.
Now, inside of my bubble, what's inside of my bubble I just blew?
I'm using it. We already made this example. We addressed it by saying,
right. No, but
bad analogy because there's no outside of the bubble.
Just a pro tip: never talk about blowing bubbles if QE's ever here.
Oh my god!
Just keep that in mind. Just remember that. You'll be safe. It's all good. Just
who's
never
QE?
Mention. Just trust me. You can keep your conversation going. But if there's a guy called QE in the panel, never ever say anything about blowing bubbles.
He sounds like he's a bubble blower himself.
Oh no! You'll
but
be
anyway,
on the receiving end. Put it that way.
Jeez. Anyway, my point. I only revisited the bubble. That QE likes is because you said you couldn't leave because you needed a container with gas pressure, and I said, well, the bubble itself has gas pressure in it, right? Because I blew into it and I gave it its own little atmosphere, so I can still pass through that bubble. So by your own logic,
you made that example already. That's not a good. I don't think that's analogous.
But before you said it was a really good analogy, and now you said it's not.
No, it was. I thought you had a good take, but it's not analogous. I get what you were saying. You made a good.
How is it not analogous? How is it not analogous though?
Again, the idea that you have like a flat Earth in a solar system is not our position. So there's no outside. The flat Earth isn't in the it's not in outer space. So what would be outside the bubble in terms of like our flat Earth?
So then it sounds like we're arguing words. Could there be an outside of this bubble?
I don't think there's an outside. No.
Okay, but you think that, but why couldn't there be?
Because the container.
The second law.
No. Okay. So why does the second law of thermodynamics exclude the possibility of there being an outside of the container?
What would be the outside? A vacuum or what?
It could be anything. What if it was another container? What if it was another container?
Oh. How do you get outside of that?
Well, but I'm trying to get you to understand through your own logic that just because it is your logic because you're using it for your defense.
No, your bubble is not my logic.
Stop thinking that FE is a biscuit in space. Get that image out of your head, please. What you're trying to do...
I didn't say that.
When we say that's what you're thinking, when you guys think flat Earth, and we all know you do it, for some reason, you've all got this mindset of, hey, let's just grab the ball, pick it up and remove it, and let's insert a pizza.
So what is it?
And that's why you do... I don't know why you do that. Actually, I do know why, because there's more than enough of that shit posted all over the internet. Please don't. Don't just rip ball hard Earth out and plug in a
I mean,
biscuit.
it's actually irrelevant to what I'm saying anyway, but it doesn't matter.
No, but that's what you're
What's
thinking.
you haven't described the outside.
So, even if the Earth was flat or whatever makeup you would want to make it, right? You're still saying there's a container. I don't care if you think it's super flat cake or a bumpy plant. It doesn't fucking matter, right? I mean, I disagree with you, but I'm trying to use it through your own worldview. So just because there's a container, why does that stop the ability of there being another container or even empty?
It's outside of the universe.
See, I don't know, but I'm asking you.
There you go. But do you think there's an outside of the universe?
There could very possibly be. That's why I'm saying you can't even get to that point. You're making a claim that
but that's the point you're trying to get us to get to when you're like, well, you're not willing to approach it on your own worldview. We have the same worldview. Right? This is reality. There's no outside of that.
You're making
claims. Like, but what's outside?
No,
I'm not making any claims, dude.
You're saying it's impossible for there to be an outside because of a container, but that doesn't even flow.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, stop for a second. Why doesn't it flow? What bit did you get lost at? In order for you to have gas pressure, you need containment.
But why do I need gas pressure to leave the container?
Okay. We're not worried about gas pressure to leave the container. I'm more concerned about gas pressure so I can bloody breathe.
But that's not what I'm arguing. You're changing the subject.
There is no leaving the container.
Matter.
That's what we're trying
You've
to tell you.
You've got to tie it all together. If you want to live,
it does
you
matter.
need to breathe. So no breathing, no air, then you could probably put your argument forward. But the fact that you're breathing sort of, it nullifies it a bit.
If I leave, if the container is permeable enough that I can pass through with a small craft that has a contained atmosphere, I can breathe outside of this container.
What are you trying to prove? You're a bubble in a bubble, maybe in another bubble? How infinite many bubbles are there?
I mean, this is incredibly simple to understand. You're being facetious for no reason, I think. But I
think you've watched too many sci-fi movies myself.
Okay. That didn't hit. But what I'm saying is, you're making
in other words,
claim.
I didn't like it. I'm not making claims, but you are. So, listen, look, bro, seriously,
you are making
take a step back and have a listen to what you're trying to sell us. You're laughing because you realise how stupid it is.
No, I'm laughing because you can't even understand
for the gas pressure. No gas pressure on the outside, gas pressure on the inside. There's containment. You're saying, hey, what if we can fly through the containment?
Why?
That's what you're claiming. Yes?
Just because there's a container, why can't you leave the container? What if you're able to leave the container?
Okay.
Go where?
I want you to get some popcorn. I want you to put it in a container, shake the shit out of it, and see if it gets out with the container sealed.
It could.
The container is sealed.
What's outside?
Wait, that depends on the quality of the container and the properties of the container.
The container is sealed.
A bubble is sealed, but you can still pass through a bubble with enough force and inertia.
So you're claiming we're in a bubble. Okay, I'd like you to verify this, please.
No, I'm saying it could be bubble-like. You have no other proof or a better explanation.
I'd like you to verify this, please.
This is so cute.
Is it's contained,
bro.
We're claiming it's contained. You need a container for gas pressure.
Creation
That's our
Bear.
claim. We didn't claim what it was made of, or who made it, what color it is, or who signed their name on it. We make no claims of that. You need containment for gas pressure. That's our claim. You're the one who makes it a bubble, so back it.
We would like to see a bubble in a vacuum, maybe.
Creation Bear. You do realize... hold on, my mic. You do realize when I say bubble, I'm using it as an example to say maybe bubble-like, right? Because
I get what you're saying.
Right, I know. But every time you go bubble, but it's like it's a good analogy that neither one of you have been able to refute. So that's why I'm saying it.
Neither one of us have been able to refute. How about back your claim? Is that good enough to refute?
No, because I'm asking you to justify your worldview.
I already have.
No, you haven't. Just because you say a container.
What part of gas pressure without a container did you miss? Did you miss that bit?
Why can't you leave? Wait, but why does that stop you from leaving the container?
Because it's a container. You are contained.
Are there
You're
certain
not getting
levels?
out.
Wait, why? How do you know how thick or easy or permeable? You know containers exist. Do you know there's Yeah, but you're making the claim that you can't. But you say you don't know. So you literally are doing what you say Globers do. That's crazy. You can't. You're making a claim with no evidence.
This?
And
if there's no container there and you can leave, you're not fucking breathing. Can you comprehend something as simple as that? No container, no fucking air.
I know, and then we go. Then we go into the gravity argument.
There's no gravity.
Here we go.
If the claim is there's a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr on the outside, therefore you need containment to separate us from that. And you can't
just to clarify,
seem to grasp that.
I'm not getting into the gravity because that's going to be another hour conversation.
There's no gravity. Gravity doesn't affect air.
Don't do that. Roger. So, like I was saying.
So gas pressure.
You don't know
without containment. Good luck with you.
But okay, this is a question that's going to be real easy for you, I hope. And I already said it to Creation Bear. Creation Bear, you're gonna sigh at this again because it's the bubble. If I blow into the bubble and there is atmosphere, there's gas pressure in this bubble, right? I can still pass through the bubble, and the atmosphere still stays.
Hold on, stop for a second. The outside of your bubble, what's the air pressure there?
There's another container outside the bubble. Boom! You fucked yourself. You fucked yourself.
No, stop. You didn't answer the question. Because if you try to blow a bubble in a vacuum, here's an idea. Why don't you go and contact one of those guys on YouTube that's got the little
this channel's recorded.
Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Why don't you contact one of those guys on YouTube that's got one of those little vacuum chambers and ask them to blow a bubble, put it inside the vacuum chamber, then turn it on and see what happens?
It would fall.
What else will happen to it?
It might pop. It depends on the speed and the thickness of the bubble.
It might
strength
pop.
of the bubble.
It might keep expanding and take fill its available space.
Wait, so by your own logic, right? There could be an outside.
So you haven't even listened.
No,
you haven't even listened, have you? You've come up with these stupid ideas, and then you've gone by your own logic.
No, this is your logic, and that's why you're getting all emotional about it.
No. The logic is simple. You need a fucking container for the gas pressure. Here's you going, but we can go through it. You're contained. You're missing the whole fucking story. You are contained. You don't get that. Why not?
You don't get you fundamentally don't understand your own reason and logic. Is this recorded on YouTube? I need to I need to rewatch this.
You can re-listen to it, and hopefully you'll sit back and go, "Fuck, I am a dumbass. I don't really get it."
You literally don't understand it, and you're emotional about it.
I'm not emotional.
Yes.
You
haven't said what the outside is, though. Go ahead, Tito.
Couldn't there be?
No. It's understood what you're saying. Absolutely.
Not by him. Right. Not by Mr. Australian up there.
No, Metatexture gets it. He's smart.
Yeah, no, but
you're from what I've seen.
But you're still saying that there's the requirement for gas pressure, which would be a force applied by the gas particles in motion against a surface, right? That's required, right? Whether it's permeable or whatever, like you could go through it and that still maintain its rigidity enough to cause gas pressure, right? Is irrelevant. Because we have gas pressure, so there is a container. So what you're describing is not in line with the current mainstream cosmological view. Okay, so you're still arguing in line with us.
No, I'm using your logic to its full extent. I'm not arguing from mainstream views.
I know you're not. I know. I'm saying you are. What you're suggesting is not in line with the current mainstream view, and neither is what we're saying. You are actually saying, yeah, you need something for the gas to press against. Yep, still a container,
right? But you can have a permeable container that still maintains surface tension.
That leads to where?
Is it possible? Wait, so it?
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. You won't do it. You won't do it. You won't say what this outside area is, bro.
Well, no. Well, to me, it would be space. But I'm saying to you,
okay, is that a vacuum?
Wait. Well, to me, it would be, but to you, it wouldn't.
And that
be,
requires
right?
a container
I'm saying,
too, doesn't it?
I'm saying.
Cooked.
Well, yeah, you could say the universe itself is a container.
No,
I mean, it's not really being cooked because by your own logic, you could have a container within a container, right? Right?
But if
there's no outside of that.
Your bubble will fail.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If I put you in a bubble, right? And you were a little man in the bubble, there would be a container outside the bubble, right? That would be the planet that we're on, right? So then that right there in itself would be a container within a container, right?
Well, that cooks your whole worldview, low key.
No, it cooks your worldview.
No, it doesn't. Our worldview involves a container. Period. The globe doesn't have a container at all, bro. The universe is not a container.
Oh my god. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
No. You believe you're in a container.
Is that you.
What if there was nothing? What if
you're
there was
talking about going outside of that? You're talking about going outside of it.
Yeah. What if there was a container outside the container and you're within the smaller container? Just because you're in a container doesn't mean you're the final say. Like, what do you mean? Like, and yeah, I can't prove or disprove. I can't prove or disprove, but you're making the claim. I'm not in this situation.
I don't.
That's what you're not understanding. You don't think there's an outside, but before you said it's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you said it's not possible due to the rule of thermodynamics, right? But I'm saying you're misapplying the rule. It doesn't. It wouldn't mean you couldn't leave. It wouldn't mean you couldn't leave the container. Yeah.
Well, Metatextures gave you the example of the popcorn in a container. How does the popcorn leave?
With enough force, it could. What do you mean?
Dude, come on, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
What do you mean? Do you know the composition of the container that holds us together?
I don't need to.
You do need to because popcorn would pass through a bubble, right? If you threw it through it.
There would need to be some sort of outside for you to go to, which I don't think exists. I don't think there is a such thing as
but you clown yourself on your own logic.
No, you're clowning yourself on your own paradigm because in your paradigm, you're saying that there's a container on the outside of the universe, and now we're just a little ball within that container. But the point is, like what CB's been trying to tell you, outside in your own paradigm, outside of our environment is a vacuum or a very, very, very low pressure system, which would be technically a tantamount to having a vacuum next to us, which this is the part you're not getting. You're talking about a little bubble here on Earth, and you can put things in and out of it. But if you want to really compare apples to apples here, put the bubble in a vacuum, because that's what you were saying that we live in, that where there's a container outside the container.
No, you're mixing my view. You're not even talking about what I said.
No, you're not even getting what you're not even getting what you're saying, bro, because you're saying that the bubble. Okay, you're saying. Okay, hold on. Go ahead, dude. Entertain yourself.
Okay, you're arguing what I didn't say. You're mixing my actual worldview with me pretending to explore your worldview.
Dude, I heard what you said. Okay. So, do you believe that the Earth is in a vacuum? Yes or no?
The Earth is in a vacuum?
Yes. Do you believe in space?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you realize that that's exactly what I just explained? But because you think there's a container on the outside of the universe, yes or no?
In your view or my view alone?
No, in your view. I'm talking about your paradigm because you debunked yourself. That's why I'm trying to point out that you don't see.
So, no, actually, because I'm afraid to admit what I don't know, right? And also try and work so it's not illogical, okay? So I believe the Earth, right? So we have the Earth, and then outside of that we have space, right? And then basically that space would be the general universe, right? After that, I don't know. It could be the universe could be in a contained system itself within a larger system, but I don't know. But I'm not making claims that it's impossible or not. I'm saying it's possible, and all I can do is explore it, and that's it.
Okay, so earlier you told Matrix, when I first jumped in, I heard you say this. That's why I'm saying what I've been saying. I heard you tell him that you were saying that it's like a bubble. Earth is because you could put something through a bubble and it's still fine. But then he even made mention, okay, put that bubble in a vacuum. Because do you understand why he said that?
Yeah, because he was saying the bubble would fall. I mean, you don't. Well, would it fall through an infinite vacuum?
Wrong.
I don't know.
Stop.
It would evaporate, you moron.
Say it
there
again
wouldn't
in
be
English.
there wouldn't be a bubble to the bubble would no longer exist if you put it in the vacuum, environment. And that's why this is where you're smacking yourself in the face, because with your own logic and claims, because you are saying, oh, I could put this
actually,
go through here.
No, I said they could be in your view, it could be a container within a container. There could be pressure outside of this container. I already said that 50 times.
So and then he said wrong. Do you remember him saying that? Wrong, because
I mean, that's all he says.
Because we know that in your paradigm, in the paradigm we all once believed in, probably most likely, because we know it, that outside of this earth, this ball earth that you believe we're in, outside of that is called space, which would be tantamount to putting something in a vacuum chamber, turning it on, and then all that pressure will then be equalized, right? And then all of a sudden you have no pressure no more, no or very, very low, I guess, because they say it's very, very low number of amount of pressure in there. So the point being, though, is that he's completely correct. You're just not getting it because I think you just have a bias. But if you put a bubble in that vacuum, it wouldn't exist. With that logic, Earth wouldn't exist if we were in that vacuum that you think we're in.
You haven't even answered what I said.
What?
You're saying we're in a container, right?
Yeah.
Right. Hold on.
Yep.
Apricon.
We have to be.
Oh, go ahead.
We have to be.
So sorry, Krish. So we have to be, right? But why does that stop there from being an outside of the container?
Well, wait, what? Say that again?
This is what I've been saying the whole time. This is why I'm saying you didn't hear what I said. Why, if we're in a container, does that stop us from being in a larger container outside of that? Why can't there be an outside of the container?
Well, your imagination can go as far
I'm talking
as
to him, bro. Let him talk.
Yeah, and you can continue. Your imagination can go as far as wide as it likes, but the problem is, without being able to get out of the container, how do you know what's
Let
on
him
the
talk,
outside?
Bro. Let him talk.
No, because
without being able to get out, how do you know what's on the outside?
No, let him talk.
Let's keep trying. Without knowing what's on the outside of the container, come on. Without going through it and getting onto the opposite side of it, how do you know what's out there?
In this worldview of yours, right? I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know what's on the outside, but tell me why I can't pass through. Why can't there be an outside?
Why do you like purple crayons? You probably like the taste of them.
Bro, I do like them, but you beat me to them. You know what I mean?
So do you understand why it can't be an open system? Do you understand why it can't be?
Fine. I'm asking you to explain yours. Tell me why.
Well, that question is telling you why it can't be an outside in the way you're making it. The Earth, this system, can't be an open system to where matter can escape, because we wouldn't be here right now talking if that was the case.
Right. They're the alternative. Sorry, go ahead.
That's equivalent to saying like a propane tank, right? If you cut off the top, you can't go fill it up and then bring it back home to put it up to the barbecue, because that just won't work. That's not the way it would work. So it has to be closed for us to be here breathing right now and talking right now. Now,
okay, so that's not what I said. And also, I mean, you'd get into the gravity argument, which I'm not going to get into. That's the answer to that, but I'm not getting into that because that's going to be
It's not the answer to it. It's just you throwing shit at a fucking wall to be a smartass. We're not going to get into gravity because I think I'm right and we don't want to do... No, I'm just calling you out for being a fucking slime. That's why you threw that gravity bullshit out.
Crazy.
That's all. Stop being a weasel.
Right. I mean, I think you're being a weasel, but I'm not calling you a weasel.
You got called out, and now you're trying to back out.
I'm not trying to back out.
Yes, you are.
Projecting.
You got called out proper.
Oh, you got
me.
The
last couple of times, somebody's mentioned gas pressure. Straight away, you go, we're not going to get into the gravity argument because I know I've already won that. No, you haven't. You're yet to prove it.
Oh my God. I did.
500 fucking morons have come in here and failed. When are you going to make any difference?
Room temperature IQ kid.
Room temperature IQ kid. Project much, Sonny?
Good one.
Yeah, nice. Good one.
Good one.
That's the best you've got.
Right, so
I know you're only young because you're talking shit with CB earlier. That's how I can tell you're a kid.
I'm not young, but you're probably older than me.
Damn, shots fired. Beta 10 tricks. Why I gotta throw me under the bus like that?
Okay, so just real quick, Naxi or whatever your name is.
Yeah.
Okay, the system that you need this to be to make your paradigm make sense in the heliocentric model overall, it violates natural law.
Sure. No, we're not. But I'm not arguing. I say I'm entirely wrong. I'm asking you to explain why you can't leave your container, right? Because you're saying so we got into an argument earlier about making absolute claims, right? And AI. It was AI. Wait. AI made a good point. AI made a good point. Hold on, let me just finish this point, and then it's short. AI made a good point. Okay, a lot of you guys put the burden of proof, even when you make claims that you can't prove, but you put you hold a different burden to everybody else. But to you guys, you nod, shake your head, and then you mute or you get angry and scream when someone asks you to do the same. So in this case, I'm asking
the burden of proof is on those who make the positive claim. You've made a positive claim.
You're making the claim. You're making the claim that you can't leave the container because of gas pressure.
Let me give you a logical little analogy here, okay? So that way it could answer your question, okay? So
and I appreciate you talking like an adult, like a mature adult.
Hold on. If we were to put you, like you were born inside a large tank, okay? And we're gonna call this a propane tank, okay? You were born in one, okay? And then someone said, "Hey, how do we know if there's something outside?" Now, you and I, being humans, looking at the propane tank, and somehow we had this small.
I'll talk to you in a second.
We're like, hey, we're in the backyard, and the propane tank is just sitting right there next to the barbecue. But you were born and raised inside that tank. Now, from our position, we can say obviously there's more because and I'm just walking down the road with you here. This is obviously total nonsense.
I know I'm not like these guys, and I don't fucking freak out about it. But so you're saying I'm a small man in a container, a propane tank in your backyard, and you're at a table looking at me.
So the logic would be, you're saying how do we know if there's something out there or not? The true answer would be, well, we don't, but we can't go to find out, and that would be the ultimate.
Why? Why?
Because we're in a container. Because we're in a container.
Right. And not all containers are solid, right?
Okay. So once again, we are in a container that we cannot go outside of it.
Boom. You made the claim that you can't, but you've never tried, right? In your worldview, we've never tried, right?
And you haven't either, so good luck with that.
Right? No. Bam. This is why you don't even understand you're trapped.
Yes,
you don't even understand you lost.
You haven't tried either, so don't sidestep it.
Operation Fishbowl.
You should have said that's correct.
Right. So Apricot, I'm not even talking to Ben, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Apricot or Apricon. How do you say your name? I'm calling you Apricot.
It's apocryphon, dude. But go ahead, Apricot.
Yeah, I'm saying Apricot. But anyway, Apricot. you made the claim you can't pass through it, but you don't know that. That's what I'm saying. You can't make a claim
because we haven't.
No,
we know that because we haven't.
Wait, because you haven't. That's awful logic. That's like saying the first person to make a case.
We haven't. I'm saying nobody has. We haven't done it.
But just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't, right? Bro, come on, like that's obvious, right?
Well, maybe I can help. Maybe I can help here, Apocryphon, and weigh in on this a little bit. But so what we know is that to obtain gas pressure, we need a container. Yeah, that's every. Hang on a second. Just let me finish. Yeah. That's in every circumstance. Now you're saying that not all containers are something that are solid. So maybe there's something that could pass through what is containing these gases. Yes, that's what you're trying to ask.
That's it's not. I'm not claiming that is true. I'm saying it's a possibility because not all containers are solid.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what we know though is that we need something solid to prevent matter from transferring. So we can have something solid that prevents matter but allows energy. So something like glass, we know does this. We can still get energy from the sunlight, but it contains matter, right? So we need that physical barrier to contain our air, our oxygen. So it's not something that's going to transfer matter. Therefore, we're not going to be able to leave that system.
Right, but are you done? Right. So, but you've never well, I don't know if you agree with these guys, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying we can't pass through matter through this barrier, correct?
That's where I would have taken it.
If that barrier is there to contain the gases,
no,
correct, because we know for a fact that we need some type of physical barrier to obtain gas pressure in the first instance. This is something that we can demonstrate here on Earth over and over again. And without that physical solid barrier that doesn't allow matter to pass, we're going to have a gas leak where entropy occurs and our high pressure fills our low pressure.
Well, it depends on the surface. You done?
So to answer your question, from my point of view, he's right on. Like I would have went there because I was just talking about this with somebody earlier. Like that container that you're saying, that we're telling you it has to be as an antecedent. It's to not allow matter to transfer through. So that's a closed system. So when you're saying like, well, we haven't done it, or it's a claim that we haven't done it. Well, it's also a verified claim that we can't do it because just like AJ's saying, that if there's a container that holds matter, that 1000%, even to the book of Introduction to Thermodynamics, that is in its paragraph that a closed system does not allow matter to transfer. But the open system part of it is just like he's saying as well, where energy can go through it, but not matter. So to answer your question that you asked me, I would say that's exactly the answer. And I don't have to be like, well, we didn't go, and I don't have to claim or prove that we haven't gone or that we can't go, because we know we can't go just by the antecedent to begin with.
You guys in this lobby always require proof that can be demonstrated in my fucking backyard or my basement. So for you to say you don't have to prove. Right. Boom. Right. Absolutely. All right. I can get a container that is permeable, right? And it contains gas with gas pressure an object can pass through without breaking it and still maintain gas pressure and leave to the outside. This is the simplest, most basic logic you could follow in any grade school, middle school, or high school that none of you can comprehend, right? Because you're saying we need a container.
No. Because want to know what you don't have in your basement?
Wait, real quick. Grasp. You are an idiot if you're asking me to blow a bubble and show you that I can put my finger through it. If you don't believe that's possible, you're a fucking retard.
Your permeable bubble will expand in the vacuum. You cannot have that bubble in the vacuum.
Why?
Yeah, that's exactly. You keep going to your...
Oh, actually, I didn't actually totally claim that was a separate thing. Wait, I actually didn't claim. I said there could be an outside pressure of another container in your worldview, right? Because I'm saying,
thank you.
Dude, you're just not getting it. I don't think you're getting it, Naxi. I'm sorry.
wait, okay, could there be a container outside of your container?
We just talked about that, bro. Can there be? Possibly, but we will never know because we can't even get out of our container.
Thank you. Possibly because you came from a point. You knew.
For instance,
let me give you a second, guys. Stop for a second, both of you. Naxi, the problem here is that you want to debate about what ifs and maybes and thoughts. Hang on a second.
Yeah, no, I got excited.
And what could be occurring. We're talking about what can be demonstrated and proven. There's a big difference, yeah. So we don't want to sit here and debate off in the weeds about beliefs. We want to debate and discuss what can be demonstrated in reality. And what you're talking about cannot be demonstrated in reality.
Right.
Why?
Because at that point, you're right. It's a belief. Because, like, for instance, hold on, just real quick. Like, for instance, someone could say, well, what about heaven? If you believe in heaven, that's outside of the container. Well, is heaven contained? So that's why I said, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, but we're talking about where we live. But if anything, this just destroys your space that you love so much and holding on to. Because we know, just like AJ saying, by demonstration, and we know for a fact, you cannot put a bubble that's permeable or whatever type of thing you want to put into a vacuum chamber to demonstrate this of what you're claiming. It will get destroyed. You won't have this existing. And that's the point. You won't be able to go down that road.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. What are you talking about?
Now bubbles will keep their no, I don't want to say shape because obviously bubbles are like not a particular shape because they'll change, but eventually it'll pop, right? And it won't exist anymore. Like you could have a friendly little bubble and then pop, it's gonna pop, and then oh, I guess that's your Earth popping in the space.
Right. Yes, a bubble could expand in a vacuum and pop. But what I said to you earlier 100 times is that basically there's a possibility, right, that there could be an even bigger container containing your container, and you counter all of you.
God, bro.
You can say, "Oh my God," but this is what you fucking said, right?
But your paradigm has a vacuum of space. You literally just said that it's space outside of Earth. Even if you want to say a container within a container within a container, you still have a vacuumous area.
Bro,
is space a vacuum?
We're not talking about my worldview. I asked you. This was about the flat Earth worldview and how that there can't be an outside and there can't be Mars because there's no. Let me finish. Let me finish,
AJ. We're not let you finish because that's not our view.
I know.
And all you're doing is straw manning. So I'm going to mute you for a minute. Our view is it's not something that we can test in reality. So we're not going to make claims to it. If you want to make claims to it, then go right ahead, but be prepared to back that claim. As per what we've stated up until now, gas pressure requires physical containment where no matter can transfer between the system and the supposed open system. Very simple. That is it. Can be proven, can be tested. It is part of gas law. It is part of entropy. We don't need to discuss beliefs. That is our position.
It's amazing. You my views were misrepresented, and you didn't mute them, but you muted me.
No one's views were misrepresented. I clarified that and asked you whether they were your views, and you said yes. When I came into the conversation, and when I came into the conversation, I clarified that with you. I said, Naxi, is this what you're trying to state? That there could be another container, that we could transverse through this.
But it seems like you didn't mute him when you were saying it to me.
Okay.
Not that I wanted you to, but you didn't. So I'm just saying, be consistent.
Because what you do is you jump in. What you do is you jump in and you talk over. Even when I was speaking, you were talking over the top, asking me if I was finished yet. Yeah, and then you want to start telling us or me or whoever's in this room what we claim and what we believe when no one believes it and no one's made that claim. So no, I am going to stop that right there and prevent that from happening.
Right, but what is interesting is that I actually apologized to you multiple times, and anybody else when I did it. I have never been apologized when you guys did it to me, but I didn't care because it's the flow of the conversation.
I didn't
But
hear any
you
apologies to me, my friend.
roll back on the video and look it up.
Regardless, I'm not worried about apologies. I'm not worried about that bullshit. The fact of the matter is that no flat earthers are making the claims that you're making. The claim is that we cannot have gas pressure without containment. Anything else is speculation and belief.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely wrong, 100%.
Real quick, I just want to say good night, guys. W panel, W everybody. We'll do this again.
I'm gonna talk to AJ. I'll go to bed when he mutes me.
Good night.
I'm
absolutely wrong. That's not what flat earthers state.
No. I'm saying you're wrong because you're making a claim that there can't be an outside because you need a container when I can have a container exist within a container.
Outside, I said that we don't know what is outside, so we wouldn't make any claim or comment.
You already made claims. You made claims that you couldn't leave the container.
Correct.
You already
because
did that.
we have a container. Yeah, to contain matter.
And some containers allow.
No.
Oh my God. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. A container that contains gas pressure does not allow matter to pass through, so we are not passing through. Therefore, we do not make any claims what may be on the other side of
Actually, a bubble again. I feel like I'm repeating this to the ground, but it's because you can't fundamentally understand it.
Not worried about bubbles, yeah.
I know because it tears apart your entire worldview.
No, it doesn't tear apart any entire worldview, my friend.
It does.
Not at all.
Bro, you guys couldn't... This is why you're on Discord arguing it.
Dude, bubbles... Okay.
Discord arguing it.
It's very simple, Naxi. It's very simple. Can a bubble survive in a vacuum chamber in a classroom setting? Yes or no?
That's not what I said. I said
no, dude. You are such a deceiving weasel. That is exactly what you're putting as an analogy. You're saying, a bubble's permeable. Wait, what?
No, listen, bro. One, don't get emotional like a woman, dude. Relax.
No, dude. Okay? No, what it is is that you're being disingenuous right now, dude.
I'm talking.
You're saying one thing, but saying another on the same breath. But go ahead.
Excuse me. I'm talking. Right. Listen. I said, right, that it's possible, right? Because I made the analogy a million times.
There's a twist.
Roll the video back, dumbass. Roll the video back. Roll the video back, you fucking loser. All right, listen. I said multiple times.
Hey, don't get emotional.
Be an outside. I said it pretty calmly, you know. Is that dude that was talking about getting girls? I don't know. But anyway, I said multiple times that it could be a container within a larger container, right? With a gas pressure of its own, right?
Yeah, we've heard it 100 times and it's been answered 100 times. Yeah, very simply, we're not going to debate claims here that cannot be proven. We're not going to debate about what you think or anyone else may think it would be. We're not going to discuss this topic off in the weeds, yeah? We're talking about what really is and what can really be shown. That's it.
It's so weird, AJ, that he's not grasping like what he's saying himself. Like, I think everyone can hear what he's saying here, and we're just like, wait, what? And then he keeps double speaking. A container within a container, but there's a vacuum in his paradigm, so that container would be a vacuumous container. And then he wants to throw a bubble in it. Like, well, then that gets destroyed.
I mean, I know I've said it a million times, but I'll even phrase it how my boy, apparently, Roland Blunder, put it. What says that that matter can't pass through a container?
Because we have gas pressure, and gas pressure requires a container that will contain matter. It will allow energy to pass, but not gas particles.
But you realize again. I mean, you're gonna mute me. See, like I can literally disprove it, and then you get emotional and you mute because you have no control outside of this fucking Discord room.
Please demonstrate gas pressure without please demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment. Because I've cited quite a few citations that state
I love how you won't answer it.
That it is the walls of the container that contains the gas. We need a volume. PV equals nRT. Yeah,
with enough force, you can pass through almost any container, right?
And we
with enough force.
require to obtain gas pressure, just like your car tire, we need containment or entropy is going to occur. Very simply. That's it.
Why does it mean you have to have a container that's impassable?
Demonstrate for me an impassable.
Yeah, you can't answer that.
Please.
You can't answer.
He's answered it 5 times already in the past
how many
10
times have you
minutes.
asked the same question? 5 times, yeah. That we need a container that contains matter so that the gas particles do not escape. It's something that would allow energy to pass through, maybe, but not gas. Otherwise, you would have no gas pressure. The gas would fuck off into space and fill the available void. That's it.
Do you feel strong when you mute people?
Nah, not at all. But if you can't control yourself, as you can't, and you've demonstrated, then somebody needs to control you.
Yeah, I know. This is the only control you ever have in your life is this room.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Oh, you're a fucking hero, aren't you? Sit on mute for a while.
Please.
He has no argument. He can't address the argument. He wants to just circle jerk back around and then talk about the people in here instead.
As soon as you asked him a direct question, it was I. So didn't have nothing.
I'm going for a smoke, APOC. You can continue to talk if you want, but I think you're wasting your time with this dude. Just baseless claims, and you can't. Do you want him unmuted?
Sure, why not? I mean, if he's just gonna, unless it's gonna get quiet, and then it kills the chat.
We gotta listen to this horse shit. Come on.
You know you want me. Otherwise, you guys just circle jerk. Oh, sorry. You flat Earth jerk. You want me in here?
Well, sometimes it's fun to play with the food.
Yeah, fair.
Bro, you would be the food. Trust me. Don't say that, bud. Relax.
Oh, trust me. No. Here's the point. You're coming. Look, here's what I want you to understand. Okay, you're coming from a position that we already were in. We already believe.
I was never in a position with you guys.
Okay, do you believe in the heliocentric model?
It's not a perfect circle. It's not a perfect globe, but she tries.
Do you believe in the heliocentric model?
Sure.
Planets going around. Okay, so let me state it again. We were once in that position. Okay, we were already
evolved.
We were already where you are. Okay, but what happened was we were privileged to hear the truth, grasp it, accept it, and then pull away from the lies that consist around the heliocentric model. You are still there. So if anything, you're the one that needs to catch up. Because you
said a whole lot of nothing. You said a whole lot of nothing. You just
here's what I'm saying. You're stuck in a lie. Okay, that's something that I don't have to say all those words. I could just say you're stuck in the lie still, dude.
I could say you're stuck in a lie from the 1200s, and we've actually come back and you regressed, and that's why you guys are regulated to a Discord and have no real scientific standing.
You know what's interesting about that is back in the 1200s. Back in the 1200s, they could have said, "Hey, you see that boat disappear over the horizon? That's because the Earth's curved." And they would be like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because I can't see it." So it's interesting because back then, you're right. They would have been debunked or whatever back then. But fast forward to today, and matter of fact, just fast forward to 2016, and
how come they never fell off the side of the Earth? How come?
There's a video. You want to get away from this, because you already know what's coming.
No, I'm going to bring the bubble back up. Oh, no. I want to keep talking about it. I just don't want you to mute me.
In 2016, that the whole 25,000 mile circumference sphere was debunked, destroyed, because we optically saw something that would be impossible on the sphere. And because we saw it, it makes the sphere impossible.
Who did that? Where was that from? Who did the study?
It's not a study; it's an observation.
Oh, what was the observation made by? Who was it made by? Who was it made by?
It's a guy who has a YouTube channel that went out on the coast of over by Santa Barbara, and he recorded the
that
oil
could
rig
be a
platform.
wait. That could be a green screen edited, no backup cameras.
No, it's not. It's not. You can go do it right now. Right
Do it.
now, there's a
Do
location
it.
that you can go
show
to.
Show me backup.
It's been
Okay,
done again as well. What was that?
Hey, flat man, I was just interrupted a million times. I was just returning the favor.
No, you weren't. You keep interrupting this gentleman as he's trying to explain shit to you.
So the thing that I'm talking about, it has been done again because guys have gone out to that same location because they didn't believe it either, and they've replicated it. Okay, they've done it. They've done the observation themselves. But the point being here, before you skirt away from the fact that destroys your falsehood, belief, you can see these oil rig platforms off the coast that are 9.41 miles away, but behind it you see the water, the horizon. Now the problem that you would have to face if you want to stick as a glober, fine, but this debunks a spherical body because you are literally seeing the surface of the backside of a hill.
I have a question. You said this is on a YouTube channel. This is a YouTube channel, right? From one guy. Yeah. I'm not even saying it's not true that he didn't observe it, but apply the same scrutiny you apply to any video you ever see that's on the other side. You won't, right? That video.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
No, you don't. Wait.
Yeah,
have you gone out? Have you gone out to verify this? Has there been a team sent out there?
It has multiple
cameras. Multiple cameras. Can you post the links?
This isn't the only instance. Exactly.
Can you post the links?
Yeah, there's also here. Let me show you.
Yeah.
And this is one of many observations that defy the math that you would have to invoke if we were living on a sphere with a 25,000 mile circumference or 24,901, whatever the fuck it is nowadays, because it keeps changing.
Yeah, post it all because I'm going to save it all and watch it later.
It's not just relying on whether somebody has done it. It's can they, right? Could you? Is it outside the realm of possibility, a normal human experience that you could go to a place called, Santa Barbara Beach, Miramar Beach, Santa Barbara, right, and try and replicate this observation?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that is what you're asking. And is it verifiable? Is it falsifiable?
Yeah,
is it
I'm asking for
realm of possibility for the normal human experience. Yeah, it is. Is going to a place that violates natural law and taking a photo the same? No, it's not the same. That's an extraordinary claim. That's outside the normal human experience, right? It's
right, but it's also just as easy.
You won't be able to do that, right?
By your own logic, it's easy. It's even easier to fake on Earth, right? A fucking photo.
So you can go and see if that's true or not. You can't with those other images of Earth as a ball from space, right?
Right, but you're making the claim. All I did is ask for the videos and
you got answered. And you got answered.
And there was no video.
There's plenty, man. This is
no. Oh, look at you, little weasel.
There is multiple observations of this. If you want them, we can provide them.
I've been asking for 5 minutes, and I told you I'm going to compile it all.
Hasn't anyone done that for you yet?
No.
I've got to go out of what I'm doing and going. Okay, all right, I'll go do it.
We've been putting the videos on the side chat this whole time, dude. I don't know what you're.
Well, you can say something. You can use your fucking mouth and say, "Hey, it's in the video."
Yeah, the only weasels
you're supposed to be paying attention to what the fuck's going on in the room.
Thanks. I'm sending you testosterone.
So the point here though is that it's not just one observation that has destroyed. There's also long distance photography, like world record breaking photography that happens. And you know what? And matter of fact, Naxi, 5 years from now, we're gonna have even better technology where we're gonna be able to see even further. I just wonder if you're still gonna be around these groups still chanting that we haven't already debunked it since 2016. When we're
Wait, you're saying we're gonna have better
Yeah.
technology to see farther?
Yes, like the same way the camera.
And if we pointed at if we pointed at a planetary body, what are you gonna say?
Okay. So here's the difference, though. Okay, you are claiming. If you're claiming the world is a globe, okay, then there has to be drop.
The world is not a globe. If you go outside of this planet, it's endless. There's no boundary.
Stop fucking interrupting, for fuck's sakes.
If you are claiming that the world is the globe, okay, I'm speaking specifically to Naxi, who has already clarified that he believes that the world is not a perfect sphere, but a sphere. But if that's your claim, then there has to be drop over distance, because it's eventually going to have to drop down to come back around and make a globe, right? You get what I'm saying? I know you do. So it's rhetorical. You don't have to say that you do. I know you get it. So eventually, if you are seeing something that should be way dropped out of sight, you cannot see it. There's no way you can see it. It's like looking around a house, seeing somebody in the backyard from the front yard. You know that there's an obstruction between you. You cannot see them. But in a globe, if you think that the globe is a physical body that's going to be obstructing you from a great distance because it's going around, like if you're looking at it from a side view, right? Like the person at the top of the basketball, the person to the left of the basketball, you know that they can't see each other because there's the basketball that's blocking them, equivalent to the round earth. The point being is that we have better technology as the years go by, to where, again, you said, oh, if you digress because of 1200, you went back to 1200. Yeah, back then they didn't have the equipment that we have today, where they couldn't see that far the way we can see today. And in 5 years, we will see farther. So the black swan that shows like a horizon at like 10 miles, or a marker that's 9.41 miles away, when it only should be like around at the maximum like 2.4 miles or 3.9 miles, whatever, depending on what math you're using. But still, dude, we're gonna have shit where you can see probably something fucking 40 miles away. And again, that's gonna be a flat plane over a flat plane. So I don't know what you're thinking, dude. How you think it's gonna get better for you in the future? Go ahead.
I mean, you can get pictures from a home telescope of the moon's surface right now, right?
I have one right now. I could clearly
But we're not talking about the moon, and if we can see it. I have a P950, and I could zoom in really close to the moon. It looks fucking amazing. But you know what?
Go aim your rifle up at the moon.
I could also take the P950, and I can do exactly what that guy did. And I could go out and I can see things that we shouldn't be seeing. We shouldn't be seeing the surface of the oil rigs if it's a curved ball away from us, because that means we can see the backside of a mountain, of a hill. In the side chat, I'm going to post a photo for you to explain to you what I'm talking about. Okay?
What debauchery you're going on about, dude?
How stupid the globe is. That's what we're talking about.
A globe is a sphere. It goes around.
It's not a sphere. But here's the whole point. If you think it's a sphere, that means, as you see in the two pictures, okay, that means that boat can see the surface of the other boat. But you see that big fucking hill between them? You would never be able to see the surface.
Thank God you don't work for NASA, because they would not allow you, and they would probably put you in a psych ward because you're lunatic.
Pie hole, Linda.
Holy fuck, this guy.
They're just gonna mute you, bud. I mean, they mute for anything, but
yeah, we mute people who can't control their behavior or their mouths.
Well, I mean, honestly, this lot is not you guys in particular. Well, AJ, you in particular, but there's usually a lot of
thank you,
unemotionally unregulated people. Well, I mean, that's why there's so many mods, right? Like half of you guys are mods, and it's just a mute fest. It's a common thing in this Discord.
No, we like to mute people so that we can keep the conversation going for the audience, and not have people spewing garbage that they can't support and talk over people.
That's not true. No objective person would believe you. No, I mean, maybe in the circle jerk, maybe, but not outside the circle jerk.
How many times you were muted? You've been talking for 2 hours.
like 6 times, maybe. Usually,
I muted him 3.
yeah, but 6 times in total. Actually, I'll be honest. This is the least amount of times I've seen mutes. So this crowd is a little bit better, but it's not a very high bar, bro.
So don't complain.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, I just wouldn't mute you because I'm a grown man.
Anyway, moving on.
Pretend to have power. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, moving on. Back to what we were talking about. What was it?
How come?
Drop over distance.
About the moon, when you were talking about being able to look at it.
Drop over distance? What about drop over distance? What about drop over distance?
Which one? Which picture?
Drop over distance. How do you measure it?
I'll be honest with you. I can't argue any of that.
Gravity. Drop over distance is gravity.
No, I'm just not educated enough to argue that part.
Yeah, we know, buddy.
Distance gravity.
Hey, Q1. Is that what you just said? Q1? Q? Don't be quiet now. No,
I said it's gravity. Drop over distance is gravity.
So
like you shoot something. You shoot something, it goes down. Gravity.
Q, wait. I want to talk Q. I heard you say it. Talk to me for a minute.
We were sticking to the topic, man. We're not here for the horse shit.
Oh, you're a fucking pussy. Look at you. All right, never mind. We can move on from him. I figured.
Yeah, just pussy. Yeah, that's all you got.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can admit when I'm not educated in a subject, right? Most people here can't.
Yeah, we could tell, bud. You didn't have to admit it. We know.
You haven't contributed nothing or argued nothing. You just make side comments. So
I gotta respond to this horse shit. Come on.
Yeah, it's because you're a pussy. But we can move on. Go ahead.
Yeah, anyways, that photo I posted on the side, if you think you can see the backside of a hill, then you are just hand waving like logic, reason, reality. Like you're stuck in Narnia, dude. If you think you can see the surface of the backside of a hill.
What you talking about the picture you posted of 417?
Yeah. If you think that boat
was this picture?
Can see the surface. It's a representation of what you think is going on to see the second oil rig at hold on, let me post this.
Wait, what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying with this picture? No, with the
look, see that picture? This is equivalent to the oil rig, seeing it 10 miles away or 9.41 miles away in a flat position. If you look at the video, it's the water is as horizontal as can fucking be. This is the view from the boat looking outwards. It's or in this case, the Black Swan oil rigs. It's from the camera lens that's 1 foot above the water, looking over horizontal water. Okay,
wait, which picture? Flat. Are you moved up? Have you moved back to the 417 picture?
The newest one I posted. The newest one I posted. I'll post it. I'll post them both again. So that way that you're dealing with the latest.
Okay, all right. So start with this picture. Tell me this picture.
Okay, again. This is what we actually see in that video. Okay, in that video, we're seeing the oil rig, and it's whatchamacallit. Hold on, I'm trying to find the freaking photo again.
It's here it is. 17. You're like 6.
Oh no. Yeah, here it is. I reposted it. Okay, the first one, that's what we see. Okay, in reality, you go out there, look at the video, you'll see it's flat. You can see the surface of the ocean, and you see the column. Video? You see the columns going into the water. Matter of fact,
which video? Which video? I'm looking for your video. Which video? Me asking for the video? God, you're a fucking loser.
Okay, look at old dude, 19 minutes after the hour, old dude posted it. It's the picture on the left. Okay. Where you see the legs going into the water, okay? The column, should I say, of the platform.
I'm looking. Hold on. All right, it's not a video, it's a picture, but all right.
Yeah, well, I posted the video too. Okay, I'll tag you to that. I posted the video of it. It's 12 minutes after the hour. Here, I'm gonna
Bro, Q, why don't you contribute instead of making side comments, bro?
Here, I tagged you to it.
That's
anything to get away from the topic, huh, bud?
There you go.
Contribute.
Posted it. One big Mongo posted the video.
You're doing everything to dodge looking at what he's trying to show you. It's pathetic. You're trying to talk to me instead of looking at what he's trying to show you. Just look.
Okay, so
actually, Actually, I spent a lot of time looking at these links. What are you talking about?
Little guy, just stick to the topic. Come on, go ahead, look at it.
Do you see what One Big Mongo posted? Do you see it at 20 minutes after the hour? Watch it. Okay.
I'm on T-Dubs. It's the same video, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Yeah. God, that's loud.
No, wait. I don't know if T-Dubs posted. I don't know which one you're looking at. I shouldn't.
It looks similar. I mean, it's 2 oil rigs out in the distance. I'm sure it's the same thing.
Okay. So the point, though, is now let's go back to my photos. Okay. The first one, the one after 21 minutes after the hour, you see how that's a flat. This is what's represented in what he captured on video. Now, the second one with the hill, that's what Globers believe. Okay, that second platform is actually somehow miraculously loomed up, or light was bending over the curve and brought up to your eye level, or not even eye level.
Are you saying that's the Glober? Are you saying that's the Glober stance, or is that your stance?
That's a Glober stance. They believe, because remember, the Earth is curving, and they believe water's curving away from you. Okay, a bend, a bulge. They believe that because look at the blue marble photo. The water is a big ball, right? It looks like a big ball with land on it. Big water ball with land on it.
Which photo? I'm trying to scroll through them.
Your globe, bro. Like, look, here, I'm gonna. Oh my god. Here, I'm gonna do this. Do you see this? Do you see that right there? I just posted it. Yeah. You think that's a water ball, right?
Nah, that's a flat Earth, bro. Look at it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, good.
Okay, so here's the point, though. Here's the point. When you observe the oil platforms, there's a horizontal position to it, just like that photo I put at 12 minutes past the hour. Okay, or 21 minutes past the hour. And the reason why I point that out is because that's our reality. But then I point the second one with the curved water. That's your guys' reality. You think that the water's curving away. And that's why, remember, they say the boats go over the curve. That's why you can't see them no more. They're gone because they're obstructed by the water.
Are you saying refraction of the light isn't real?
No. See, this is where you guys twist it. We're not saying
no. I'm asking you a question. I'm not twisting your words.
No.
Asking you a question.
Okay, then no, because we know that refraction is something that is calculated, it's observed, it's even predicted. There's things you can do with it. We get that, right? It is part of our reality, but you cannot take something that we do know exists and then trying to, like, in a weasel fashion, try to make it explain. This is why you can see something that's impossible to see, because it's just at that point you can't prove that, and you're never going to prove it because it's impossible. It doesn't even matter. It's not even part of the conversation because it's just not our reality. You cannot see the surface of the water mountain hill that you think you're seeing, raised up to your eye level or to your view. Do you understand that?
I mean, I understand what you're saying from your point of view.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least that's a start. And let me add one more thing real quick. And now let's get off the water real quick, because I think, like, the black swan itself destroys the globe, right? But let's get off of water. Let's put it more practical so you could put yourself in it, because obviously you're not an oil rig, 10 miles away. Let's put you and me on a hill, okay? And I say this before and I'll say it again, I'm sure. I spray paint a happy face on the dirt, okay? Now, you go on the other side of the hill. You might say, I can see your head, okay? But the hill's blocking out my chest. Then we add some really weird, like, phenomenon, whether it's the temperature or whatever, or the lensing that's happening because there's, like, water in between us. I don't know. But let's say you go, now I can see your stomach. And that's which is, like, super, super high, the craziest amount of, like, refraction you want to calculate in. But I guarantee you'll never see the smiley face that's pointing away from you, because remember, we're on a hill. That surface is not even looking at you. It's in the opposite direction of you. And you'll never see that surface, no matter how much refraction you want to add to where you can see my eyes or my nose, or now you can see my neck. But we still have the hill between us, and we're blocked. This is equivalent to the water, mountain, earth that you think is curving away from you.
You put this on the ground. You said like dirt, sand.
Yes. Like we take a hill and I spray paint. Okay, because that's the surface.
Yeah, I understand. I got you. I would say that spray painting it on dirt or sand would, well, not sand, but like let's just say dirt, right? You would have less of a refraction. So yeah, you would never get the same refraction as you would as a body of water.
No.
So-
Here's what you're. No. Hold on. Even over a body of water, okay, it's the same thing.
Well,
Because
water is more refracted, right, than dirt.
Okay, yes, but even with the most amount of refraction, that only means that you'll see, even mathematically, it's only about 4 feet more. That of the object, that's 66 feet in elevation. Okay, to see something at 10 miles, it has to be 66 feet in elevation, or at 9.41 miles. But if you add refraction, it only gives you 4 more feet of view, but it's still supposed to be hidden at 64 feet. But with the most extreme refraction, it's 4 feet, bro. That means you'll never see the surface. You should never see the water where the column is going into. This 4 feet of added refraction, this is what globers don't get. You guys use it in an opposite way. You think because refraction exists, I can now see the bottom of this item. No, bro. That refraction is calculating what you're going to see from the top towards the bottom. But you'll never see the bottom itself. It's just a mathematical calculation of how much more of the thing that I can see that is technically hidden behind this obstructed view. But you can't see the bottom. You can't see 66 feet below the obstructed view. No, it's like 4 feet. And that's extreme, bro. That's giving you like almost double of what is even in our reality ever recorded. Because technically, we only record like I think it's 1.39 or something, to the furthest, like at the most maximum amount of crazy refraction going on. But we're giving you like a 3.2 refraction, which is probably like almost 3 times more. And it's still not enough. You still wouldn't be able to see the surface of that water. This is why this black swan destroys the globe. So I don't care what else you want to talk about in regards to flat Earth. What about the TFE? What about the 24-hour sun over the South Pole? What about all that shit? Doesn't matter, because we've debunked a globe, a sphere to begin with. No matter what other point you want to bring up, it's null and void. Doesn't matter, because we know it's not a fucking ball. So we can't explain that. We're not going to tell you we know how it works, but it's not a ball. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I'm just kind of getting into the arguments. I don't know this argument particularly. I don't even know the math, right? I do believe you're probably wrong, but I got to look it up. I don't know. I don't have an argument against it or for it, because I don't know anything about it. No, I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, dude, imagine being a loser like you, bro. Seriously.
That's
just more. Hang on, just more meta bullshit. Yeah, more fucking meta bullshit. What is the definition of refraction?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Calling him a loser again. Calling him a loser again. Yeah.
Hey, all right. Wait.
So
let me explain.
The definition of refraction?
Let me explain to you.
I'm not going to let you explain, because all you want to do
let me explain.
is meta bullshit, yeah? No, you want to say, imagine being a loser like you, yeah? More meta bullshit to get away from your claims. So again, what is the definition of refraction, seen as you are invoking refraction?
I want to say my first part, then I'll give you the definition.
What is the definition of refraction? We don't need your excuses on why you're calling people losers and your meta bullshit. What is the definition of refraction?
He's been talking shit the whole time, and you don't care about him. It's because you're a hypocrite. Whatever. And
he hasn't been talking shit the whole time. He's been trying to explain to you.
No, Q1, not apricot. Not apricot. Bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. Apricot, I'm fine with apricot. What are you talking about? This is how you don't even... You're apricot.
We're not here, again, we're not here to listen to your meta bullshit and name calling. What is the definition of refraction?
Didn't I just concede to Apricot that I don't know enough about his point?
It's not
to
apricot,
argue?
bro. Like I really, hey, I'll tell you what. Just call me APOC. Call me APOC because
I thought we agreed on Apricot.
No. Just call me APOC, bro. Like I don't. That's just retarded, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, APOC.
You know what? You're calling me a loser, but at the same time, it just seems like you just can't read.
Guys, no. I was not talking to you. I was talking to Q1.
Regardless of who you're talking to, it doesn't matter.
I have not insulted you at all.
Why not? You should insult him.
APOG. Nah.
It doesn't sound like sin.
Yeah, I mean, mostly polite at least. And no, I was talking to Q1 because he is a loser.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. I have no problem with you, man. But you're doing anything to dodge the topic here. It's kind of sad. But
No,
hey, man,
how am I
power to you.
dodging
What's the topic? What's the topic? You fat
Didn't I just
retard?
concede? Didn't I just concede?
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know you. I don't know how you have a problem with me. But
Yeah,
you're
why don't you just restate the topic?
Bro,
It sounds like you're just getting kind of verbally smacked down right now. Now you're
Who
just
cares?
like,
Who cares?
I mean,
Dude, this is boring.
actually, hold on. I've been wiping the floor with them for the past 2 hours. I just don't know this topic.
wiping the floor, buddy. You just said I don't know, but you're
On this
probably wrong.
topic.
You just said I don't know, but you're probably wrong, and then you
On
skirted.
What's the topic then? Why don't you just repeat it for the newcomers, dude? Instead of
And you need to
me.
dodge the topic.
Hey,
man. You just
Doofus.
sit here and talk shit.
Yeah, what's up, homo?
Yeah, Doofus, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
or
what's
I'll
the topic,
boot you
idiot?
out of the room. There you go, mate. You had your chance.
Yeah.
You fuck.
Yeah, like you guys couldn't even wrap your heads around the basic idea of the container thing I was talking about.
You couldn't wrap. Hang on a second.
So
Hang
I'm
on.
not really
You're
believing your ability
you're
to do
claiming
math.
a container. You're an idiot, man. You're claiming a container that's
He took
going
the
to
bait.
allow matter through. So by definition, it's going to let your gas pressure through. So by definition, it's not a container that contains gas to obtain
Right.
pressure in the
We have
first instance.
containers that contain gas and allow matter through. What are you talking about?
It's a container that contains gas pressure is not going to allow a rocket into space, or it
Why?
would not be containing
Why? Give
gas
me the math and the
and
reason for that.
matter.
Prove your point. You don't have an answer. That's why you don't know
Well,
your
can you
fucking
can you
point.
show one that can you show a permeable container?
A bubble. We already went over this. A bubble can contain.
Sorry, just stop. 1 sec. So the bubble, once you go through the bubble, it pops. Yeah.
No, it depends on the
Okay,
surface tension and the thickness of the bubble. What are you talking about?
Okay, and what's the
It's not in a vacuum. Oh my god, it was a container within a container. We made this argument a million times, and you obfuscate and misrepresent what I said.
Space outside. You said the space outside is vacuum.
Yes, use some mild reasoning skills with your brain. Okay, and
well, then
because
you'd need to demonstrate a bubble holding itself with two different pressures, with a higher pressure inside and out, and an outside pressure low.
No.
Yes, you would, because that's the demonstration that you'd need to say, okay, the Earth is contained by a bubble and it's containing gas.
Exactly. That's
if
what
there's
you are
enough
not.
pressure, if there's enough pressure,
In 2 hours, you're not
you
understanding.
you could have equal pressure.
You have the
Okay,
bubble,
show me.
you have the
Okay, show me a
because
bubble.
the inside pressure and the outside pressure, they are the same.
Yeah. Show me a bubble with an internal. Stop, dude. Just chill out, man. Just show me a bubble with an internal pressure that's higher than the external pressure.
I don't have a bubble.
Your explanation is valueless without a demonstration. Yeah.
I did. Well, no, I did demonstrate earlier to them that if you take the
demonstrated
bubble,
a bubble with higher
Yeah.
pressure
Oh
on
my
the
God.
inside and lower pressure on the outside.
Yep, I'm gonna go buy some bubbles tomorrow. This weekend we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a live video.
What the fuck? Man?
I'm getting a bubble and I'm blowing it on camera for everybody, and we're gonna do this.
Oh, a guy named Bubbles? What the fuck?
That was a good one, Q1.
Man, we let you talk for 2 hours because it was speculation Sunday, but I mean, come on, wake up.
Hey, could you have a bubble with equal pressure to outside, right? It wouldn't pop.
Yeah, look, you could have a pressure differential, yeah, but What?
I mean, yeah,
what's
you're right.
the-
It doesn't even have to be.
what's the
It doesn't even have to be
maximum-
equal. It doesn't even have to be equal.
maximum pressure differential you're going to have between a bubble and the other side of the bubble, like the inside of the bubble and the outside bubble. It's not going to be much, is it?
I guess it depends on the strength of the container and the pressure on the inside and the pressure on the outside, but we don't know what the pressure on the the outside of the container would be. But you still can't say that it's an impermeable container.
But if it's a vacuum,
you don't know if I didn't say it was a vacuum.
You said that outside the space is a vacuum. Come on, man.
I said a container. Okay, I said a container with pressure on the outside.
Outside of the container,
Pressure on the outside, but that's the opposite of the Earth.
A container within a container, right?
Because you're saying that gas pressure on the outside of the bubble, but the claim is there's no gas pressure on the outside of the Earth.
Right, but you can't make that claim.
No, I'm not making the claim. That's the claim.
No. Okay, so the conversation earlier, to reiterate, was that they were making claims that you cannot leave the container because we need a container to maintain gas pressure. And I said, you can have a container contain gas pressure that still allows matter to pass through with enough force and an inertia, right?
Not if there's a vacuum on the other side.
So then you have to concede that there could be another container with a certain pressure.
Yeah, so what the so the
no one's saying
container
vacuum. Whoever that is fucking brain dead.
Container's an argument to the vacuum, right? So if you have a vacuum of space, then you require a container. No, just stop. Then you require a container to have gas pressure, right? Would you agree with that?
And what he's claiming is that there may be another container on the outside of that permeable container, and we should go there and test it.
Damn, that took 3 hours for you to get that. Holy shit. I'm proud of you.
No.
I'm fucking proud of you.
Hang on. We actually explained to you that this is something that we can't test. We're told that the Earth is in a vacuum,
Why?
like Tim's pointing out. You don't have
No, I'm not saying don't believe the vacuum.
We don't have the ability to go there and test it, and we're not here to debate about thoughts and beliefs and what may be. We're talking about what we can show in reality, and what we show in reality is that we require this container to obtain gas pressure.
Why can't we just send a rocket up and hit the top of this container then just to prove it?
Okay, just a second. Is the other container?
But wait, the claim is you've got gas pressure without a container. So you're the one that needs to send the rocket up and show us the gas pressure without the container.
No, wait. I'm saying I'm 100% wrong. I'm saying,
hang on, in all other cases.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Right?
Okay.
It's a dome. Right? So in all other cases, gas pressure requires a container. So that's the default. You don't
understand, bro.
You're making the claim that gas pressure can be contained without a container.
Bro, I am not. I'm saying
I'm not your bro, man. I don't know what that fucking word is, mate.
All right. Well, I'm not your mate, bro.
Do I look like I have fucking dreadlocks or something? Like, shut the fuck up, mate.
Yeah, well, you shut the fuck up. I'm not your mate, bro. Yeah, like
clown. You're a fucking clown, mate. You're trying to turn the burden around on us when it's your
country sucks. I don't care. So whatever.
Well, it's better than yours, man.
No, it's not. You have no rights.
And
anyway,
whatever. So you're going to move away from the argument that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, that's not what I said at all, and that's why I'm calling you.
Yeah, you did.
No,
you
I
did.
said arguing from your point of view.
What did you call me?
Huh?
What did you call me?
What do you want me to call you?
Did you call me a retard?
Did you say that?
No, you just said that.
Why? Are you not man enough to handle a conversation?
No, I'm saying what did I say that was retarded?
Oh, because you're misrepresenting me over and over again, and then you're getting heated and emotional.
So that's retarded that I'm misrepresenting you. So what did I misrepresent you about?
Yeah, I'll answer it again. Are you ready to listen?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
Fuck off, man. You're gonna be a condescending prick. I gave you the chance. You called me a retard. and I just gave you the chance to explain what was retarded about it.
And you insulted me many times.
And then you started a condescending prick, so you can fuck off if you want.
All right. Anyway, I'll answer your question.
No, I don't want your answer, man. It's not worth anything because you got explanation without demonstration. So go fuck yourself and fuck off. Retard.
Looks like Hayoka came back for a beating.
I mean, it's been like maybe almost 4 hours he's talking. Yes, it was fun for a while, but I mean, come on. Bubble in fucking vacuum? What the fuck? Even if there is a different container, it has to have a similar pressure. Otherwise, the inside container will expand because he's saying it has to be to go through, so it has to be like soft container. So the pressure that is in the other container will equalize. He's not.
Well, at the end of the day, he's claiming a container that allows gas pressure to
I know.
permeate
That's why
through the container. Therefore, the definition that he's giving is not a container that contains gas. It's fucking stupid.
Because he's trying to bring this bubble shit, and it doesn't make any sense. Because the bubble, you can have it if the pressure is different, the bubble that's why the bubble explodes, because the pressure inside and outside is not equalized. That's why it explodes, the bubble. He's not understanding that. He keep going to bubble. If it's impenetrable bubble, because he see probably on this YouTube, the guys, they do this smoke thing, with their vapors and I don't know shit, whatever they do with the smoke. They do all these forms and all these things. He thinks that, if they can do it, it can happen. It's only happening for a few seconds. Anyway, it was fun.
It's weird that after we talked about the Black Swan, he just like straight out said, "You're probably wrong, but I got to look into it." Like that, dude. That's talk about cock diss.
Exactly, because he doesn't want to come to the ground. When you brought him to the ground, he panicked, and he wanted to go to the moon. Oh, I can see the picture of the moon and all these things and blah blah blah. He's dancing around. Yeah.
Like Timbo pointed out, the bubble is non sequitur to what we're discussing because of the differences in pressure. We're claimed to be in a vacuum, yeah?
Exactly. When we are kids, with this bubble, from the soap, we put in the water, and then you blow from the keyhole or whatever, the old keyholes, and then you have this bubble. And as soon as the pressure is not equalized, the bubble will burst.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But then he says, "Oh well, but I never claimed a vacuum." Okay, so he's bringing his own globe.
That's what I was like, dude. You're not getting what you're saying. You're saying
what he was doing was he was coming in trying to debunk the flat Earth claims that we have a container that's impermeable by matter, such as rockets going into space, due to the fact that we haven't tested that, and therefore we're ruling out the account that maybe there's another container on the outside of that container, and the first container allows things through, the second one doesn't, and then gives the example of the bubble, that this container might be like a bubble that can be penetrated without bursting. But again, that has to do with the pressures. He wasn't even arguing for the globe. He was just trying to reverse the burden on the flat earthers and trying to make us agree that there could be other things going on. There could be other containers going on, could be a permeable container, and therefore our claim of containment being required is wrong. That's what he was trying to do.
Exactly. And yes, exactly. That's what he was doing. Exactly. That's why he keeps saying that I'm not saying that there is no container. The container is the bubble. What is the bubble? Something that it goes through. Yeah. So it's not a container. Yep.
Dude, you don't live in my head rent free. I couldn't give a fuck about your stupidity and your baseless claims and assertions and beliefs. You're a fucking idiot.
He comes to the ground. He said, "Oh, I don't have the calculations. I don't want to talk about it."
He thinks because we're reviewing the subject that he's like he's got us or something like that. But he didn't actually say anything. He didn't say anything.
No, he told us his beliefs. Oh, there could be two barriers. You haven't considered that, therefore you're wrong. Sorry.
Then there's unlimited. Yeah, and then there's unlimited options. Yeah, so you have to consider every single option that there must be, without any evidence.
No, the fact is, he doesn't want to debate reality. He wants to debate ideas. He can't debate reality because there is no debate. The earth is flat. That's reality. So he wants to come in and debate ideas and try and debunk us with ideas and trip everybody up. But that ain't going to happen in here.
I think. Do you think he thinks that we were the same person? Because I was muting him as well.
No, I don't know. I muted him earlier. I haven't muted him for a while because I'm out on my phone driving. But no, I muted him earlier because every time I tried to explain something, he'd just talk over the end of my sentences.
Yeah, I know.
And then tell me that there was a gotcha somehow. Oh, see, you can't explain the two containers. Oh, fuck, what? Why would I going to explain two containers when that's not what we have in reality? That's right.
I love it when they come in with a claim and then tell you to prove their claim. Oh, what the fuck? Or disprove my claim with no substance to it.
Yeah. And you could be wrong, flat earther, because you haven't considered my beliefs.
The best insult he comes up with is "your country sucks." Oh man, what's wrong with these people?
Hello.
I'm just about to go out for my son's 21st, so I got to dip out soon, and I'll probably be a bit smashed later. So we'll see what happens.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
Have a good one, mate.
Well, hey Jimbo, I had my daughter's 18th was Saturday. I pushed my wife home in a shopping trolley.
Oh no, the old days.
That is the most Australian but most base thing I've ever heard in my entire life, I'm not gonna lie.
It was a big night.
It sounds fun as fuck. I wish I was there, not gonna lie.
Did you stop for a kebab on the way home?
Nah, I got a burger from the casino at 4:00 in the morning.
Holy fuck. I wish I was there.
Hey, Paladin Fadazi. What's up?
Oh my god, I spelled my name wrong.
Oh, maybe I said it wrong.
No, it's supposed to be D-A-Y-Z. I spelled it D-A-Z-Y. But yeah,
Paladin
what's
Fadazi.
how was it be?
Good, man. Good. Do you believe you live on a ball?
Fuck no.
No? Oh, well done. What evidence have you got that you don't live on a ball? No, let me change that. What evidence have you got that you live on a flat Earth? Oh, I didn't ask you whether you.
I've never seen the Earth as being round personally for myself. Therefore, it's unprovable.
Okay, fair enough.
Why are there
So
so
more
many
of
people just like straight up muted in this chat though?
Oh, we just
But
finished
you're
a
too
conversation with
small
someone.
person, man. You are very small in a big ball. Maybe.
I feel like communist chat's gonna be more fun. Godspeed to y'all.
Alright.
You go talk to the commies, no problems.
Yeah.
Just trying to find out why do you know you are living on a flat earth. That's all. Oh, he left.
You know who didn't leave?
Naxi, he's still spiraling in the chat. He loves us that much, he can't go.
Flat Earth commies.
Mate, he likes pure rigor though. He wants his phone number.
Oh, really? What about
Please
me?
do not ask members for personal information. That would be a violation of TOS.
Sorry, boss. Shall we unmute Naxi? Give him another go. You want to talk to Amigo Wigo, don't you?
Bubbles? No, come on, not again. Please. No bubbles, please.
Alright. Let's see what he's got to say.
Move it in, babes. Bubbles for everybody.
Alright, are we going to start again and stop insulting each other?
I mean, you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is, Timbo? And maybe maybe not you specifically. I forget what we said to each other, but a lot of people in here have no problem insulting people who have a different opinion. You know, normally the flat earth attacking people that think it's round, right? And nobody says a thing. And then as soon as anybody perceives that they're getting it back, you mute them, which is it's just cowardly. It's just stupid. You know what I mean? And nobody acknowledges it.
So you obviously haven't spent much time in here listening to what we put up.
No,
with.
I have. I've been in here before.
I didn't finish my sentence. So.
Yeah, but you know that's like this server is known for like muting everybody uncontrollably.
No, but you see, next you've been the least muted person. We listened to you for 4.5 hours, maybe more.
Well, you kept talking to me. You're willing to contribute and say it's your turn. You know what I mean? And listen, it's because nobody else in here was taking the opposite stance. So otherwise, you would sit here muted and in silence.
You didn't talk over. You didn't talk over the people. You did as well.
I did, and then I got talked over, but nobody else got muted. Nobody that had your opinion got muted. Don't even lie. There's a video. You can watch it.
Come on.
You know what I mean? Come on, bro.
Come on.
It's not even an argument, and you misrepresented my argument the whole time while I was muted. But it's
That's
whatever.
not true. Flat Earth dude got muted. So
yeah, Flat Earth,
don't lie, bro.
Dude. No. Actually, I'll be honest. When AI attacked that girl, I've never seen a blue on blue in the Flat Earth like that. I thought you guys evolved for a minute.
We argue all the time with each other. Actually,
nah, I've never seen an argument like that.
When we're in our own space, we argue about things. Everyone knows that here, who's in our community.
So Timbo, I don't want no one else to. I'm going to go to bed soon, but Timbo, I don't want no one else to interrupt, please. I have a serious question for you. You do know, right, that you can have.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
I know. But like, do you know there is nothing, right, that you can point to that says the container can't be permeable, right? And I don't believe it, and I haven't been arguing because like what for some reason I can't see your name. I don't know if I'm in streamer mode or something weird. M, he's got like a circle or a bubble. He kept saying that I'm arguing that there's a container and then in a vacuum, when I was coming from your point of view saying, let's say I'm entirely wrong, right? And I'm asking you questions because I want to learn your point of view and also explore the logic and possibly the failings of it, right? So I was asking, could you have a container within a container, right? Because what would stop you from leaving that container? And all you guys say is entropy and thermodynamics and that the container has to be contained by gas. That's fine, but I can have a container, right? And then I can have an outside container, like someone said, I was a little man inside of a propane tank. And then
I would agree
no one said vacuum. Holy shit, this is what I'm talking about.
I'd agree with you that it's anything is possible. So yes, you can have a container inside a container, but like, is that what you're claiming is happening?
No,
or is that what you're saying?
Me, AI, and the crew that was here a couple hours ago, right?
Yeah.
Had a conversation, and even AI said this about a lot of people in this Discord, is that you guys have no problem making claims and then saying you don't have to back it up, right? So
yeah, negative claims don't have to back up negative claim.
If you make a positive claim, you should have evidence to back it up.
Right. Wait.
Yeah.
If you say you can't pass through the container, you have to show that you can't, right? You can't just say that and let it be law, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Right. And I'm glad you said it because I've been repeating that for for way too long. I can't believe I've been in here for 4 hours, and everybody in this room has been unable to grasp that, right? Which is crazy.
We grasp it. No, that's not true, dude. Because I actually said to you, yes, as a thought process, this could be possible. However, it's not something that we are going to be able to verify. What we can verify for the Earth is that we require containment to obtain pressure. Now, if this permeable container allows gas to escape, then it defies the definition of gas pressure itself because it's no longer going to contain those gases. My statement was, I'm not going to debate with you about what it could be because it's not something that we can verify.
Well, and then I said to you, why can't we launch a rocket straight up and hit the top and see if it goes through or if it doesn't?
Well, because I don't have the money to launch a rocket for a start, and I would just be relying on NASA and other sources and believing them without any sort of empirical evidence.
You're not actually allowed to go above a certain height, though. So that's control. It's called controlled airspace.
Of course. I mean, everything's controlled over fucking like 10 feet. You put a drone up 10 feet, you don't have a license, you're fucked.
Yeah. Right? And that's what the Kármán line is. You know about the Kármán line?
I know about the Kármán line.
Yeah, so the Kármán line is just a designated space that no one owns. So anyone goes above the Kármán line, they can use it any way they want. Like go over China, go over Russia, they can do whatever they want there because it's international.
But earlier, right? I understand.
You're gonna have trouble launching a rocket anywhere.
Say we said fuck the law, right? We had fucked the law. We had a couple $1 million, and we built a rocket out in the field, right? And we launch it up on a curve. You know what I mean? Launch it up on a curve. It hits.
Are you going to send a person? Like, are you going to send a person in it?
No. We put a camera on it.
Okay, it's already been done, and then the results are inconclusive, though. Like,
right. But you don't believe it, right?
What do you mean? Believe what?
What do you mean? What do you mean it's inconclusive?
It's funny. This rocket is called the Go Fast rocket. It just shot up straight up in the sky, and then it stopped, and all these flat earthers started saying, "Oh, it hit something. It hit something." And then it came out that it had this like balance kind of thing that it throws out to stop it spinning.
De-spin mechanism, yeah.
Yeah. We're going, okay, did it actually stop or did it just stop spinning and that was the clunking noise? So then if no one's on the rocket or anything like that, you're just relying on like video footage of what you don't know is happening. You know what I mean? Like everything becomes inconclusive.
Hold on, I'm trying to load the video. It's like my YouTube's being weird. Hold on. What the fuck is going on here?
Well, let's put it this way, right? I doubt that any civilian, right, average person could get an object high enough, right, into the sky with a camera just pointing straight down, right, to be able to see any like edges, like a horizon or anything like that. Like you're not going to see a horizon until that's tilted towards the horizon.
I have a question.
And how do you know you're going through a permeable container too?
Well, you would know because if you continuously passed, you would. Yeah, permeable. Yeah, I mean, if you left the container and you turned around,
would that make it an open or closed system?
A permeable container could still be closed.
No,
that would be an open system. Matter can leave.
Here, wait. I'm watching this video, the Go Fast video. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the reason you're leaving a permeable container is because it'd be like flying through a bubble or jelly and you'd see it stretching around the nose of your rocket. Well, if we're all speculating, I don't see why it couldn't be possible.
So, what were you saying about this Go Fast rocket? Because it wasn't used. It wasn't used as a test for the flat Earth or around Earth.
No,
it wasn't. Exactly, it was a record attempt, a breaking attempt.
It broke the record.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they were hoping to do that. Amateur rocket enthusiasts.
So what about this?
I think some of them have aerospace engineering qualifications or something. I don't know.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you just send a rocket up in this camera, you get all these people who one believes this thing, one believes this thing, one believes this thing, and then they all start arguing about their beliefs, and they actually can't confirm anything. They go, the rocket did this. The rocket hit the dome because you can hear it just stop. And then the globe earthers go, oh, no, it had a anti-spin mechanism and that was the noise that stopped it from, And you go, well, what's the argument and how are you going to prove the argument, Yeah. So you end up with a nothing burger again, like high altitude footage of a globe Earth or a flat Earth. You still end up with a nothing burger because you got 10, just for example, I'm just throwing numbers out, 10 images of a globe from high altitude balloons and 10 images of a flat surface from high altitude balloons. Which one's correct? And how do you know?
If sorry, I'm trying to watch the video you're talking about.
No, you're right.
It just took me a while to find it.
Yeah, I talk a lot, but
so so
when I talk,
even the Go Fast rocket thing. I mean, if it hit directly on, right? Wouldn't you think it would lose? Wouldn't you think it would lose its position and wobble? I mean, it did wobble, right? Or is that only?
I think it would definitely change something, yeah. Because it can't have been going directly straight up, so it would have hit something. Yeah. It'd have to hit something at an angle, but I don't think it hit anything anyway.
No, I mean, I don't think it was going even fast enough. Like, it was slowing down. Like, it was, if not, had already stopped maybe and had begun falling back down. Who knows? I don't know. Like, actually, probably wasn't falling back down.
I mean, so what do you call the blackness?
It's going to have lost momentum, right? Like,
what do you? Okay, so like, what do you call the black? Let's just call it the void, right? What do you call that? What do you think that is?
The sky.
Well,
No. So like let's say the Go Fast video, right? I'm watching this rocket fly up. How far did it go? Like low Earth orbit? No, not that far.
no, was it like 250,000 feet or something like that?
I think it was
I don't know.
70
but this
miles,
brings me
wasn't
back to my point. This definitely brings me back to my point. Like at this point, what it is, it's just speculation, and different people argue different points.
Yeah.
Some say there's a void. Some are Christians and say that it's water, and they all have their own reason for believing what they believe. But again, for us personally, it's not something that we can go and test. Yeah.
Right, I know, but like, so I mean, unfortunately, I mean, I already know this answer from most people here. You would never believe anything unless you had it. You could test it in your backyard, but you'll never own the equipment.
No, that's
required.
not necessarily true. There's certain things that we take for granted and believe every day.
Laws,
Huh?
like the
Like the what?
second law of thermodynamics. You've got certain laws in nature. You believe them. You don't have to test them in your backyard.
Yeah,
they're
I'm talking
laws.
about.
You can't argue with laws. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't. The law of thermodynamics doesn't stop us from launching a rocket into space.
No, but you said you wouldn't believe anything unless you tested in your backyard. That's what you said.
No. Things that involve going to space, right? Or space flight, space communications, satellites. Well, I mean, some people here believe in the satellites, but that's hit or miss, right? I've been told satellites.
Mean by satellites, yeah.
I've been told satellites are fake. I've been told that there's secret ground stations from people in Discord. I mean, there's no set answer from you guys.
That's another 4-hour topic if you want to get into it.
Nah. But nah. Because listen,
at the end
one
of the day,
motherfuckers,
anyone who claims that we don't see things in the sky above our head, again, are just making unsubstantiated claims, or maybe they're new to the subject, etc. But
what do you think about the space station? What do you think?
We all know there's things above our. We all know there's. Sorry, we all know there's things above our head, yeah. But exactly where they are, what they're doing, are they claimed to be, or are they what they claim to be? Don't know, man.
So,
if you use it, you want to trust what you're told, and that's your decision.
What about the space station?
There's a light in the sky they call the space station. That is where they say it is on a computer screen, and people have taken photos of it, stuff like that. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I seen it the other night. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Where it is a different story. Okay? So you can bring it closer to the Earth and slow down the speed. So it's all on scale and variance.
I'm just trying to
miles away, but it's up in the sky. We know that.
Okay, I'm just trying to measure because again, when I brought that up before, everyone said it was fake and that the image in the sky might have been fake or it's something else entirely.
I wouldn't say everyone would have said that.
Everyone in the room I was in, but this is like I don't know, like a month ago.
Room.
No, that's I said there was a difference.
Yeah. Like there is with things in the sky, they've been doing it for a very long time. Now all you need to search up are NASA Satelloon programs. You've got they've been putting satellites up in the sky with balloons. They called it their gold standard technology. They've been doing it since the 50s, I believe, or the 40s. Technology in the sky, floating around in the currents.
So
keep them up there for a very long time.
I have a question about.
You can't deny that, though. Yeah, like this is fact.
About what?
This is on the NASA website. It's on the government website. That they send satellites up on balloons. They've been doing it since the 50s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you would agree that there are other means of having communication in the sky than shooting up a rocket and letting something fall around the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour, and you say, okay,
was it purely a balloon? Was it purely a balloon, or did those satellites have any kind of thrusters or maneuvering thrusters at all?
No, it's purely a helium balloon, thick kind kind of latex, I think it was, thick latex kind of balloon. And they were huge. They were like the size of football fields and stuff like that. And they could increase the pressure and lower the pressure and move it up and down into different currents of wind. So they could actually control where they put it.
Oh yeah, of course. I got you.
Yeah. So this
of course, I believe their
technology
satellites
exists,
farther out.
whether it's a globe or a flat Earth. Yeah, like you would agree with that.
Yeah, but you probably
Yeah.
disagree on the distance.
Yes. Yes.
So pictures on the moon. I brought this up earlier, but got muted like 10 times. So when you look at the moon, right, it's not just an undetailed ball of light, right?
No.
Like even on the naked eye, you can see some details, but like you add in even a home telescope, you can see a lot, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you look at the moon, what do you think it is?
It looks like a ball.
Well, sphere shaped, right? The Earth isn't even claimed to be a ball. You know, it's like an oblong sphere type of thing. It's not perfect.
Blade spheroid, yeah, but it's only at the equator. Yeah, that's right. But it's claimed that at the equator, it's only 23 miles wider than the other way around. So north to south, east to west.
Posted
so
a picture.
23 miles difference.
Not a fake picture. Actually, it's not even the best picture I could
Would
find.
like to know how they got that measurement of 23 miles wider at the equator than it is at the north and south pole. But anyway.
So anyway, we're looking at the moon, right? And what the fuck? Oh, right. So like a reasonable person that you are, right? You would look at the surface of the moon, and wouldn't that look like crater strikes and terrain with depth?
Yeah, could be interpreted like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say.
I would say that's a fair call. Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah, like a 3D image. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Have you seen the crater illusion though?
Of course, there could be illusions, right?
Have you specifically seen the crater illusion?
And not if you're talking about something specific, no.
Right. So it depends on which your orientation, right? That you're looking at. A crater can look like a dome, and a dome can look like a crater. I'll post an example.
But so, like, do you think the moon's close, or do you think it's far?
I have no idea. Yeah.
So, but like, what would
one of the claims is they bounce lasers and stuff off it. Yeah, like they say, they went to the moon. We know that because they bounced lasers off it, but they were bouncing so-called radio waves off it before they actually went to the moon. So,
the radio waves are different than the lasers. Yeah. The lasers would be more accurate, though.
In what way? Do you know how they do it?
There you go. There's your crater illusion, anyway.
Lasers are stronger than radio waves, aren't they?
Yeah, but do you know how they do it? It's a radio laser. Yeah.
The laser, they put a refractor on the moon when they, landed. I mean, if you.
But it's not a laser. That's not like a laser.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into it? How they do it?
What do you? You can tell me.
I think you sound like a smart guy. I think if you looked into it, you'd be surprised on the readings they get back.
Do you think I'm pretty though?
I don't know. I can't see you. I don't usually call guys pretty. So.
Okay.
But I think if you looked into the readings they get when they shoot these radio lasers at the moon and get readings back, I think you'd be quite surprised on what they classify as a positive hit.
What do you mean? Oh, real quick before you say that, I was just asking about the moon because
I'm going to eat dinner now. Sorry, guys. Lots of chat with you in the end, mate. Anyway.
Yeah, me too.
So, guys.
They actually don't use radio waves.
Hey, we got no water in Africa.
I full on hate these faggots, eh? Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Shut your ass up, bro.
Why are we all on mute here?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we praying?
We're sleeping, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna wake you guys all up because it's wake
We're
up
gonna
time,
sleep.
sleep time.
We're gonna sleep, and we're gonna fix the
Ish.
world.
You're gonna fix the world. I think the world is circular.
Shut the fuck up.
Like a plate?
I'm tired of your shit.
Weirdos.
아이패드 진보. 아이패드 좌파. 진보. 좌파. 아이패드 시행. 아이패드 아래.
It's a flat earth. So does Jordan Peterson believe in flat earth? That's the big question, I guess.
Heretic, you seemed very eager to have a conversation with me last night.
Hello, is Jordan Peterson here?
how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
What's up? What's up?
Hey guys, it's me, 0102. I'm really happy to be here, you guys. I got some amazing news for us, Flat Earthers. I've recently converted 3 people into the Flat Earth community. I told them that they would have to be purchasing some Flat Earth books so they can be more knowledgeable on the topic. And I assume they're going to be joining the server very soon. That's all I have to say for now, but if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Pretty sure nobody's gonna ask you any questions, Saudi man.
Who's Saudi man?
You?
My name is 0102.
Yeah, you're Saudi man.
No, my name is 0102. I have no idea who this Saudi man is.
Yeah, that's you.
Who is that?
It's you. You're a LARPer. Been doing this for a while. Duh.
I have no idea what LARPer means. My English is not that good. I'm sorry.
Live action role play, which is what you're doing for Flat Earth.
Wait, LARPer? What? That's what it means? That's insane.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, you're making it up. Okay, just like how all other globetards make things up. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, this globetard is so stupid. I'm not gonna lie. You guys wouldn't mind if I stream my flat Earth
Would you
evidence
shut up?
with you?
Oh yeah,
I'm
let's
really Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. No, I don't want anyone to make fun of
Why
me.
does
Okay, I've
everybody
been
always
working
mute
on
him?
this. Okay.
Okay, come on, stop talking. Just post your videos.
Okay.
And maybe. Okay, let me watch this. Oh my! I can't believe you've done this to me.
But what? I did nothing, man. I
I have to
didn't
go
do
somewhere
anything.
else.
Who's this LARPer?
Wait, I got kicked. Oh wait, no, you
Both.
stopped streaming.
Both LARPers.
Okay. Enjoy your game, you fucking nerd.
I'm not a nerd. I'm a flat earther.
You're a LARPer.
What the fuck? Oh my god, I just died. Died. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What? You found curvature? Please, show us all.
Guys, oh my god, I'm converting so many people to Flat Earth. Holy. I just told them that if I win the game, they have to convert to Flat Earth. That's insane. Oh my god, guys, if you just saw this, man, that was insane. But I'm not gonna share it to you because, if I expose all my evidence, then, people might get jealous of me.
Orissa's ass doesn't count as globe proof.
Wait, what? Ben, you have such a low quality, like, your mic is so low. I can't hear you, but...
Really? Find that interesting. Anyways. Yeah.
Your mic is so low, I can't hear you. Yes, I'm playing Overwatch.
Isn't
God.
it amazing? You heard that bit, but you didn't hear the rest of it.
No, your voice is so low, but I can still hear a little bit of it.
I hear him. I hear him pretty good.
I have his volume on 150. There's no way you can hear him pretty well.
Must be something wrong with your system, mate. Because everyone else normally bitches that it's
Oh
too
my
loud.
god, and it's an Australian. Oh my god.
Oh my
Don't you guys have better things to do than like fighting emus or something? Oh my god.
Nah, my area's pretty clean. I've got it fenced off.
Go fight some emus, man. Oh my god.
Bring your proof of curvature, man. Oh my god.
I could bring proof of flat earth.
What do you got for us?
Okay, I can do that. I can, but like I don't want to expose you guys, okay?
You don't want to expose us. No, there'll be no exposing on here. Probably against TOS. Anyways.
I messed up so bad there, oh my god.
Yeah, you're gonna bring your proof. What do you got?
I'm gonna show you after the game.
Game's already over. That's why you said, oh my god, earlier.
No, I messed up.
I know, you haven't put forward your proof yet.
No, the point. Point. Let's go. Team, please endorse me. I need level 2. Okay, guys, I just finished my game. I converted some people to Flat Earth. So I'm gonna listen to what Ben Hammer has to say. He said something about proving Flat Earth.
Yeah, you were going to tell us your best proof of Flat Earth.
Okay, you guys. Get ready for this, okay? Get ready for this, you guys. Okay, guys, check this out. I just posted my best proof on the chat, on the Flat Earth chat. It shows that NASA has been faking physics and rockets. It's insane, and we should be talking about this more, okay?
Well, proving that they've been faking physics and rockets doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
It does, actually. It does.
It'd be like me saying, oh my god, I found out crayons are made in the pencil factory. So it has nothing to do with it.
No, it does. What are you talking about? What? Who said that crayons are made in a crayon factory? What? Are you dumb?
So how does
what is that?
somebody faking rockets or not faking rockets affect the shape of the ground?
So we have to be critical about this, you guys. Who are the people that the government are always trying to make fun of, but are actually correct? It's us, the flat earthers. we're always correct, but the government keeps making fun of us. So it's quite obvious. I didn't finish.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, AV, how's it going, man?
What's going on, man? How's everybody today? Good?
Tired.
Doing good, AV. How you, brother?
What's up, Des?
Good, just chilling.
Having a good day, yeah?
Had a great day. The weather's been so fantastic here. It's autumn, so it's really sunny during the day and it's a bit cool at night. Sensational.
What? I can't even hear you.
Sorry, dude.
Don't worry about that. It's Doofus.
What's up?
What's going on?
What's going on, dude? 24/7 flat Earth.
Yep.
What about it?
The number one channel on this server, yep. For sure.
Yep, 1 million people with no mic on. That's crazy. They're just trying to catch me saying the N-word.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Because you have nothing but brain rot to bring to the...
Dude, why would you say that? I have a huge brain, and it's a very healthy brain. I can't believe you would say that.
Yeah, except for you can't provide any evidence that the Earth is a globe like you think it is.
Nobody said the Earth is a globe, you fucking retard. Why are you so obsessed with me, dude?
Obsessed with you? You're obsessed with us.
Yeah, you're
here. You're a guest in this room.
Yeah, I'm just here to say hello. Dude,
yeah, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're here to bring
What is your problem with me?
curvature. We know why you're here.
The
you're gonna be
curvature.
the one. You are
Actually,
gonna be the
Doofus
man that does it.
Doofus is here to bitch and whine about how he can't provide evidence.
Why?
Oh.
Why would I give a shit? Who gives a fuck if the Earth is round? Who cares?
Yeah, because other people want to discuss it, except for people like you who have nothing but
except
brain
there's
rot.
2 people in here and you guys aren't discussing shit.
Yeah. See, bitch and whine, like I told you were going to be.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet. You guys can have your discussion.
Why, bitch and
Bye.
whine. That's all you do.
I'll be quiet. Go ahead. What's the discussion?
Yeah, you should be quiet. How about that?
That's what I thought. Nobody has any discussions in here. You guys are just
You
like
should
gay
be quiet.
and retarded altogether.
You should be quiet for the rest of your
Alright,
life.
fine. I'll be quiet.
That's right. The grown-ups are talking. The kiddie
Can't wait
table's
for the
over there.
discussion. It's gonna be a crazy discussion.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that you don't have any evidence, so you're here to bitch and whine.
For what? I don't even have a stance on it, so why would I have evidence? I don't even
Yeah, you
care.
do.
I don't have a position.
You're going through an identity crisis. You can't stand the fact that people say that the Earth is flat, so you're here to try to muddy the water.
How am I muddying the water? We haven't even presented.
Because you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, so you're in here to cause disturbance.
I have never made the claim that the Earth is a globe, you big fat fucking retard.
Yeah, that's all you got is
How come you
ad-homs,
weigh
dude.
so much?
That's it.
How come your body
You're
looks like a globe?
You're nothing
fatso?
but ad-homs. That's all you are. You got nothing
what
more
I
intellectual to say. You think that you're smart because you're saying bad words, but that's it.
How is that
Is
a
that all you
bad
got?
word?
Yeah, is that all you got?
I said you're fat because you're obviously fat. How is that?
Is that it?
How's that a bad word?
Dude, this
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
This high school
someone-
tactic that you do has nothing to do with the discussion. I don't
It's
care
not
if you
high
call names.
school.
Yeah, it is, dude. You fucking like this playground bullshit that you come over
Okay,
here.
come on. You're fat. You're fat.
Who cares, dude?
Obviously.
Who gives
Yeah.
a fuck?
So why don't you just get back to the conversation? I would have been
The
quiet.
conversation is that you just want to be in here to muddy the waters. That's it. That's what it's about.
No, I'm gonna be quiet. You guys can talk about whatever you want to talk
No,
about.
you're gonna be quiet. You guys, you're not giving us permission to do shit. You're just in here to muddy the
Right,
waters.
right.
At
Yeah,
any
'cause
time,
everybody
you can
else
be
is in
muted.
here muted. Like what
So
even
what?
is this channel?
This channel is here to
You guys
disprove
don't even
that the
talk
Earth is
about
a globe,
anything.
and people like you who are like enduring some type of psychosis
Wait, I thought this
are
was
coming
a
in here to
flat Earth
bitch and whine.
channel.
You can't stand the fact that we're right and you're wrong. You can't stand it.
Wait, now I don't even know what you're saying. Are you saying the Earth is round or flat?
So
you just said this is the Globe Earth channel.
I did say that? When did I say that? You can't even keep up with the conversation, dude. You can't.
So is it flat?
You think you're smart, and you think you're witty.
No, I'm just a regular guy, dude. I'm not that smart.
No, you're a
I'm just
dumbass.
curious. Is the Earth round or flat? You can't even give me a straight answer. Isn't this like your whole life? What is the Earth round or flat?
Why would I want to talk to you?
Why can't you give us a straight answer? Why can't you give a straight answer?
I don't know. I'm in here trying to learn, okay?
Why would we have special knowledge, bro? Why would we have special knowledge compared to you? Don't we experience and observe?
Well, why would you be in here spreading your lies, dude?
What lies? You see? I told you he's here to bitch and whine. He's just upset at the fact that he's wrong.
I'm just here to have fun, dude. Why are you so good?
I'm not here to have fun. No, you're not.
Listen to this big fat retard.
You're here to bitch and whine, dude, because you're wrong and we're right, and you hate that.
You haven't even presented your position now. Like, how pathetic are you?
So,
what's your idea?
The truth is obvious, right? When you go outside, you see the Earth for what it is. You don't have to think of it like a globe like you do, because you identify with the Earth being a globe.
Whoa.
That's what you do. Yeah.
What the hell is even a globe? Nobody's heard of that. A globe? What the fuck does that even mean?
You have no intellectual conversation to offer, dude. Nothing but what your little tactics that you come in here, call people names.
You just present your. Oh my
you call people names,
baby.
And you act
crying,
like
baby.
Like you're doing something. You're not doing anything. You don't affect this.
I'm not doing it. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm drinking water.
Yeah. How do you know that?
How do I know I'm sitting in a chair?
Are you 100% sure that you're sitting in your chair right now?
Yes, 100%.
So that must mean when you walk outside.
Sure? Are you as 100% sure that you're gay as I am? That I'm 100% sure that you're gay. You homo?
Did you just say you're gay as I am? Is that what you just said?
No, I said you're gay.
You caught yourself. You're trying to be witty, and you sounded stupid when you said that.
Okay, everybody. There's a million people in here. They all heard me say what I said, and I said you're gay.
You said, "Are you as gay as I am?"
Is that a Freudian?
This guy doesn't speak English as a first language, so you can tell.
That's funny. I caught you trying to be witty. You just like burned yourself.
What? Dude, there's 30 people in here. They all heard you being retarded.
Yeah, they heard you. You're the one that said it. You see what happens? You're trying to be witty. You're trying to be witty, and you just caught yourself saying something
how is it trying to be witty? Dude, you're so fat and retarded. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you.
Dude, do you think that's going to actually work at any point? That's going to be like, oh, man, he's saying I'm fat. Nobody gives a shit about your opinion, dude. You don't know how to think. You're just like,
fact.
Right, it's a fact.
Yes.
Is that all you got?
Yep.
Yeah, and?
Well, you have asked your entire opinion. I asked you to present your opinion, and you like stopped halfway through. You're embarrassed.
It's not an opinion. The Earth is observed as flat and stationary. That's what we see.
Where?
How we see it.
Where and when? How?
Yeah, you walk outside. You see the Earth.
You walk outside, dude. What? That's your entire.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked outside? Have you ever left your mom's basement? You know, you got to clean all the Cheeto dust off your shirt if you want to go outside, you know?
So you walk outside your house and you see the...
Yeah, you know, you see the big yellow thing that's outside. That's called the sun. You know, the sun?
That's your entire worldview?
Yeah, he's not the greatest. That's what you think
the Earth's shape looks like? Because your neighborhood street is flat?
Your neighborhood street is flat? No, the Earth is flat. Not your neighborhood street. And you could continue on saying that everything else is that way.
This guy's an idiot.
Yeah. No, this guy is actually telling you what we all see. We all observe this. Except for you, who probably doesn't know you had never left your mom's basement.
What did you observe?
You probably got NASA posters up in your wall and all that.
NASA?
You do, don't you? Yeah.
Dude, this guy is like... Oh, are you Mexican?
This guy... Are you talking to some imaginary audience that's maybe advocating for you? Nobody cares about your position, dude.
To you big fat retard.
Yeah, big fat retard.
Are you embarrassed
Dude,
about being Mexican?
You keep saying, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. You big fat retard, Mexican. It doesn't matter, dude.
Dude,
You're
but
just
I'm
low
asking you a
intellect.
question. Are you Mexican?
Who
It's
gives
not
a
a big
shit?
deal. You don't have to be embarrassed about it.
Yeah, who gives a shit? No one cares.
I'm just
See,
wondering.
your tactics. Who gives a shit what you're wondering? Who cares?
Well, I give a shit what I'm wondering.
You're a
I'm wondering
demonstrated.
about it.
You're a demonstrated low intellect. Demonstrated.
Whoa! What do you want to? Do you want to do an IQ test?
Whoa!
Let's do an IQ
No,
test together. Side by side. Let
nobody
me share my
needs to.
screen.
No, nobody needs to
Oh,
because
he's
you're already
scared of the IQ test.
You're presenting.
Whoa! This guy's terrified to take an IQ test next door to me, dude.
Next door to me, dude. You're just low intellect. That's all you got. You got nothing but lowbrow content to come in here. That's it. You think you're smart, but you're not.
Oh, thanks for unmuting me. Who the fuck muted me?
Well, here,
did.
I have muted you. Hey, Doofus, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time.
Yeah, what's up, you fat
melted down
retard?
hardcore on the Let's Debate channel. Do you remember
Never
that? We
heard of
both
it.
got
Sounds
timed
made up.
out for that?
Nope.
Yeah, it was like the Let's Debate Flather section. I thought you were
Who
some
cares? Who
sock
cares?
or
You have a
somebody
lisp.
else. And it's just interesting, and you are a real person. I'm like, this is quite interesting. I thought for sure.
No, I'm not. I'm a fucking robot, idiot. What the fuck does that mean? A sock? You're calling me a sock?
Yeah, like a sock account, like not a real account, like a pretend account.
No, I'm a real guy. What the fuck's your problem with me, guy? You got something you want to say to me to my face? You
Yeah,
big fat fucking retard?
Yeah, on the server, Let's Debate, you had a thermonuclear meltdown. Thermonuclear.
Sounds like fake news, dude. Okay,
Yeah,
what did I say then? What did I say? Why don't you repeat it then?
I don't know, but they timed us both
Dude,
out.
I'm bored. Okay, they timed us both out. Okay, I don't really care.
So you've been spiraling about this topic for a very long time.
What topic, you big fat retard? Why don't you just spit it out, whatever it is you're trying to say to me?
Yeah,
you
you
fucking
are
homo.
in a free-for-all spiral over this topic, flat Earth.
Which one? Dude, nobody even cares. The Earth is round and flat. Who gives a fuck? You're gay if you even think about this for 2 seconds a day.
Well, why are
You're
you?
gay. To talk shit. Who cares? I just come in here to talk shit to nerds. So what are you doing in here, you fucking loser? What's your opinion on the matter?
Yeah, the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and stationary.
Observably, measuring, and flat and stationary. Dude, would you shut up already?
Just fuck off, man.
That's what I thought. I won. See, that's all.
Sick of listening to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, if it wasn't a sock, it's like, damn, you know? I mean, it still sounds like one. I can't recognize his voice, but I'm sure it's someone who got really butthurt by Flat Earth.
He sounds like one of these melts from Twitter who follows us around and clutches his pearls after insulting us for hours, and then we get back on we throw it back in his face, and he acts like that's the greatest offense in the world. Starts crying.
Yeah.
I suppose it's possible because look, he just went right up to the communist room and got instantly muted. So maybe it just was for him. He didn't even realize it. He joined the Let's Debate server and saw the Flat Earth section and just started flipping out, and someone gave him attention, and he just kept it up until they timed us both out. And for him, it was nothing. It was just like, you know, just another channel where he just joined. And someone responded to him. Okay, he blocked me. I haven't sent him the news for a long time, and this has been, you know, a while. So I sent him the news again, and he just basically said a slur back at me and then blocked me. If this topic is so irrelevant, so pointless, then why bother at all? Deep-seated contradiction.
Yeah, it's so pointless, so irrelevant. But yet, I'm going to come here on a regular basis and annoy you. Why?
iPad kid.
What's your opinion on the topic, retard? You tell him, and he's like, just tries to mock your your lisp, and then fucking basically tells you you're just stupid. Like, pointless. It's good that we have a contrast, like sometimes, when like that young fella that Alpha got to talk to the other night, it was, quite sensible, wasn't spoken out, had a listen.
Yep. Yeah, one the other night was pretty good. He was quite chill.
Yeah.
Who we got just dropped in? Midnight. Welcome.
What's going on?
We're just after proof of a globe. Have you got any?
I don't know, man. I'm just like an Earth-shaped skeptic.
Well, what drove you into the pipeline to think this was a topic about shape? Which word did you hear the shape?
None.
Is the word flat a shape? Is the word earth a shape? What shape there? Where did you get?
No.
What does the word flat mean? What is that? What type of word is that?
What does the word flat mean?
Yeah. Well, what is it? An adjective, a noun, a verb, adverb? What is the word flat?
I would assume that it's an adjective.
Yeah. Are shapes? What are they? Are they nouns, verbs, adjectives? A circle. Is it, or a sphere? What would that be?
It could be a noun.
Okay, so when someone says Earth, what's that? Is that a noun, a verb?
That would be like a proper noun.
Okay, so adjective, noun is what we're looking for.
Hmm.
Not noun, noun. So what do you think? How would you prove that? Like if the surface is round or flat, what would you do?
I'm not sure specifically. I mean, there's probably lots of experiments that you could run.
Would you look up or down? How about that? Start there. Which way would you look to observe the surface?
Up or down, but I mean,
which way would you tilt your head? You want to look at the surface of the Earth. Would you look up or down?
I mean, I would think down or just straight.
Good start. Yep, that'll do.
Yeah, I mean it's straight, forward, right? It would be up though, right? You wouldn't like lift your head up.
No.
Like, are your feet? Would you look towards your feet, or would you look above your head?
I mean, I don't know why looking above your head would do any good.
Well, well, stick around here. You'll be surprised. You got people who come in here who say the only way to prove that the Earth is the surface of the Earth is to look up.
He's not joking. They do. Excuse me, sir. You're new. What proof of curvature have you got? The orbit of the sun.
Yet the planets
moon,
or
the
the
stars,
moons of Jupiter.
The planets. Oh shit. Yeah. So you reckon you're going to do a experiment there midnight? Let's just say, hypothetically, I've got an unlimited pot of money. You can come and grab as much as you like. What would you do? Prove the shape of the ground. We're stuck on the ground. It's not like we're going anywhere. What can you do that would go, you know what, that sells it for me? You're allowed to go down to Best Buy and buy 40 miles of plastic tubing and fill it with water and make a water level. I'm good with that. Unlimited money. You can do whatever shit you like. Money's not a question in this. Okay, obviously having unlimited money is too much for you, and it's wrecking your head. We'll give you $50 and a free carton. What are you going to do to prove the shape of the ground? That's slack, isn't it? Just so you know, we're not going to take the piss out of you if you have a go, because, yeah, you've already heard some of the stuff that we've heard come through here. So if you're having a fair dinkum crack at trying to prove the shape of the ground, then, yeah, not many people are going to have a bitch about it, because, in all honesty, most of the Globers that come in here defending it, their extent of looking it up is watching a Professor Dave video where he claims to have debunked it, and they just write off that.
Oh. Well, luckily I don't really care for Professor Dave. So.
You wanna take a number?
And his own people are telling him that he needs to get offline now.
That's awesome.
Just look under like Professor Dave is toxic or whatever. There's like other atheist skeptics who are like, dude, you're damaging. They're thinking that he's so toxic and so over the top, so belligerent that they think he's a plant at this point. Like you're making because like his besides his channel, it's like millions of subs, but he gets like hundreds of views.
Yeah, I think I came across him like a few months ago, but every time he'd debate a flat earther, it was just like you're retarded. Like
anytime he debates anybody.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of him honestly, but yeah, he's just extremely toxic. Like he doesn't even he won't even like address any points anymore. Really, kind of. He just is like you're retarded. That's it. Pretty much. That's why I didn't really like him. It's just a massive dick.
Yeah, it's kind of why his own people are like, you're worse than some of these really awful Christians who are like constantly preaching that, fire and brimstone. I mean, really, I kind of dipped my toes in atheism for a little bit. I'm not afraid to say it. But when I went to like atheist meetups and we picked up trash on the side of the road and whatnot, I started to realize that, damn, some of these people are just awful. It's like they really don't care about some sort of humanist approach or something like that. That they just really don't like Christians. Like they really don't like the society in general. Yeah, Professor Dave, YouTube content creator, Reddit, Dave. Not a professor.
Oh man, he's not a real professor. Never again.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it's rare that you'll find professors that young anyway. I mean, what the fuck?
Like he had some sort of teaching gig where he was supposed to teach some sort of lab section, but they fired him. He calls it he lost that job due to some sort of bureaucracy or something like that. when they were paying his way through school. All you do is finish his master's degree, and he basically had the job for free, the whole job, not just the lab portion. Because apparently, if you believe his story, he was there as sort of like a teaching assistant while he was pursuing his master's degree. The teacher just
What was that?
No, rip.
Did you cut out, Chris? Yeah, Professor Dave, like all his YouTube shows, they're scripted, not by him. He has writers. He just reads out a script, teleprompter thing, whatever, or just practices his line. He was in some really. He was a really bad actor. He was in a couple of really B grade, well, not even B grade. They were shitty C grade things. Terrible, terrible, terrible acting.
Email.